Good to see you.
Hi, Ashley. I'm Lindsay. Yes. Okay. So yes, they are. Yes. They are outside.
Universities and how pipelines, meteorology pipelines, at least a place in different places.
The one here doesn't have
I know.
so they did first.
Companies like where's our address is going to go.
Oh, I had to step up to it.
And let's just make sure that walk by here, but no one can stand it.
Is this what we're filming from?
Yeah, I'm also recording from that. Just because that's the
No, I've had the start.
Really?
Yeah,
It's not like so like
It's like the what's that?
Zoom, even though I'm filming,
Yeah, I'm sure if their own bandwidth.
so that's really more tight over there, and I just tighter.
That's what I'm using for the live footage.
It's mirrored on the opposite way. Now for the audience, they see the other way.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. I've been talking about yeah, he invited me.
How far we come?
Right.
So you're that's a good job for
Then just be careful of the shake
Have you seen What's Up Story? No, actually. I just never got around to it.
Just left to try to take this week for his meeting. It's not 30 times this year.
Huh? I went to go try to see it last year.
You can get
Not a normal music.
I read tomorrow, literally taught me for a month. Like, I hate it. He taught me so hard on it. And always sends me every day. So I'm watching TikTok so much. I'm like, I'm not watching a single thing you sent me. So he saw it. Like, it's alright, it's pretty good, whatever. Next morning he texts me, why am I watching every video I can find on YouTube? And he calls me singing songs like every day. And now he's more obsessed with that. But it's a trap. And I'm like, I told you. He literally found the B-sides that were that just made it like certain things. So bad.
Oh, yes, okay. When I'm on stage, I will make sure.
Amanda, how are you? How's it going?
Are you not?
We're all set?
Yeah, well, so this is on Zoom. And there's a second camera over there that is just recording so that when I do upload to
It's like we're ready to go. Like I said, let's not go for this.
Never mind.
No, they put me on there. Oh,
I am not
Attention everyone, we are getting started in 2 minutes. Please take your seats so we can start on time. And thank you to all of our amazing speakers. Thank you.
Hello, welcome, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mark Steinberg, I'm co-founder of Brand Innovators. First and foremost, I just want to thank everybody for joining us on this very chilly day, uncharacteristically cold. I don't know, what's up with the cold weather? Who brought the cold weather to Austin? I don't know. Okay, so I've been waiting 3 years to say this. Welcome back. It's been 3 years I've been in this room. Hard to believe, but by the same token, it's kind of like Lambert's is sort of our home away from home, right? It feels so natural, so normal. We've been activating here. This is now 8 of the last 10 years. You know, somebody pushed the pause button for 2 years, right? Or 3 years. They just unpaused us. So we're back. We're excited. It's our biggest, I think, event ever in the history of Brand Innovators. We have over 1,000 people registered this week for Brand Innovators Marketing Innovation here at South by Southwest. 1,000. Can you repeat that? Number? That's the good news. The bad news is Lambert's only holds 300, so I don't know what we're going to do. If you're here, don't leave. We do have a velvet rope, but obviously the crowd's going to turn over. We have 2 stages right here on the patio. Okay, thank you very much. And we're really excited. We have an amazing program. We have over 100 speakers, over 100 senior brand marketers from Fortune 500 and other leading brands. And what else? So all the KPIs, we're kind of hitting our stride. We have, I think at last count, about 72 sponsors. I think another one signed this morning at least. So I want to thank all of you, the Brand Innovators community, for your support. This week, the past couple of years, we did a hard pivot to virtual. As many of you know, we're producing over 20 to 40 hours of virtual content per week. You see the camera in the back of the room. We will be streaming live. So this is a hybrid event, which is kind of another first for Brand Innovators. We experimented with hybrid events, a hybrid event at Super Bowl, and we think we've perfected it. So we're super excited about that. So again, I want to thank all of you. I want to thank all of our sponsors. As you know, the Brand Innovators community is underwritten by over 250 active sponsors, best of breed digital media and advertising technology companies, publishers, agencies, and a lot of incredible folks who are helping all of you engage with and build long-term relationships and loyalty to your consumers, and really navigate all of the new and emerging technologies, channels, devices that are just on a daily basis, changing so many ways that engage with your community and your customers. So that's what we do. We help enlighten people and what we call continuing digital education. And we bring the brand marketing community together on a daily basis, virtually, in person, year-round. We activate in over 20 cities from coast to coast. We were at dinner in Denver last week, in Chicago, next week, New York, the week after LA. We have a lot of exciting things coming up. We'll be activating at Formula One in Miami. We'll be back in Austin. We want to replicate this in Austin at least one more time a year. So in Q4, we're going to be back. It's not at Lambert's. We might be at the Zaza Hotel for another 3-day activation. We're going to tie in with F1. So if you've never been to F1, amazing opportunity. We have the Circuit of Americas about 30 minutes away from here. And that's going to be our kind of brand innovators, Austin Redux. Okay, I also want to thank our staff. We have an incredible team of over 45 people from coast to coast brand innovators that make it all happen on a daily basis. We're blessed. I couldn't ask for a better group of folks from our content team, our sales team, our marketing team, our member services team. You know, too many people to call out, to shout out, but we've got about 25 or 30 of them here this week. So a lot of brand innovators, ambassadors. But right now I want to introduce David Teicher, our Chief Content Officer. David, join me on stage. He's responsible for 16 people on his team that curates all of our events, maintain all the relationships, and brand marketers, book all of the speakers, and David will share with you a little bit about this week's program.
Yeah, oh my gosh, that's a daunting task. I think we have over 100 different senior brand marketers participating this week. We have 4 days of content here on the upstairs stage, 2 days out on the patio, 10 leadership salons, private roundtables that we're hosting. So it's just nonstop all week, super exciting. I think as Mark mentioned, it was about 2 years ago, a little over 2 years ago, February of 2020, when we were getting ready for South by. And one by one, we started getting emails from speakers. David, I'm so sorry. My lawyers, they say we can't travel now, but I'll be at the next one. I'm sure this will all blow over in a few weeks. And little did we know, a few weeks became a few months, became 2 years. But this is our home away from home, and I couldn't be more excited to be back at Lambert's in Austin during South by Southwest, in what, as Mark said, our biggest, most ambitious activation to date. So thank you, everyone who's here, for joining us and supporting us. And again, there's too many speakers to mention everyone by name, but we'll be hearing from Ashton from Disney in just a second. We have speakers from the automotive industry, from Audi and Volkswagen, from MetLife, from AT&T. It's just going to be nonstop, amazing industry leaders covering a wide variety of topics, and just super fun. So that's half of it. You've got your great speakers, you've got your great content, but you've got great people here, and great food, and great drinks. They make me Bloody Mary. I think it was just a few years ago. I don't know. I saw Starkweather here earlier, but John Starkweather from AT&T and maybe a few others. Doug Busk was at Coca-Cola. We had a 9 a.m. kickoff, and everybody was up here with Bloody Marys or mimosas or some sort of drink in hand, bright and early at 9 in the morning, like only on. But with that, I think we're just about ready to kick off. What do you think, Mark? All right. So let's bring up our first speaker. We have Ashley Cartwright, VP of Media at Disney, and we have Martin Crawford, the Senior Vice President of Client Development at Basis Technologies. One quick housekeeping remark. First of all, there are still a few empty seats, so you can kind of come in and slide in. And if you are taking the stage, please be careful of the camera on the tripod up front. So with that, welcome. Take your seat. The stage is all yours.
Okay. I probably don't need a mic, I'm told, especially when I work from home, that I'm loud enough. But thrilled to meet you in person. We had a chance to talk on the phone last week, or earlier this week. So again, Martin Crawford with Basis Technologies. Glad to be here. I could read your bio, but I thought maybe Ashley tell us like how you got here, what led you to Walt Disney. And I am going to ask you another question about music and food since you're in such a great city. But why don't you kick it off and a little bit about yourself?
Great. Hi, everyone. Good morning. My name is Ashley Cartwright. I am the Vice President of Media at the Walt Disney Company. And before I get to how I got there, I will say I'm a LA native, born and raised. I grew up on the east side, Echo Park, before it's cool, and then have made my way west ever since. I went to UCLA, and now I live in Venice, and so I'm an LA gal through and through. I started my career 10 years ago, right out of college. I worked at Sony Pictures as a digital marketing creative when you had to look at Twitter and pull the sentiment yourself by going through all of the text, and you created websites and reading scripts. And so it was back when digital was just kicking off. And then I learned what media was, so I went to go work at an agency at University of Japan on the business, and then I worked on Warner Brothers business, and then I worked at Fox, which then was acquired by Disney, which puts me here. It has been a wild ride for the last 10 years. I've got to keep under all of the hoods, so to speak, of all the different studios, and it's been great. I studied dance in college, which is the opposite of what my career is. I thought I'd be on a stage doing ballet, but obviously marketing was a lot more fun. But it has been such a journey through acquisition and becoming a musketeer and learning everything at the Walt Disney Company. Now I manage theatrical, Disney Plus, and Hulu campaigns. So regardless of distribution of the content, I market it and work on it, and it's been a huge learning and a fun journey as we go and figure out how to maneuver this wild west of content now. So thank you for having me.
Okay, so to put you on the spot, I know you're a big music fan. So last day on Earth, what concert would you go to, and what would be your last night?
Oh, that would be a good question to prep. Last day on Earth, who would I want to see? I mean, dead or alive?
Yeah.
Okay. I would probably choose Prince. Alive, I might still be Beyonce. She was incredible. I saw her live with Jay-Z, and I would jaw to the ground and just, can Ani dance and sing and look beautiful and wear heels? I don't understand it. So I think that would be, and then food-wise, can I pick? Okay. For sure, French fries. I order French fries with everything. If it's salad, if it's shake, it's French fries. Mexican food is my favorite, which makes me really happy here. I actually had tacos last night, and I was dancing in the streets because I was so happy about it. And pizza. So all the healthiest stuff you will have, essentially.
Good last one.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's get into some questions. So this is kind of a very broad one, but with the digital transformation going on, you as a brand marketer, what are you seeing? Like, the old days of traditional media versus digital, and what's your perspective of kind of where we're going? Are we going to continue to look at this one direction, or are we going to have a hybrid? Where do you think media is going to go?
I think about, as I kind of mentioned, where digital started, where before you had to yourself go onto Twitter and look at every comment and categorize it yourself to understand the sentiment and what people were thinking about a trailer drop, or you had to try to figure out what reporting meant and was this a good, successful campaign, or was it not so much. And I think now with the technology that we have, which is a blessing and a curse, you are able to learn so much about what it means to be successful, what your audiences want to hear or see from a brand. It is a really exciting moment in time because there is so many ways to view and consume. And so I think where it's heading is, while it's fragmented and there's a lot going on and lots of ways to consume, it opens up a world for us to reach users and audiences in such different ways across all the platforms, which is challenging, which puts us to the test to say, okay, TikTok is different than this connected TV, than this broadcast spot, than this integration in this event. And so it's challenging as marketers and brands to be a lot more creative, but it also allows us to be a lot more strategic. So we think about linear broadcast and how who say that eyeballs are leaving TV, but they're not leaving, they're just in different places. And so these companies are trying to understand, first getting their content back, because content is key, original is key, and that's how you keep the brand loyalty. But then where are people viewing? Is it mobile? Is it desktop? Is it connected TV? Is it the television? It's less about the place and more about the how and the content. And so working at Disney, you see that very clearly. We are, what do you want? ABC, Freeform, and ESPN across whatever platform. And so it, I think that is where it doesn't shift us away from one media type or another. It just kind of opens up the possibilities.
Great answer. Okay, so this definitely is one of the most interesting topics I think that we talked about a little bit, but talk about a seismic shift, the idea of going to from theater releases to streaming releases. This could go on, I think, but are you learning things? Are you like, what do you think the future will be?
I will say I was on a flight to Mexico when my boss said everything's canceled. There's no more movies releasing. They're shutting down, and I was like, what? What's happening? And I think that was obviously such a monumental moment for all of us to try to figure out what does that mean for our industry, given that people can't go to the theaters, no one can go anywhere. And so I think we were lucky enough to have timed Disney Plus to release at the exact right time. I think it has obviously helped us grow. It's helped all streaming partners and those who stream content grow because everyone was at home. And I don't think it's going anywhere. I think it's obviously created some difficulties when we're trying to get people to go back into theaters for certain films that carry that weight and magnitude to be cinematic. But it is a win that we have this great platform, not only Disney Plus, but Hulu, to put content in places that people want to view. And so as families and kids don't know what movie theaters are anymore and they expect it to be on Disney Plus, we do have the option to do that. Now, what or why or what the secret sauce is as to how we distribute it, I don't know. That's my favorite. I wish I did. I was like, but I think it has created a lot of opportunity for brands like ourselves, because with Disney having now 20th Century under the adult, like we have adult content and we can put that on a Hulu platform, or we can have the liberties to do things a little bit differently, and we have the option for it to go streaming. And so while I'm really, really excited that we do have streaming available, theatrical is my favorite thing. And so I'm really happy that we're able to get back into the theaters and create content that brings people out, that gets people excited, that moves everyone. And so successes like those Spider-Man ones in Disney is a huge win for us, because when we see people go back, that means Doctor Strange would be great. That means West Side Story is magical. That means everything to come still has a place in the theater. And so I'm excited that we have both. It is a challenge to try to figure out how to manage that messaging, because the expectations across everyone are a little bit different now, but it does create a lot of opportunity.
Do you feel like in the streaming sense, like when you learn, I imagine you guys are testing, like the ones that are released, like all the episodes, or do you tease them and try and keep them longer? I mean, obviously as a consumer, sometimes I'm frustrated because I want to get them all.
Yes, impatient. No, I'm the same way. I think and this is the annoying answer, I'm sure. It varies by title. We don't it really does depend on the piece of content and the strategy and who we're trying to go after and what we know about that audience. And so if we know they're loyal and we're going to come back, then maybe not release them all at once. If we know that they're loyal and they're going to come back, maybe do it all, because they're going to come back anyway. And so it really, again, we're testing and learning, and there's no secret sauce. And it's ever changing, which is, again, a blessing and a curse. We're always like, oh, we figured it out. And then like, oh my God, happens. Or like, that's like life. I feel like we're constantly testing and learning and trying to figure out what makes the most sense. And again, with that playing field of theatrical or Disney Plus or dual, or the series is a couple of episodes or the whole thing, it really varies. I mean, I know as a consumer, I I like to binge, and I'll wait. I won't even watch WandaVision until the very end, even though I'm in the meeting hearing about what was happening. So it just created a different culture Netflix has with that binge standard. But I think that we're learning as we go.
Yeah, no, I'm total a binger, so I like, and that's why I wonder, like, you know, where you are in kind of the customer journey of trying to figure out, like, is it going to turn me off or not? But, I think we'll have to wait and see.
Yes.
Literally. Okay, so kind of jumping around here a little bit. Every day there's a new app, there's a new channel emerging and coming out. You know, tons of fragmentation you mentioned before. Is there how do you evaluate this channel? How do you know, what do you consider, and if you can share anything, you know, what are ones that really work well for you, and what are ones that you're very effective?
To answer the first part of that question is, everything is so fragmented, especially in digital. It's a monster. It's exciting because there's so much to unfold and unpack, and it's ever evolving every single day. And so trying to stay on top of all of that is a lot, but I have the opportunity to work with my agencies who send me information. I am always open. Maybe I'm a unique person, but like, tell me about the new technology. Email me, LinkedIn me. I may regret that, but you always just have to be open to learning, because you never know when the next new tech is coming out, who's creating the next, connected TV streaming platform. You never know, and so staying open is my key way of trying to understand what there is out there. And then I think to your second question, and we're probably all as brands asking these things currently, connected television, we're in the house more than ever. So how do we look at connected TV? How do we measure it? How do we get the right audience? What's the right time? So that is obviously a really important platform. Multicultural is a super important audience to reach. Being a young Black woman, I know how important that is to feel heard and seen. And so personally, it is my goal to make sure that we understand those audiences. And I think podcasts, personally, I love to listen to, and those hosts really break through to me. And so I want to understand what the best way to work with podcasts are, because those are the new influencers, or not the new, but just a type of influencer that reach a different audience. So how do we partner with, hosts and create moments that are unique? It's like we do with radio, and Ryan Seacrest, and that was when we went to try to launch something. How do we do that now and expand it? Because there's so much content from a podcast perspective, and those are just some things that I personally want to see grow, which I'm sure some people have heard. But yeah.
So anything emerging, like obviously TikTok is already out there. You've got Reddit, you've got the possibility of are you? I mean, it sounds like you look at everything. But is there anything that you're like keeping your eye on, like you think, okay, this could be the next bigger thing? Or...
I'm sure everyone's gonna know these three letters I say, NFT. Honestly, NFTs and the metaverse and Web3 and blockchain and all those terms that my partner Tim tells me about that I don't know. That is where everyone is searching. Everyone is starting to lift up the hood. And while it's been talked about a few years ago, everyone is starting to get into that game, and creatively, brands, how do we look to integrate into that digital meets physical world, and what's the value? And so I feel like I'm very much learning personally about what that means. And I know companies and brands and individuals themselves are trying to learn. So I feel like that is a hot take right now. It's really, really important. So that's where I feel like we're trying to figure out.
No, makes sense. It's pretty active every day. Okay, so I was always taught, like, we'll finish up. I have one more kind of question, and a couple of multi questions after, but and then we'll take some maybe audience questions. So okay, working from home, obviously the distancing that we've had to learn from a little bit, the remoteness of it. Are you seeing, anything you can share behaviorally from your customers, your audience, you know, are there things, we talked about this a little bit, like, I think there was a report last week, 80% of people think over this. So, what do you think?
No one is loyal. Look at myself. I think we talked about in the past, maybe like you were very gung-ho about a particular brand. You committed to that brand and watched everything that brand put out. I think Disney has had that luxury throughout its course because it's Disney. But people are set on Netflix. Like, I'm not touching anything else. I've only got Netflix. But now, because there's so much content and you're inundated with something new every day across all the platforms, it's rather difficult to stay loyal and to not pay what you were paying for people that you canceled because it costs so much money now and the amount that we add up all the different streaming platforms. And so I think working from home and staying home, which we know has increased the viewership and content at home and on the TV, but it's also made for the content itself to be the loyalty. Like if you know something great is coming out, you follow that through until it's streaming or through until it's in theaters. And I think the loyalty is a little bit more content specific. And so I'm curious like how it goes, because I know Netflix produces content every day. Disney producing so much content and working so hard. That's why we're crazy. But I think it really doesn't. You are a Succession fan, like that is my loyalty. I will follow Shiv running to the day I die. But it's different. I think it's content specific.
Is there anyone on that show you like? I mean, literally.
I like them.
Well, no, like their characters are unbelievable, but they're like incredible. The angst of every single character is pretty unique.
Roman, he's my guy.
Roman, yeah. I mean, with that,
Rome,
yeah,
the best.
it's very funny. Okay, so I think we'll just open it up with the last couple of minutes. Any questions from the audience? Hello?
Ashley, thank you so much for those insights. My question is about now that you're going to be expanding product to also include an AVOD offering, how is that going to change the way that you approach the marketing and media strategy?
What was your name? Good question.
Douglas.
Douglas, nice to meet you.
Yeah. Likewise.
I don't have an answer for that. Quite frankly, I think, as you can imagine, it's going to open up a world of possibilities in terms of who we can partner with, what kind of activations we can do, how we expand the platform as a whole. And you think about all the companies that have done it before, rolling it out. And I think we have to look to understand those learnings. But I honestly don't have an answer to that question.
It's going to be a challenge.
Yeah, it's going to be great, though. I think it's going to open up a lot, and there's a lot to come for that platform as well in terms of what audiences we pull in and how we do that. So, of course.
Any other questions?
Try.
Hi, my name's Jessica. I'm also from LA.
Yeah.
My question for you is, you mentioned NFTs. What does the future of NFTs look like for Disney? I mean, it seems like it could be limited.
Yes, I think Disney is a magical place, and I feel like NFTs are as well. But there was already a moment where we had Disney-specific NFTs, where it was iconic golden statues of moments when there was Walt or an Avenger, etc. And so it's such an iconic brand. It's such a classic collectible brand, and there's fanatics that are beyond my wildest imagination. And so I think we have so much to unfold and offer in that space because everyone already loves Disney as a brand so much. And I feel like it would be, it could be brand content specific. It could be Disney as a whole. There's parts, there's so many things to unfold. There's like the new Star Wars land that's coming out. And like, how do you make that a moment to have, to collect something as a ticket? And so I think there's endless opportunities, especially as we talk about the metaverse and Disney being storytellers and building out worlds, like doing, Walt Disney World and Kingdom and Pandora, and there's just so many opportunities, I think, and so it's going to be a long journey, and I think some of the payoff will be 10 years from now in terms of what it's impacted, but I think there's a lot to explore for sure.
Thank you. I'm Anderson, former Fox alumni as well.
Oh.
I had a quick question for you in terms of, and so Disney sits at a real interesting intersection between loyalty and family, right? So you all have fans, whereas loyalty can sway. But what keeps you up at night when you kind of think about your particular role or job, what securing sort of that next thing and keeping people engaged in business?
That's a great question. There's two parts to that question. What keeps me up at night is, one, a very personal fear of being a young Black woman executive and how I keep up and how I have a voice for many when I'm in that room. And so I toss and turn, trying to make sure I come to the table with something great to say. So that's one thing. But then thinking about how I get the next person to watch that film. I use an example of West Side Story, and I'm not a musical fan. Let's put that out there. And so I already had to get over the hurdle of like, people like musicals, and it's an incredible story, and Steven Spielberg, an incredible director, and the talent is amazing. And I think it was me waking up, convincing myself to figure out how to find the audience for that film, and turn every stone to understand what's the draw. Is it Steven Spielberg? Is it Ariana DeBose? Is it the musical? Is it that it's a classic? Is it that we haven't been to the movies in 3 years and now everyone wants to go see something? And so it's really mining everything I can to try to figure out what makes the audience tick and excited and intrigued. And so that's just one example.
Good. No, I'll let you off the hook. So since I'm a former 20th, and I asked you in the hall all the time, since we read your class, I will ask you the question. She's giving me the hook. I'll see you in a minute.
Okay.
I would love to get to as many questions as possible, but I know it's just we got a jam-packed program today, so we want to keep the show moving and give everybody time. So let's give a big round of applause for our first. A little tail swap for the next session. So while that's happening, again, thank you so much. I was just having a conversation with some other industry friends about Disney media properties. NBC announced they're going to be moving a lot of their content off of Hulu to Peacock, and what does that mean for Hulu? And the consensus was the original programming. It seemed like Dope Sick or The Dropout. I think Hulu's done a phenomenal job on the original content side. So with that, I know we are going to bring our next speakers, but just a really quick housekeeping remark. First of all, for everybody, there is a staircase in the back, so if you need to head downstairs for a bit, you can use that staircase. If you're going to go through this one, please try to walk gently because it shakes the camera when we all stomp our feet, so appreciate that. So with that, I think we're ready to, almost ready, bring up our next speaker. We have Tara Rush, the Chief Marketing Officer at Audi of America, and Anne Kowalewski, I hope I got that right, the Global CMO of Blueboard Media, two powerhouse industry leaders. I'm very excited for this session. Guys, I know it's really fun here. The vibe is awesome. We got a packed house. I just want to be, okay. He got it. He's a man of many talents. All right. All right. All right, are we ready?
I'm just gonna make sure this is sturdy before I sit down. I definitely got my blood pumping before this.
Hello.
All right, hopefully we'll have no more fallen chairs. Hopefully everyone's seated and safe as we kick this off. So really great to be here. Thank you all so much for coming out on the first day in the morning. Really appreciate it. To be here with you. I think it's been a while. I think pre-Omicron, we met in LA with the launch of the SkySphere concept car, which is really exciting.
It was one of those periods right between waves where we thought we were being national great. We're on
we got it in. But it's wonderful to be here, especially in person together. And I think what's exciting about this chat and all of our discussions leading up to this is it's a really fascinating time for Audi, for Blueboard Media, for the media and the auto industry as a whole. When you think about all of the transformation that is taking place, digitization, sustainability, DE&I, and of course, all the geopolitical challenges that we're facing obviously today, but certainly for the past couple of years, massive amount of change that we're all grappling with. And I wanted to very purposely start out noting that with something positive, with something optimistic. Can you talk about one thing at Audi that you're really excited about today? What keeps you motivated? What keeps you really excited for your daily responsibilities?
It's so hard when you say just one thing. I feel like I have to start by saying it's just so amazing to be in a room with people. I feel like I have mastered like business on top, pajamas on bottom, looking at a screen all day. But it's really nice to be just with people again. So thank you for the opportunity and to see everyone's faces here today. Things I'm excited about, I think just in general right now, working for a brand that feels like we have a role to help shape society and bring benefits to communities. Being in a role like I have right now is a great privilege. I'm really grateful for that. And I think when it comes to the auto industry, this is such an exciting, transformative time. So the fact that my kids are going to grow up and EVs don't sound like something that's from the Jetsons. That shows my age. Yep. But these are the vehicles that they're growing up with, and to be part of that transformation, we always say, the auto industry is going to change more in this decade than it did in 100 years before that, which is pretty amazing to be part of that journey.
Yeah, that scale of change is so incredible to think about and think about how we navigate through that. And one thing that's been really exciting about some of the work we're doing at Blueboard Media, and that's quite frankly, I think been a really nice distraction over the last several months, is really thinking about how do we take our cores at Blueboard. I'm sure all of you are familiar with Mike himself or the terminal, and at the core of what we do, we're really a data company. And what we wanted to do is really think about how do we bring that data to bear to the marketing world, and how do we create a proprietary intelligence tool that looks at brand perceptions in a really rigorous and unique way. And so we're excited to announce we're launching the Blueboard Brand Accelerator this week here. And what that is it's a study on brand perceptions, measuring companies' strengths, measuring their brand health across vision, strength, familiarity, relevance, and trust. We look at about 700 global brands. We've surveyed about 15,000 people. And the difference really with our study is sort of who we're talking to. It's not a Gen Pop study. It's a business decision maker, C-suite, high net worth study. So we're really focused on those that are really making decisions in their personal lives, their professional lives, and really trying to understand the brand's health from that perspective. And as we were thinking about South by Southwest, we wanted to think about, could we create a list off the study that would be really topically pertinent? And so I think, even in the name Brand Innovators, we talk a lot about innovation as an organization, right? In the marketing world, we talk a lot about ingenuity, but it's one of those terms that's we all know it's positive and good. We want to be, ingenious. We want to be innovative, but it's often hard to really break down what that means. How do you define ingenuity, for example? So what we were able to do with our data set in the Blueboard Brand Accelerator is we conducted a factor analysis to understand what actually comprises ingenuity. And we were able to actually identify 7 key attributes that really define ingenuity. The first is growing. You're perceived as a growing company, a growing brand. The second is thought leadership. You're seen as sort of leading your category. The third is being bold and daring. You're taking risks. You're getting yourself out there. You're communicating about what you're doing. The fourth is disrupting business. So again, you're doing something a bit different, right? You have the courage to kind of communicate something a bit more provocatively than the category, perhaps. You're investing in technology, you're anticipating customer needs, and you're innovative. And I think something that was really interesting for us was, of course, when you think about ingenuity or innovation, you do think of technology, you think about big tech. But what this factor analysis revealed that we're compiling in the 2022 ingenuity list is that it is multifaceted, right? It's not just about big tech. And I think what got me excited for this conversation, Ciara, is that Audi is a case in point of that. Audi ranks number 20 out of 250 brands and number 2 in the auto category, just behind Tesla. And one thing that Audi is performing extremely well on as we think about ingenuity is being bold and daring. And in fact, you rank at the 91st percentile of all brands ranked in our study on being bold and daring. So I'd love to start there and just hear how you think about that and how you think about being bold and daring. It's something that you really purposefully think about in your work.
Yeah, well, we were excited to see those results with bold and daring, for sure, because I think these days brands, it's difficult for brands to be bold and daring. It's not something easy to do because in today's world, everything is so polarizing. People are definitely on different topics, opposite sides of the table. So you really do have to do a few things to have the confidence and courage to be bold and daring. I think having your clear vision and a clear purpose of what you're trying to accomplish is so important. And then being committed to that and understanding that in your commitment, you're not going to make everyone happy. Not everyone's going to like you. They're not going to like every move you make. And you have to have the courage to know your values, know your purpose as a brand, and make those commitments regardless of that. So you obviously are paying attention to your consumers, you're paying attention to what's going on in society, but having that assurance, that confidence that you know your brand is so important. The other piece is, I was saying before, the auto industry and the shift that it's making. Right now, the diversity that we're bringing into the industry is so crucial to the innovation that we're setting the stage for and constantly doing. And that diversity is not only the visible diversity of gender and race, because admittedly the automotive industry has not been very diverse for a long time. So those visible diversity elements are really important, but also bringing people in with different backgrounds. So you mentioned, it's very common to see tech companies these days, whether automotive, CPG, everyone's a tech company. Everyone is looking at digitalization. So you really have to bring people that maybe don't have the classical experience that we've been hiring for decades before. When I first joined Audi, I started on the PR and communications side. I've just recently in the last year moved over to marketing. And yes, as a woman, I sometimes bring a different perspective into the room, but more often than not, my perspective is different because I came from outside of the automotive industry. I came from the beer business, I come from the travel industry. And it's that diversity that allows me to ask questions about how things have been being done forever. They have a group of people, and it's the blend. It's not, all new perspective. It's the blend of people who have the historical expertise in automotive, then blended with people who are coming from different industries, and that brings together some magic. And of course, then when we're bringing in more women, more people of color, people of different backgrounds, you get different perspectives, and you get a lot more creative ideas and different thinking. So that's really fueling the innovation that's fueling us to be bold and daring.
So I love that, Ciara, and that notion of perspective, whether it's internal or external, is obviously so important. And I think another attribute that you guys perform extremely well on is anticipating customer needs. So really that idea of gaining perspectives from your customer set, from your audience set. In fact, you're even stronger on that one in bold and daring. You're 96th percentile of all brands ranked on that attribute. Can you talk a little bit about how you marry the notion of anticipating customer needs with something like sustainability and your commitments in sustainability?
Sure. I think every business has to anticipate customer needs. Every business has a customer journey and says they're customer focused. I think I like to think of it more as just being human centric and people focused, being a real person. I think from a leadership perspective, it always surprises me when you're just, a normal person having a normal conversation, speaking a non-corporate speak, how far that can go. And then I also, think when it comes to customer needs, not just looking at, what will really help our drivers, our future consumers in the vehicle? What do they need technology-wise? But in addition to them as just one singular person, how do we look at how that affects the community around them? I think that's what we've been doing a lot in the sustainability area is, yes, how do we create a sustainable journey for one driver, but how do we also create EVs that are benefiting the whole community and the whole society around us? And that's been the main pillar in our strategy moving forward.
And when you think about customers being at the center, whether it's innovating for sustainability, or even thinking about, things that are more small in scale, right? Just those moments of delight. How do you think about innovation at that scale of just surprise and delight and those little sort of details that keep people loyal to Audi?
Yeah, I think it works. Some of them are product focused and some of them are just more experience focused with the brand. So when I think about even, there's major innovative technologies we're putting into these vehicles, but sometimes it is the smaller little things. And I was thinking about the time where I was driving in the car with my son, and I had convinced him that I had superpowers because every time we got to a red light, I was like, well, now I know exactly when it's going to change. Watch this. And I would do a countdown. I was like, oh my God, you're so good at this. And I was using our traffic light information in the Audi, which actually shows, it has a countdown for red lights, and it actually allows you, it tells you exactly which speed to drive to also hit that green light. So, that's something that's like such a nice surprise if you get into one of our vehicles and you haven't experienced that yet, but also a really good tool to convince your kids they like superpowers.
Yeah, I was going to say, I need to try that with my 4-year-olds. Super mom there.
And then beyond, some of the smaller product things, it's in the experience that we create for consumers. And my favorite surprise and delight story is something we just did last December, right around the holiday season. I don't know if anyone saw this, but there was a contestant on Wheel of Fortune, and she got the answer right, but she paused just a little bit too long between two of the words and lost out on an Audi Q3. And we saw that really quickly on social. We were able to respond, and we got Charlene the Q3. And there are moments of just like paying attention to what people are talking about. And it was right around the holidays. It was such a great, talk about surprise and delight. It was a great moment for her. She had been sharing a car with her husband for years. It was her first new vehicle that she'd owned. And my team just had such an amazing time. It was also surprise and delight for my team to say, hey, we pulled this off. We had fun doing this. It was, in the world, like you were saying right now, with everything going on, with a pandemic, with international war and crisis, sometimes you just have to have that little smile. So we as a brand might not be able to fix those big, huge macro issues, but sometimes we could bring just a little small smile on a micro level, and you realize how much that can do for people, especially when we're doom scrolling all day and seeing all the news that,
I think it's such a good example of when you talked about it's not just about being customer-centric, it's about being human-centric, and that idea of being able to bring that moment of joy to that person. That's such a wonderful way to not only showcase the Audi brand and the values, but to create loyalty as well. Switching gears a little bit, you talked about that supermom story, right, of the technology that you have in the Audi. And obviously, you all are doing a lot in terms of investing in technology, particularly software. You're sort of leading the VW family around the software in the cars. You also, partnered with Verizon on bringing 5G to your entire fleet by 2024, I believe. So can you talk about how you think about investing in technology as it pertains to Ingenuity and sort of where that fits sort of in your priorities?
Yeah, well, like I was saying before, when we're talking about tech companies and everyone being a tech company, even when we're talking about the metaverse and NFTs, digital technology, there's such dynamic spaces right now where no one can be a true expert. So we've had people come into the team and just give us, the latest on NFTs and the latest on various technologies. And the way a lot of these experts are opening up is by saying, you know, what I'm telling you this morning, by the time it's this afternoon or this evening, there might be new information and new ways of doing things, which I think is exciting, just being on that learning journey as a brand, as a leader, as an employee at a company that you know, you're not in that one routine, you're just constantly looking for how things are developing. So I think it's crucially important to invest in time for everyone to learn about technology and digitalization, because you know, the idea of an expert used to be spend 10,000 hours on something and then you're considered an expert. These days, it's just changing so dramatically that it's giving us all an opportunity to just keep it fresh, keep learning, and not get stuck in anyone's spot.
Right. And on that note of sort of constant evolution, I think one of the things that struck me about what you all have done and sort of pivots that you've made in sort of your practices and thought leadership is how you combined your sustainability report and your annual report. So you really, you know, took a stand of talking about financials in relation to sustainability, which is incredibly provocative. And I thought just an amazing, you know, position of thought leadership in the category. Can you talk a little bit about that, how you think about thought leadership, and is it through things like that, or custom content, or media activations? How do you think about driving thought leadership?
That's really important. It used to be that you were just, you know, having meeting with your shareholders, stakeholders, and giving them, you know, the latest business results. It was just all about the numbers. But we all know that businesses today just play such a bigger role in society, where we have to be accountable for all of the impacts that we're making. So it goes far beyond just the money making and how we're turning a profit as a company, but it's about the impact you're having on the world. So that's through your products. It's also through how you spend your marketing dollars. It's how you run your business. It's how you deal with your employees and, you know, make them feel like they're engaged in the business and they have a voice in the business. So, you know, along with sustainability reports being part of, you know, annual reports and quarterly, I mean, there are a lot of topics that we have to start talking about during that time and that we have to hold companies accountable for. And I'm glad I'm in a role where I can, you know, be able to push for that and also advocate for that, and also have the decision-making power to put the money behind it.
That's so important. As you said, just being able to actually enforce and hold accountability to those things is obviously so important. It's tangible. You spoke a lot about sort of the goals and these sort of the ambition. And I'd love to take a step back and put innovation aside for just one moment and talk about vision. As I mentioned before, vision is sort of core to how we think about the Blueboard brand Accelerator. It's core to how we think about a brand driving to those best brand health metrics and scores. And I'd love to hear a little bit about how, you know, you're thinking about your vision and shaping the world of tomorrow.
So the brand right now, our brand positioning is around the future as an attitude. And that attitude is all about the kind of optimism. We've been calling it rebel optimism. So obviously there are a lot of challenges in the world today, and the ability to be super optimistic, to be solutions focused, to be focused on progress, not only from a product standpoint, but obviously in everything we're doing around the product as well.
That's amazing. Now I'm going to totally pivot and get to some of the maybe the more fun stuff. I guess it depends on who you are. But I want to talk about supercars, and I want to talk about you know, the role of innovation in the high performance vehicle segment, but then how that sort of permeates the entire organization. If you can talk a little bit about that, how you think about that more broadly.
Yeah, well, I mean, one of the exciting things that's been happening over this last year is we've launched a series of concept vehicles, and it's really exciting to see not only us talk about what the future holds and show these concept vehicles, but at the same time, all of them are EVs of the future. But at the same time, to have the largest portfolio of EVs available actually for purchase today. So a lot of times in the industry, it was concept cars just to kind of like wow everyone of what's to come in the future, but they weren't really tangible. Now we have the full line of EVs, everything from Halo or e-tron GT to a more accessible model that's coming out as a Q4. But we've also seen the Skysphere, which you got to see the launch of. So I mean, I think we have a picture. Yeah, here's the picture of the Skysphere. This is a real transformer. So you can move to Obviously, you can drive this vehicle yourself, but it's also you can move to autonomous driving. So a lot of these concept vehicles are just reimagining what the driving and the experience of just being in a car will be in the future. So this actually can turn into more of a living space with autonomous driving. It can be more of a social space. It could be more of a place where you're doing work, communicating. It's amazing what autonomous driving of the future opens up for just the experience of being in one of our vehicles. So it's exciting to at the same time, see us pushing forward so aggressively and have that be tangible, but then see really where the future is going to be. And that we have more to come on that front too. So
that's amazing.
Next year we'll continue.
And I think what's so wonderful about this discussion, sort of what you just mentioned, is it's not just innovation for innovation's sake. You really are marrying purpose and innovation to sort of creating that future and creating a very impactful, thoughtful future. So I think that's really amazing. And I think that that's one element of that ingenuity definition that we talked about a little earlier. And we saw that in our study, that purpose-driven leaders, we segmented out all of those participants in the study, purpose-driven leaders, more so than even other segments, really were giving you like incredibly high scores across vision, strength, relevance, trust, and familiarity. So definitely getting credit for that purpose-driven innovation. And I think what's also really interesting is that both Audi and I think Blueboard Media, we share this mission to make that positive impact on the future and on tomorrow. And I think one of the things that we're really excited about that we're doing is we're partnering with minority-owned media brands like Ebony. We're creating new brands to service modern leaders of today and the topics that they care about. And we talked a lot about, sustainability and the topics that we need to sort of push to be more central in the conversation. Seeing that, we launched the Blueboard Green brand 3 years ago to be the only global media brand, multi-platform brand in the world covering sustainability. After the killing of George Floyd, we launched Blueboard Equality to again be that global perspective on DE&I issues. And we're even taking that a step further. We're actually doing media training for underrepresented groups to make sure that they show up more on camera, in news, in the best way possible. So doing a lot around those topics that are really at the intersection of purpose and innovation. And I'd love to hear a little bit more about how you're thinking about that, Ciara. How is Audi really thinking about acting on that sort of synergy between those two really important values?
One of the things that's been in perspective at Audi for decades now is this idea that anything made by people could be made better by people. It originally said made by man could be better. I changed it to people. I'm just going to note that here.
Excellent change.
But that's a perspective, we've always been a brand that's kind of pushed on the technology front. If you've followed Audi over the years, always challenging ourselves of what we could create next, how we can have an amazing design, high performance technology. And I think the transition that we're looking to make is how do we continue to do that, but make sure that that is to the benefit of a larger group of people, to the communities around us, that we're being thoughtful, that we're holding ourselves accountable. And that means everything around all of our commitments around sustainability, electrifying our portfolio, diversifying our staff. Those are the things that leaders today have to be focused on more than just your product. And we'll never take our eye off of having that amazing technology and beautiful design. And I think everyone's really committed to that's the first step. We have to go a lot further than that.
Great, thank you. And I just wanted to end with one question about sort of the Blueboard Brand Accelerator data and that ingenuity list. I'm sure you look at, obviously in your role, tons of research on your brand. I'm sure you do brand tracking studies all the time. But just curious if there was anything surprising about the research on Audi here, or surprising in terms of the way you're thinking about brand health.
Well, like you said before, I think one of the greatest benefits of this study is the audience that you're capturing, because I can't say that we capture that audience in another place. I mean, we do a ton of everything from very traditional ad tracking and, Kantar and the NPM and the GFKs of the world to really looking at social sentiment, looking at our PR results. I mean, we have so much data that's coming in, and I think it's easy to kind of get lost in that data sometimes. But you're hitting an audience of influencers, business elites, and decision makers that I think we haven't been able to capture in other studies before. So it was really interesting to be able to see that. And then, of course, there were some interesting disparities between kind of how we ranked with genders and different millennials versus boomers. So that was intriguing to see some of that as well.
Wonderful. Glad to have the editors. I think we're just about at time, so I just wanted to thank you, Ciara, for joining me today and being so insightful early on a Friday morning. I want to thank Brand Innovators for having us. Please do check out the Blueboard Brand Accelerator and the 2022 Ingenuity List, see how your brand and your company stacks up. Also want to thank Michelle, Jen, Christine, and Mirabella for all the work on Brand Accelerator. Hope you guys have a great rest of the day.
I think we actually have time for we have time for like 1 or 2 questions. You guys good with that?
Sure. And I'll just make one comment. I know there are a lot of people here that might be, from different companies and have different ideas. If you are someone who's playing in that space of metaverse and NFTs, and you feel like you have some interesting, intriguing ideas of how not only, like when we were speaking about it before with Disney, we also have auto enthusiasts who obviously our cars are iconic, and you could see how that could easily work with NFTs. But I'm also really intrigued in how we do that in a way that will be philanthropic as well and give back to the community. So when I look at NFT strategy, I'm really looking to blend those two things of how we create NFTs around the iconic enthusiast part of our business, but how then it gives back. So if anyone is in that space, please feel free to reach out to me.
I love how consistent your purpose and innovation, right? Across everything you do.
I think we have time for 1 question. All right.
I'm Kirk Heinlein from Lindsay. You talked about coming from the outside, from the beer company. I'm seeing that across our industry since the dairy at Ford. Can you talk about coming in? How much do you bring from the outside? How much do you accept that's already there? What's the process? Is it fast, slow? How do you describe it?
I definitely think if you're coming in from the outside, you do have to do a lot of listening, of course, and you can't think that you're going to bring in just all your ways from other industries into what you're doing. So it is really a blend, and I think it depends on the topic. That's for sure. I was really interested that, when I came in from beer, people were like, oh wow, going from beer to automotive, those are 2 wildly different worlds, and they are, but then there are always so many interesting parallels, like our distributor network when I worked at Heineken and our dealer network when I worked at Audi. There's some really interesting parallels there. In some of our sponsorships, we did a lot of work with like MLS and other organizations, and I led a lot of inclusion work at Heineken, and I'm able to do the same at Audi. So it's surprising sometimes things that feel really different aren't that different at all.
All right, I love it. So now we can applaud. Thank you so much. I was going to say, if you haven't seen it, there was a wonderful article in Pointer about Blueboard Media's growth over the last couple of years that I found really insightful. So kudos. Yeah, it was great. I was reading it just yesterday. Ciara, that was wonderful. You beat me to it. I mean, I don't know, the worlds of automotive and beer don't always mix, but if you can find applications there, that's more power to you. I love it. All right, we're going to keep the show rolling. So we have our next speakers, Kirk Heinlein, the AVP of Corporate Brand Marketing for AT&T Business, and Madison Mills, the anchor at Blueboard Quick Take. So Kirk is a Brand Innovators OG, maybe predates me here at Brand Innovators. So we're really thrilled to have you both joining us. Welcome, welcome. Okay, now we can clap again. All right, yeah. Woo! We'll make 2 quick housekeeping announcements. The Wi-Fi is Brand Innovators, and the password is capital B Brand Innovators, one word, 2022. And in about an hour at noon, our second track kicks off on the patio. So we will have a brunch program outdoors in the back of the patio. Everything here is going to be awesome. Everything there is going to be awesome. I know you can't clone yourself, but if you've got a team with multiple people, maybe you have some people here, maybe some people at the patio, so you get the best of both worlds. With that, I will let you guys take it away.
Thank you for that lovely introduction. Hi, everyone. Thanks for being here today. I love that my first panel at South by is happening in a room with a disco ball. I feel like this is the perfect way to kick things off. Like you said, my name is Madison Mills. I'm an anchor at Blueboard Quick Take. I'm thrilled to be joined by you today, Kirk. Thanks for being here.
Thank you.
Kirk has done pretty much everything that everyone in this room can do in terms of marketing and branding. He's really done it all. But what fascinates me even more about you, Kirk, is your telecommunications background. You've literally worked at all the telecoms companies. Your resume is super stacked. You've gone from Sprint to Samsung to now, of course, AT&T. So that's where I want to start our conversation today, because I imagine you have a lot of access to data throughout all of those roles. To what extent do you leverage data today as you're kind of developing your campaigns?
Thanks, Melissa. I have to first make note of our headshot over here. Is that not the most beautiful thing that you've ever seen?
Photoshop, guys.
It's
a little bit of face too.
Looks like a CNN anchor, one that Anderson Cooper and I don't know, somebody gorgeous. So I'm finished to be on the stage with someone who's equally time to design.
I'm flattering me. My boyfriend's in the audience. So Mark.
So let's talk about data. We use data constantly as a community. We have a tremendous amount of data, more than anyone could ever store, because we have all the data on usage, cell phone usage, cell phone patterns. Some data we can't use for obvious reasons, for privacy reasons, but we have a tremendous amount of data. In fact, it can be crippling in some points.
When does it get to that point where it's too much data and you feel like you need to kind of, as a leader, take a step back from your team, right? And say, we're focused too much on the data and not enough on what resonates with our audience?
Well, you're leading the witness here a little bit, and I know that because we've talked about this, but here's my philosophy on this. As I like to say, it's not the devil is in the details. The devil is the data. As the previous speaker mentioned, data is very dangerous for marketers, in my opinion, because we can get so enthralled, actuated, and lazy because of data. In some ways, it puts a separation between us and the customer. And we use it because it's so more comfortable and so more personal. But we have to be very, very careful with data in order to make sure that we are not making poor decisions that are not connected to the actual end user.
I guess when I think about what that looks like in practice, that's where I feel like challenges come up, right? So let's say that you are leading a creative brainstorming meeting and you have 2 star employees in the room. One of them comes to you with an idea that is perfectly baked in with data. It's been backed up by a lot of research and the efficacy is there. Another star of yours has an idea that resonates a lot with you on a personal level and a bunch of other team members on a personal level. Which idea do you go with?
Well, this is tough. You said you wouldn't try to stomp me here. Because I am acting as a fiduciary of AT&T, I will probably go with a data enhanced decision. However, I always think that you need to robustly enhance that data with personal customer insights to make sure that the information you have is indeed what's going on.
Well, I feel like this might be one reason that we've talked about. You have a behavioral psychologist on your staff at AT&T, which I find so interesting. I feel like we should all use more therapists in general in every area of business. Take me into the impact that person has had on your team. What is the single biggest change that you've made because that person is involved?
Yeah, not on our staff. I don't want to mislead anybody, but somebody we rely on a regular basis. His name is Isaac Hazen, and he is a renowned behavioral psychologist. And he is an author of the theory of planned behavior. It's important to understand why people do what they do, and it's very difficult to predict from a single stream of data what that is. We know how complex we all are as people, and what we do is influenced by others. The theory of planned behavior basically says it's a combination, it's a three-way combination of what you believe, what other people believe, and how easy it is to make that decision. And those three things go together to create intent, not ultimately purchase, but intent. And you have to understand each of those three aspects of a person's behavior in order to really get to the reason they're doing what they're doing. So it's not a matter of just watching a click-through rate and figuring out if somebody is going to do, you know, that this campaign is working because it has a high click-through rate. You really need to dig in. You really need to understand what's going on a cognitive level with decision making. That's especially true in business, where we have a much more complex buying cycle, decision making cycle. But it's true across the board because, as we've talked, consumers and business decision makers, they're all the same.
Right, which is why I think you would argue that your work at AT&T doing more B2B is pretty much the same approach for you as it would be if you were marketing directly to consumer.
Well, in a lot of ways it is, because B2B is, again, it's a gross misstatement of what you're doing. You're still marketing to people, and people are ultimately making decisions. And those people, just like the theory of the behavior will tell you, are influenced by other people, as well as their own beliefs, as well as how easy it is to make the change. So if you're talking to a business decision maker, they must understand what they believe. They must understand what their boss believes, what their other colleagues believe. And fundamentally, it may be impossible to make the change or make the purchase because the budget's not there or they're under contract. Those things are really, really important, but they apply to business and individuals equally.
You mentioned click-through rates, and that a fun marketing buzzword that everyone is worrying about right now. I've got to talk about the data elephant in the room here, right? Obviously, we are way past the days of Congress asking Mark Zuckerberg how he makes money. The answer is obviously advertising, as we all know. It feels like big regulation is coming down the pipeline here, and advertisers, especially from smaller businesses, not AT&T, are going to be really scrambling to figure out a strategy when they don't have access to as much data. So I'm curious for you, do you feel like your human-first approach to advertising is kind of a hedge against tech regulation, specifically on social platforms?
Well, yeah, absolutely. That has been a crutch. And somebody has kicked the crutch out from under us to a certain extent. And now we have to go back and talk to people. I'm so sorry, but we didn't. We have to understand what our customers want, what they need, why they think that. We have to go back and talk to people, and it's simply not rely on the data anymore. So if you don't like to talk to people, you're probably in the wrong business. And so, yes, it is unfortunate for those of us who, not me, but a lot of people that want to, hide amongst their spreadsheets and make marketing decisions. But it is what it is at this point.
So what's your advice then to the people who do not have your current level of expertise, Kirk, right? Like, what are people supposed to do, especially if they don't have the resources to go out and interview a bunch of people in their target audience? That takes a lot of work and money and time. Where do people begin?
I would say you do have time. You have to make time. You have to spend time with your customers. There's absolutely no excuse from a marketer these days not to be spending time with their customers. And it doesn't have to be a formal $50,000 focus group, but you must get out and understand what they're thinking and use that information alongside the data to help make decisions.
I guess I also feel like consumers benefit a little bit from the oversharing of data. I'll give you all a personal example, right? I trusted Instagram to tell me what to wear on this panel. I love that I got to outsource that decision and not make it myself. Like, I believe that Tech knows better than I do what I should be wearing.
It did a nice job.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I love a good Instagram ad, and my credit card does not. Kirk, am I an anomaly? Like, does the consumer of 2022 feel kind of down with trading a dash of privacy for a better ad?
We talk a lot about privacy. We talk a lot about cookies and all this strange stuff. But your average consumer has no idea what's going on. They do not know why an ad follows them around. I'm sorry, they don't. They're not in this business and they don't care. They just take advantage of the fact that there happens to be an ad there with them. And maybe if an advertiser is a little excessive, it does get creepy, but they don't know what's going on. They don't care what's going on. They've got other things to think about, right? They've got their lives. So if you're not a marketing person, you're probably very clueless, like our congressmen and women are, about how all this works.
Do you think that also applies then to branded content? Like, we're getting more and more used to, again, buying whatever our favorite influencers tell us to buy and you know, shopping based on casual ads that you can pay an influencer $5K to produce instead of producing a $5 million commercial. Is that going to become the norm?
So I use this observation principle a lot. And I have observed amongst my own family that when they have the opportunity to consume content, they would rather watch Brett Rivera on TikTok than an actual program that has been produced by Hollywood. And they spend hours and hours, in some cases, watching the same silly prank over and over, of one of these creators over turning on the television. And it's critical that we best understand how to integrate with these up-and-coming influencers in an authentic way, in a way that's true to their brand and true to ours. Advertising is changing so very fast. And yeah, there's a place for a Super Bowl commercial because of the mass audience and the largeness of it all. But most real influential work, as our behavioral psychologists will tell you, is at a very personal level. And that's where we must be.
It feels like influencer marketing is just going to become marketing moving forward, right? To what extent do you think about in your work which platforms are worth your time in terms of reaching your consumer? Like, how do you go about saying, okay, Instagram is worth my time, TikTok definitely, but Clubhouse, that's not going to cut it for us? How do you do that?
I'm going to go back to the same point I made in the beginning. You got to talk to people. You got to listen to people. You've got to get a room of, in this case, based on the platforms you mentioned, a room of teenagers together and just see what they're talking about and where they're going and what they're doing and why. You cannot look at ratings and 100% based decision on that, or viewers, or number of completed videos. You've got to talk to people, especially the audience that you're trying to get to, and get in their head a little bit and figure out what they're doing and why they're doing it.
Advice for working with influencers. You mentioned ratings, and it's not like we have Nielsen ratings for influencers. We can't, it's a little bit more difficult to suss out the effectiveness of each individual influencer. Some that have tens of millions of followers don't get a lot of engagement, but if you have 10,000 followers on TikTok, maybe you have 100 fans that will do every single thing that you suggest. So that's confusing, right? There's not an exact strategy for the best possible formula for an influencer. How do you think about which influencers to work with and which ones are kind of worth the time and money?
is a very difficult thing. It is extremely difficult to understand because what's hot today, tomorrow is not, and it changes very rapidly. For the answer to that question, there's something like this. What is the plans to do? Talk to people. That's right. So it's name in class.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I think about kind of how influencers are becoming like the new storefront for everything. And I imagine that in the last time that we were all at South by pre-COVID, we were still pitching people on why influencers matter and like what an influencer does. And now that is so hopefully so obvious to everybody, but it does make me wonder the next time we're all here at South by, are we going to be just talking about influencer content and the creator economy only, right? And no other form of marketing is going to exist.
What do you think?
I think that would be the smartest business decision.
Well, there you go.
But I'm not an AVP of corporate brand marketing at AT&T.
Oh, but you're just as smart.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And my Bloomberg employees in the front row also appreciate hearing that. I know that I do want to talk about a specific example of how your human first strategy has worked, which I feel like it is most prominent in your It Can Wait campaign. It's a campaign AT&T launched to encourage people to not use their phones while driving. Kirk, you had to sell people at your company on pitching consumers to not use your product. How did you get buy-in for that?
Well, the It Can Wait campaign, I can't take credit for that. That started before I got involved. One of the things that we worked on quite intensely was understanding the addictive behavior of our cell phones, and we all know they're addictive. It's hard to put them down. Half of you have them up. That's fine. No judgment. The addictive nature of the cell phone and how to get people to put it on. What would influence them to put it down while driving? And our longstanding belief was it was a matter of telling them how dangerous it is, right? That it is, you simply cannot drive and text at the same time effectively. And it causes a lot of accidents and your life could be in danger. But that didn't work. What we found out is it was much more important to understand what other people thought about your behavior. So to let other people know that you text and drive was more powerful than your own personal thinking about the danger of it. Because you could self-justify, well, I can do it. I can handle it. I know how to text and drive. I figured it out. I got this strange way to, hold my knee up and balance my coffee, and I can do it all just fine. Never had a problem. But when the judgment of others is weighed into that normative quality, all of a sudden people go, oh, no, I would never do that. I would never text and drive, because that's just so wrong. And so we began to lean into this idea of what others would say about your behavior instead of simply the dangers of the behavior. And we saw a dramatic shift in the success of our campaign.
So judgment first. Basically.
I mean, we're social creatures, right? You went to Instagram to see what to wear. If they had said something was terrible, you would have listened. Right. And so we are very influenced by the judgment of others. Our behavior is nearly equally influenced by others as it is our own personal beliefs.
I know that you are the anti-data pro-human guy, but looking at that campaign, how did you measure the effectiveness of that? Like, there's not really a way to determine exactly how many people put down their phones while driving, right?
Yeah, that was a challenge for us because you can't sneak into their cars and find out if they're actually not texting and driving. There is some ancillary data about that we could gather from devices in the car about hard braking, some of the things that the insurance industry uses for safe driving. Those are more popular now than they were 3 or 4 years ago. But we still didn't know for certain if we were being effective. And so we had to use a proxy for that, which is the pledge. I pledge not to text and drive. And the pledge, again, using that same approach, is not as much geared towards you, is I pledge for someone else. I pledge for my children. I pledge for my family that I will not text and drive. And so we track pledges, and that's where we saw the dramatic improvement.
How many did you get in the end?
Oh, well over 10 million pledges, and growing. You can still pledge not to text and drive, although we stopped putting as much money behind the campaign, and because a lot of other companies and government bodies and others have caught on and kind of taken the slack from where we were. But it was very, very successful for AT&T to tell people not to use our product. Crazy, right?
Well, it is. I mean, I think it reminds me so much of what Anne was speaking about with the Blueboard brand Accelerator study that, you know, purpose-driven, thoughtful, innovative leadership that's based in humanity. It is what really makes customers and consumers like a brand, right? Like consumers will hate a brand if they feel like you're just advertising to them, or worse, we won't feel anything about the brand, right? You'd rather somebody hate you than adore you. I wonder if you can just take me into that pitch process. Like, let's go back to a Zoom meeting with your team here. I feel like that's where good ideas like live or die, right? As a leader, what do you do to ensure that those people-focused ideas are encouraged just as much as the flashy ideas that are data-driven?
It's hard to convince a data-centric individual that is not the sole way to make a decision. It's very hard. So you're right. And you must talk about and personalize it for the wrong way. How do you make decisions? How would I understand why you decided to do that? And we begin to uncover very quickly, well, all of our decision-making processes are very complex and littered with all sorts of debris that we would have never been able to pick up from there. And so you can begin to help them understand that a model that can help predict human behavior beyond the data is very helpful. It's a different way of thinking because data is so easy. It's so much fun. You think you know all the answers once you have all the data, but that's not always the case. So just be cautious.
Numbers don't lie until you can use them to prove whatever idea you're pitching.
Numbers don't lie, but people do.
Unfortunately, that is true. Okay, Kirk, wrap us up here. What do you think is the single biggest change the folks in this room can make right now to reach their customers more effectively throughout the rest of 2022?
Oh, absolutely. That's easy. Go talk to them, please. I think I made that pretty clear. Go talk to your customers. Obviously, you know, focus groups and whatnot. But again, even those can be a little bit misleading if you're not careful. Go talk to your customers and understand. Spend time with them, getting to know them while you're making the decisions. And then use that insight and your expertise as marketers, coupled with the data, to make the decisions. But don't rely solely on the data.
All right, and we're gonna wrap it up with a cheeky little game here, Kirk. Okay, I want you to like finish the sentence for me. Okay, it's gonna be like a fun rapid fire vibe.
This is really dangerous for those of us who know me. It's very dangerous. Yeah, right.
Drinks. Okay, I know where I'm going after this. Okay, the biggest 2022 trend in advertising will be.
What did I say before? It was really smart.
Kirk, you're gonna have to do the legwork here for me.
I think I said it was something to do with influencer marketing and the younger age groups. I really think that there's something magical going on with these influencers that are creating content. You know, for a while it was the unboxing, and now it's the pranks. And I don't know what it's going to be tomorrow, but there's a power in this group that we need to pay attention to really closely, especially if you're a consumer marketer. Business marketer, I think that there's a learning there. I don't entirely know what it is yet or how to apply it yet, but I still think there's a learning there.
What will be the biggest failure of advertising in 2022? You look.
Traditional advertising is just such a gamble anymore. Make a big old ad, spend millions of dollars running it with a whole lot of media. It's a gamble. I love to do it. I love to make big flashy ads with beautiful people, but it's a real risk anymore if you're trying to. It could be a system of your dollars.
Seems really expensive for not a guaranteed payout. Do we want to open it up to Q&A? Do we have some questions from the audience? We have time for 2.
I'm Christy.
Hello,
I
Christy.
talked a lot about talking to people. And one of the things that we're seeing a lot is communities, the voice of communities. What kind of things are you doing to speak to Black communities, LGBTQ plus communities?
It's a big focus at AT&T to make sure that we're a big company. We represent a large portion of the United States. And whether they like it or not, we're your provider for certain services. And so we have to be representative. And we spend a lot of time talking to those communities to better understand why they do what they do and what matters to them. So yeah, it's really, really important for AT&T. I wouldn't say that we figured it out entirely, but we're trying to. And be authentic along the way. Part of that is making sure that you have representation in your company that looks like those communities, and you leverage them to help understand what's going on.
You got time for one more? Anybody else? All right, we got one last question. Thank you.
Well, I have a more general curiosity question about the text drive. So when I think of AT&T, I don't think of Target as iPhone. Just out of curiosity, is there any sort of conversation with manufacturers, sort of collaboration effort for any of them? Was that considered?
It was, and we have very strong relationships with all our manufacturers. But at the end of the day, AT&T felt it was their responsibility to take on that initiative. They invested a lot of money to do that, and they wanted then the halo of the goodness that it created. So there was an expense and there was a benefit for the brand. And while we talked to a lot of the manufacturers, it took us a while to get them to understand. In fact, one year we actually brought our competitors in, and we brought Verizon and T-Mobile into the campaign. They contributed money to the campaign, but then they found out that AT&T was getting the majority of the credit, the brand credit, and so they thankfully declined.
All right, well, thank you so much. These were phenomenal.
Thank you.
Okay. For those of you who are asking, we do actually have 2 sessions later in the week, in the weekend on Sunday and Monday about how brands can invest in Black-owned media, partner with the Black creator and influencer community. So that is going to be a big topic later on this weekend. A reminder again, first of all, there's some seats opening up. You can come in and sit down. I know it's a packed house this morning. Our patio program kicks off in a half an hour with speakers from TripAdvisor, from IBM, from ExoJet, from Johnson & Johnson. We'll have a great group. And now we are thrilled to bring up our next 2 speakers. We have Katie Hassan, the Vice President of Marketing at Tula Skincare, and Sarah Spivey, the Chief Marketing Officer at Breeze. So let's give a big round of applause for our next speakers. Everybody who's been standing, please come take your seats. Time that we can fill in some of these spots. You'll get to rest your legs a little bit. right, let's give another welcome, a round of applause. Let's get it going. All right.
All right, good, great. And I can't believe we are in person. It feels. Yeah. I'm local to Austin, so I apologize for this terrible weather. This is not usually our stream, but stay till Sunday. It's going to be beautiful. So I'm Ciara Dylan. I'm the Chief Marketing Officer at Braze. For those of you who don't know about Braze, we are a customer engagement platform. We work with about 1,500 brands globally to help them better engage and build long-term relationships with consumers. So I want to start just having you kind of briefly introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about your journey to arrive at Tula. Absolutely. So guys, my name is Katie Hassan. I'm the VP of Brand at Tula Skincare. We are the leading clean clinical skincare brand in prestige beauty. Within our retail distribution footprint, we are the #1 prestige skincare brand, the fastest growing prestige skincare brand, and in fact, the #2 fastest growing color brand in all of the prestige categories. So we have a very interesting background at Tula. Our brand is founded by a gastroenterologist, which makes us, I believe, the only brand in beauty founded by a gastroenterologist. So for me, as a brand marketer, I love the brand story, how incredibly unique it is, and the way that the brand really sits at the intersection of health, wellness, beauty, and focuses on beauty from the inside out. My journey and story, I came from a background of consumer behavior research. My research was understanding why people consume products in private settings. Those products that you're putting on your body, that you're doing within the privacy of your home, no one ever sees but you. How do you select them? What are they telling you about yourself? And what's the role of the brand in those relationships in order to help build that dynamic relationship with the consumer? I think one of the exciting parts about working on beauty is that it's such an emotional category. And that's why I did really like how much it's really important. So not portfolio in beauty, you were with Maybelline prior. So just launching off of your last answer, tell us a little bit about what's different about marketing a beauty consumer as compared to other categories. We talked a little bit about it's an emotional purchase, it's a private purchase. But tell us kind of how you think about that as a VP of marketing trying to achieve. Absolutely. And just I think it's extremely relevant to everyone in the room. Can I ask, is there anybody in the crowd who works in beauty? I know my colleague Amanda up front does, but anybody else? Okay. Well, then let me ask a different question. Who here is a consumer in the beauty category? Beauty, personal care, skincare, any of them? Great, awesome. What's the power of this category? The total addressable market for beauty and skincare is every single person on the planet. It is a highly competitive industry and category. And we'll do something extremely personal. Take our products, trust us, put them on your face, and walk around outside. The level of trust and relationship that the brand promise needs to have with the consumer for that type of consumption and with the variety of choice out there in this category, it has to be so deep and it has to go beyond just functional benefits and relate to so many other aspects of the consumer's life and values and needs. So I will say a few other things are very distinctive. It's a very interesting animal. In addition to being very competitive, it is an extremely trend-driven category. We're very adjacent to trends both in the food industry and fashion. I think that those make a lot of sense, but it is a trend-driven category, not just from a visual perspective, but also from an innovation and science standpoint. We also use art and science simultaneously to differentiate brands within beauty. And I think it's one of the very exciting parts because both sides of that coin, whether it's the science and the powerful performance of products, or the art, whether it's the design of the product when you're holding it in your hand, or of the visual merchandising when you're in the store, into that brand universe, they're equally important to the consumer. I think that really makes it a very, very unique industry. I would throw in there, because I think it's been, so far in the last 5 years, where it's really become an issue, is I think the attachment from beauty to health. Like we used to always call this category health and beauty, but I think people talked about it in terms of health and beauty. And those lines have become really blurry. I mean, the health component of a line of beauty products now is a primary purchasing criteria, which was not true 5 years ago. Yeah, it's very interesting. And I think that's also what drew me to Tula Skincare, like I mentioned. It's a brand founded by a gastroenterologist. She was really the pioneer in taking probiotics and adding them to topical supplements. And her aha moment in how was she was giving probiotics to her patients in a clinical setting. They would come back for future appointments, not just physically better, but their skin was glowing. They were feeling more confident. And that's when our founder realized that she had this huge opportunity to inspire that kind of confidence and to share this innovation and technology with the global audience. So I think for us, that is 1,000% true. Every single brand, your skin is your largest organ. It makes a lot of sense logically. But for us, it's also where our market positioning is at that intersection between beauty and health and wellness. And based on the principle that what is good for you on the inside is also what's good for you on the outside. So I think we see a lot more brands bringing that to the forefront in their marketing and messaging. It's definitely not to. I think the beauty category is also one where the degree of personalization required to be successful in marketing is probably higher than many categories. If you think about everything we just talked about in terms of beauty being kind of a unique, almost a one-to-one product to consumer relationship, the level of segmentation and personalization that you put into your campaigns has to be pretty extraordinary. So talk about that a little bit. Yeah, absolutely. And I'd say what's more than just personalization within our campaigns, but actually the entire site experience. One of the key tools that we use on Tula.com, which is our direct-to-consumer channel, we are primarily a D2C brand, so we have one modest footprint in retail as well, is that we have a skin quiz on our site. The skin quiz gives us incredible, gives everybody who visits the site incredibly personalized recommendation for what their personal skincare routine should be. This is a brand, it gives us over 500,000 data points on customers visiting our site every single month. That gives us tremendous insight into what we should be looking for, product innovation, how we should be thinking about email, paid performance, OTT, other channels from the data that we are getting through our skin quiz. It also gives us an opportunity to give those personalized recommendations. And we know through watching the lifetime value of those customers that their lifetime value is significantly higher than those who don't pay for the skin quiz. So that's really personalization really is important to long-term loyalty and we mentioned about the fact that you're DSC and all the tools you have on your website. However, we just launched new body category products. And you guys made the decision to launch those exclusively with Ulta, even before you put them on your site, which in the era of the DSC relationship marketing mantra sort of flies in the face. So I have two questions for you. The first one is, tell me a little bit about the discussion and the strategy that got you to that decision. And then if you've got sort of early results that sort of reinforce now we did the right thing, or maybe we should have gone to the site. I'm just curious. No, it's a great question. And I do think the traditional strategy a lot of times is to watch on site early so you can maintain that competitive advantage. We launched through a basic skincare. We launched into our first category outside of basic skincare this January with a body collection. And we did, as you mentioned, we partnership with Ulta Beauty, which is our #1 retail distribution partner. And that's we actually developed this assortment collection of 2 products in the kitchen. They came to us about a year ago with insights through their consumer research arm, seeing a huge trend towards the skinification in different categories. So we're seeing in lots of categories, right? The efficacy, the marketing, the positioning that skincare brands bring to market, applying those learnings and those behaviors to other categories. So huge trend skinification body, the next trend that we're all seeing is skinification skin. I would expect what we're seeing in other adjacent categories and etc. down the road. So we'll take to us with this incredible white space opportunity. You know, they are such an incredible partner. I cannot say enough from my perspective. What a wonderful retail partner they are to work with. And we were able to really distill from their category insights a lot of information that help our customer to guess. A lot of people to guess, and all the way down to what are their sensorial preferences, what are their sense preferences, what are they looking for within this product category, and develop something that was extremely customized for the product. Now, I think what's exciting for us is we launched with Ulta exclusively and only had Chima.com, which makes a ton of sense given the innovation strategy behind this product. But because being a D2C brand, we've always had this excitement of retail being an opportunity to have 1,200 out of home months every single month as we move our vision merchandising in store, right? So it's like that's how we were catching that foot traffic and growing our brand awareness through those out of home moments in store. So we had this in store for about a month, and then we launched on Tula.com. And one of the exciting things that we saw was work to have that awareness up front. One of the two products in the assortment sold out immediately. We have over 1,000% waitlist on our site for it to be restocked. Restock was just the last week. It was covered in Basic magazine that the restock had so much buzz to it. I think personally that the awareness in store and the online purchasing behavior created that sense of buzz and urgency turning on our site and the it's really exciting to see. We're learning every single day what that dynamic and partnership looks like in that kind of dialectical approach, if you call it that, between D2C and retail. Doesn't need to be a trade-off. It can be additive for the family and for us. We've done really thoughtfully and strategically. I also think when you're launching a new category, your loyal customer base knows you as a facial skincare product, right? That, of course, you're discovering new products if they go to your site, but as an acquisition tool, Ulta has obviously a much bigger net to throw to people who are looking for body products that wouldn't know about you. So I think that's another plus to that strategy in terms of we're doing something we're not known for. How do we get more amplification? Absolutely. And I feel very strongly that retail distribution is the #1 brand awareness growth driver this year in the next several years. So it really is that opportunity to have all of these outcome moments. And look, skincare is a really challenging category to sell digitally. It's competitive. It's also something that people want to touch and feel and probably try. Okay, so it's very personal. We want to it's easier to really absorb that experience through a screen. Having that touch point in store reinforces the entire customer journey where you can go into store and actually play and feel environment as well. Because this was not your question, it was something on you. But I just thought about it. So one of the things obviously where you have from the channel partner is how do you get the data? Right? Is it Ulta's customer? Is it your customer? How do you learn who's buying? And how open are they to sharing? How does that relationship with them work relative to getting a beat on who's buying this and why? Well, in our dreams, they are entirely incremental and completely different humans that shop our brand independently. But I have to say they are incredible partners. We do see a good overlap, a little bit of a difference in terms of demographics, psychographics between our Tula.com customer and the Ulta Next. In terms of depth of experience within the skincare category, depth of purchasing within the skincare category. A lot of people, because of the way that their environment is structured, it's half mass, it's half on stage. So a big part of distribution within Ulta is really capturing the attention and interest of the customer who's making their very first prestige skincare purchase. And that is a unique opportunity that we have in that environment that is a little bit different than the D2C customer who may be coming really from any of the companies. I'll switch gears a little bit. So I'll talk about influencer marketing, because in the beauty category, it's a huge part of the equation. My question is sort of two parts. So part one is, how have you seen influencer marketing evolve over the last couple of years? And then secondly, related, is the rise of these, I don't know what to call it, co-ops of sort of beauty journalists like Bertie. And is that better or worse than individual Instagrammers? And just that whole field is interesting to us. So it's so fascinating to me as well. And I can remember the early days of influencer marketing when I worked at Maybelline, and then I moved on to Kirk Cosmetics that had one of the biggest influencer marketing programs at the time. And now we actually have a very large, robust influencer network. There are 1,500 influencers that we partner with on a long-term contractual basis. They all have affiliate codes that they offer discounts to their communities for shopping. So the way that we view this cohort is actually very different. It's not PR, it's not brand awareness. We actually view this cohort as a distribution point. Exactly. We track that they are, like our performance marketing team, everything we're tracking to ROAS. And think of it as being 1,500 unique distributors or retailers who are able to tailor that messaging around the product to a very specific audience of their market. And so that has been a huge growth driver. I think that's a huge evolution from the original days of influencer marketing being more PR driven, and now it's more like much more sales driven. And I think we're on the brink of something very new and exciting around TikTok in the last 12 months. For us, the organic side, TikTok has surpassed Instagram as our #1 channel. And the way that content has evolved there from being less, shorter paragraphs, but more about education and entertainment mixed together, rather than that traditional long form 10-minute YouTube video where you really dive in, like we have 2 seconds to capture somebody's attention to really so I think that's incredible. The last part that you mentioned about the hybrid authority community, maybe we could find a name, yeah, but it's really this idea of very and for me and my experience, over time, there's always a pendulum that's swinging one way to the other. I think that for a period of time, we wanted to see our influencers, or people wanted influencers who were extremely relatable, knowledgeable, like your best friend next door, who's sharing things that she just likes. Now we're in a phase where we're seeing a huge trend towards dermatologists being huge influencers, scientists, chemists, as you mentioned, student editors, and it's a different sense of authority. I don't necessarily want a recommendation from my best friend. I want it from a cosmetic chemist. But I'm also confident, having seen the pendulum swing, that we'll go back to wanting a best friend recommendation, and then a few years later, we'll go back to wanting a dermatologist or cosmetic chemist recommendation, and continue to grow and evolve and find from them. That's the big shift that I'm seeing happening right now. Like, what relationship does the customer want with an authority of things? That was the sales team for these. What are the economics look like on that as compared to other channels? Is it more economic, less economic, somewhere between? Very, very good. And yeah, it's definitely one of our, across the performance marketing spectrum, it's one of our strongest performing channels. And so there are a few keys to the success. One is that we do all of the sourcing, relationship management, relationship building. We have a team of 6 people in-house who are fully dedicated to these relationships. They know when everybody's birthday is, when the dog's birthday is, when it's their Instagram anniversary, everything. And that level of relationship building is so important to remember that, you know, this is a group of incredibly motivated, talented entrepreneurs. A lot of brands want to work with them. And how do we as a brand come to those relationships, able to differentiate ourselves in all the brands who are reaching out, the influencers attention, the share of their audiences. I want to talk a little bit as we wrap up here around kind of measurement metrics. So you talked about ROAS, particularly as it relates to influencer marketing. You know, at Braves, we think about key metrics around customer engagement in sort of three buckets, like activation. So how are you getting people to activate and want to be a part of communities? We think about monetization, right? Once you've gotten into the community, how do you make them profitable? And then retention, right? How long are they staying? What are they doing? What are they performing? So I just think these kind of each of those buckets, how you kind of think and like where you think you're performing well and where you probably need to perform better. Yeah, that's a great question. And I think, you know, the evolution of the paid media landscape has probably changed about economics significantly in the last 12 months. But you know, at Twill, one of our core values is the marrying of left brain and right brain and bringing together the art and the data science behind having that kind of relationship with the consumer, because we have such a deep database of customers on the Twill side, we're able to have a very robust set of data and variables that are not only about their shopping behaviors, but also give us deep information that they are psychographics, and we're able to, for example, do baseline preferences and behavior, understand whether you purchase sensitive skin. Let's say the customized survey to you is asking about your interests that we will take into account when we develop our next sensitive skin product. So for us, I'd say that we think about there's the performance of the data as in the segments as it relates to revenue, right? And that's the most about impact. But then there's this longer term ability to integrate it into other functions within the business to be able to drive better innovation, more relevant innovation, more relevant marketing, messaging, being in the right channels. So I think that part of our business and the way that we utilize those insights are extremely unique. All right, last question. So that you are in process of being acquired by Procter & Gamble. So I'm just curious, as a marketer, like my mind would be racing, right? With all the ways I would put that marketing muscle to work. But I'm just curious, kind of what your thoughts are with Tula in that, you know, group of new products in health and beauty. How are you thinking about how you're going to leverage them? Yeah, it's a great question. And we're so excited to be joining the P&G family. We think brands that just have that incredible staying power for every brand, household name, they are just the powerhouse and the icon when it comes to the vision that we have for our brands. So we're very excited for this path forward. And honestly, you know, for me, yes, unquestionably, the marketing muscle there is wild and something to tap into and to learn from. But for me personally, I also oversee our product development and innovation team. So I am most excited about partnering with them on the product development and innovation side. They are an incredible leader and have wonderful, deep resources, especially for a brand like us that we're pursuing patents for our technology, and they are the right people to be able to progress that brand to allow you to differentiate as a brand and to have a most robust innovation. So I'm very excited about the wild ride. So real good. Couple questions.
Volunteers. All right, we got you back here. Hold on, we got you a microphone.
Hello, hello.
Find the audience needs change during the pandemic.
Yeah, that's a great question, and I'll say that it's changed throughout the pandemic. There are a few things. First, I'd say beauty in general and skincare specifically right now is a relatively inelastic category. So we know that there is a trend towards people wanting to engage in self-care, bigger and bigger
cohorts entering the brand, trying skincare for the very first time, and building full routine and bigger routines than we can. So the bigger the customer has more time and interest because there's time to do a more robust skincare routine. But the other side of that that's been fascinating to us is that we, asked our customer on social media, what are you looking for from us content-wise during, children taking time that we weren't able to engage with each other in person. And what they looked for the most wasn't self-care content on the brand, it was just post-normal content. Like this idea of anything that we can do to help create a sense of normalcy, consistency through the content experience in their lives was extremely resonating. So I think this idea of we're not going to become a different brand because of the changes in the category, but at the same time, we want to be an approachable to enter for people who have changing set of needs. But we loosely coined this, back in 2008, there was this idea of the lipstick effect, which was during over the 2008 economic crisis, that people still kept buying lipstick, and in 2020, we saw what we called the request of skincare, which is people buying more and more of these skincare. So for us, it's how do we maintain the relationship?
Yeah, I would just add, amongst our beauty customers, I think we saw skin way up, but lipstick, yeah, right. So within the category, like if you're not going out, you probably don't need this list to sell your makeup on. But again, a connection to health, exactly, right, and taking care of your skin and using the time to improve it, like it. That category has grown really nicely in the last 2 years, but it's definitely up and down depending on what you sell. Sure.
All right, I think we have time for one more question. Anybody else? All right, I think that's about it.
Thank you, guys.
On the chair for our next speaker. So I'd like to bring up, we have Ciara Dylan, the Vice President of Better Choice Snacking Brand at Frito-Lay North America, part of the PepsiCo family. And we have Dave Marco, the VP of National Sales at Apple. Welcome our next two speakers. All right, let's give a big round of applause. Come on, guys. I know. Friday, let's get going. All right. And all right, we got some open seats. So if you're standing in the back, please feel free to fill in these seats. Thank you. Hi, everybody. It's nice to be practicing social distancing. Well, it's great to be here. Thank you, brand innovators, for giving us a great field. It's an absolutely great summit. We're going to be talking about trend launch and innovation. I learned that it's much like this. It's actually Kira.
It's very impressive. I don't mind.
I'm sorry about that. And I'm Mark, but that's okay.
Sure. Hi, everyone. Great to be here. And my name is Ciara Dylan. As you can tell very quickly, the accent isn't local. I actually am Irish, full Irish. I've been here 7 years, and I have the absolute joy of looking after the healthier snacking brands at Frito-Lay, which is a part of PepsiCo, usually based in Dallas.
And I'm Dave Marco. I'm with Ed, and we are on top of Coinstar kiosks in 4,000 grocery stores across the country. So you can advertising, see ads, many agencies are coming to across the country to raise campaigns. So I'm great to do the campaign first.
After that, you should have told me that. Like, let's be honest. Like the first. Mine is great. Yours is much more fun, but I have to speak 5 languages. The best is Irish, which is really not useful, but beautiful. And I'm still working on my Italian. My German has been bad. I've been there for years. So yeah, trying to make the most of it in Texas.
So she writes Better Choice Brands. Associate from that favorite family, special. And there's a very serious reason for that. I'm actually probably one of none in America that's allergic to potatoes. So being from Ireland, I always say to my friends, that's why I was born Jewish and not Irish.
So we're going to talk about a lot of things today. She has amazing experience in lots of different areas. Before 20 Pepsi, she had a great run in Dublin with Kellogg as well as Campbell's. So I really want you to describe the journey. How you got here, not necessarily where you were born, where you started your marketing career.
I fell into marketing. I did law in German at school, and I didn't really want to be a lawyer. And somebody told me there were good jobs going in Diageo in marketing, so I sort of went through the interview process. And my dad was thrilled because you got free Guinness and you got to work at James's Gate, so it all worked out really well. When I turned up on day one, I said, "What is this marketing stuff?" But anyway, I had an amazing first 6 years in Diageo, which is still, I would argue, the best brand in the country in the world. And I learned so much from them. And when I moved on to campus, it was really to try and grow a little bit more and get more commercial experience. And I think that's been sort of my career trajectory. It's always been trying to get more incrementality along with diversity. But at the same time, I think that's even more now the career path that so many of us are taking. It's not just staying in one place or the other. So I kept doing that. I spent 5 years in campus. 5 years, I sort of went behind and get the itch, and then I could go again. So I did that, and then I missed big brand. I went back to Kellogg, and I went to Kellogg, and I ended up innovation there. And I remember going in there the first day. It was for Europe as well. And I thought, I'm going to have the Spanish eat for breakfast. How am I going to do this? But you just pull out your marketing skill set. It's not that too complex. Learn about consumers. You spend time in the marketplace, and it was an amazing experience, particularly from the cross-cultural side of things. So when I went to work in Pepsi in New York for a global role there, it was just really just taking those learnings and applying them to a new category, e.g. chips, and to a wider global marketplace. But the big thing for me then was getting experience in North America. I'd worked for American companies, but I've never worked in the US. So they sent me to Texas. I said, I'll go for 2 years, and that's it. I'm coming back. And I'm over 2 years there now. I'm really enjoying the experience. And it's just such an incredible marketplace. I mean, the US is just so diverse. The growth is so interesting. So I've had so far.
That's great. Yeah. In my former life, darker colored hair, I was a brand manager as well. It's a great experience for what I do now, which is working with marketers and so they understand doing that much data. Let's talk a little bit about purpose. And many brands define themselves by purpose.
And I'll be honest up front here, and I think to our previous colleagues who know me well here, I am a crazy advocate for purpose, and I have been for a long time, even before it became maybe so buzzy as it is at the moment, and even so debated as it has been in the last few weeks. Because, I truly believe I get up to work in the morning because I want to grow a business to make a difference. And I'm really lucky that I get to do that in the company that I'm in. Now, it is a choice. You choose whether you want to focus on it. You choose how you want your brand, the direction you want it to go. But the thing that I find exciting is that more and more consumers are saying to us, we want you to do it too. And I think as brand owners, we have been traditional. Take a company like mine, you look like nervous about getting into the field. It can feel a bit scary. You're waiting for the naysayers to say, who are you, PepsiCo, to save the world? But we're not actually trying to save the world, but we have huge resources, and why wouldn't we use them for good? And by the way, we have a workforce who just love to do this type of work. And there's an amazing study from anybody who's interested in my home Porter Valley. It's about 2-3 years old now, and it really lays out the case for why consumers are saying, we need companies and brands to start to lean into societal issues. Because the people we used to trust, like the church and the politicians and financial institutions, these are the people we trust that much anymore. And they're saying, we want you to do it. We like you because you're our favorites. But do it in a way that is genuine. Do it in a way that fits your brand and also that your people are genuinely engaged in. And don't do it as a one-hit wonder. Do it over a period of time. And that's the sort of stuff we can do today. We've done a number of big brands, like the Readers have done a lot of work with Black artists, Buffalo's with the James Foundation. And my other brands do an awful lot of it because when you're working in a better choice space, you sort of have to do it and you also have more permission. So we do a huge amount of work with different others. We do a lot of work with sustainability, and I like to think we're humble enough, we're smaller, my brands are smaller to go, we're on a journey, we're learning. And the thing that I think also makes us particularly successful is we don't do it on our own. We pick people who know more about this stuff, whether it's the partners or the foundations that we give to, or whether it's the experts, the best agency in the world in this space. For Conspiracy of Love, shameless plug for Accelerator by Bobby Jones. Those guys are a dream to work with, and they've got to our hand as we go on this journey. So I know Paul Pullman, ex-Unilever, will follow some. I have a huge amount of time for that man. He got a lot of negative press recently, big debate in the press, but purpose doesn't drive his own, purpose does. I'm a believer. I am an absolutely optimistic believer. It drives business results, and I'm not going to stop me anytime soon.
The next question is going to be business. So you turn a lot of so you know, leading data is how do you really through this and how you use to really see them?
I mean, the first thing I'd say is if anybody asks you for the traditional metrics on purpose, tell them where to go. Because, you know, I remember a few years ago people saying, well, give me the business case for more women in the workforce. You know, is that really a question? Like, do I actually have to answer? And God love us, you would trot out all the stats that said, here's why it's good to have more women, here's why it's good. And now when anybody asks me a question, I do tell them where to go, and on purpose I'm getting close. But I would say I'm a shareholder, and I also feel very strongly about my role as a leader to support my colleagues, the people who are driving our trucks and who are selling our, you know, products in the dingiest of stores in the most challenging circumstances, particularly the last 2 years. So I don't flippantly do things for sake of it, but I do believe it drives results. I'm going to give you one example that something was so super close to my heart. I'm very involved in female diversity, and you know, it's been hard to find initiatives that really turn the dial. You know, we've tried a lot of things, lots of companies have tried. And one of the things that I really learned from Accelerator was this idea of combining, you know, what can you do in society where you can make a difference? What is your internal resources that can do that? Which of your brands can do it? Because we have brands in every home in America, and it's really can't help to make a difference in driving away the sweet pennies. So we have this beautiful brand called Stacey's Potato Chips. We bought it less than 20 years ago from a woman in Boston, Stacey Madison, who's still one of our best friends. So that says a lot. She's still a close to brand. And we've set up a program supporting female founders. And over the last 3 years alone, we've given over $1 million. This year, we do a program where we have 10 women every year, and we mentor them, we give them financial support. But we also give them access to resources like the villages never. Like they get time with Amazon, they get time with web designers, they get to develop social media programs for them. I mean, these are women who often, it's the first time they've ever done something like this. This year, 90% of the cohort are women of color, and they are just the most amazing women we've ever worked with, met, etc. Every single one of them. Also this year, we partnered with Reese Witherspoon. Now, we're a tiny brand. I have no right to be partnering with Reese Witherspoon. But somehow I convinced the powers that be that this is a good thing, not just for the brand, but also for the company. And she has been amazing. That's one of the interesting things about purpose, about the role of celebrity, and we talk about that all day long, and how interesting that can be a part of the idea. Stacey's brand has never been growing faster. We got a listing in Walmart. Walmart gold has in the back shelves. Yeah, whatever. We've got a full listing into Delhi. It's going to be about $100 million for a brand that is only $200 million. And we got it there because the buyer loves Stacey's price gold. So whenever anybody asks me about purpose and how to deliver return, I give that example. And then I have a whole other list. But I give that one as my favorite one and say that you show me what purpose doesn't happen. The final thing I'd say, Dave, is the team who work on my brand is the most engaged group of individuals I've worked with on whole company, because they love to come to them, they get to make a difference. And I encourage you to one of them, find that purpose, and I will give you all the support, all the resources to make it happen. So in an era of it's really hard to find people, it's hard to retain people. That is one of the things from a employee retention perspective. I think you kind of think about it. So I'm passionate.
Yes, it's very passionate. With all the things that we do in the instant curriculum, tell us about the grants you actually do.
Sometimes my boss does go, and I do the brand stuff. No, I have a full thousand stuff I do that. So I look at the brand like Sun Chips, Steaks, Eaten Pound, Veggie Snacks, Baked, Simply, Corners, which is our new acquisition, super fast growing brand, and they are fruit snacks. So as a company, it's an interesting journey because you know us as cheap distributors, lanes, those big Super Bowl brands. And I like to think we're the brands of the future and we're only getting started. And I also think that it's never been more important for a company like ours to have brands like that now. So Americans still love cheetahs and Doritos, we're bigger, but they still love it. So we have to be very conscious of the evolution of the portfolio to meet consumer needs. But our brands are going to need this.
So I spent many years in the health and wellness business, working in gyms. It's many of the brands that work with our area. The trends that you see in the US regarding health and wellness, eating habits, especially with the brands that you use, they're not vegetables, but they're better for you.
And I think what consumers previously in here really last 2 years, so many things memories. So I think the thing that was interesting for me, I came to the US 7 years ago, and I worked in Kellogg Innovation before that in Europe, and the push on renovation, reduction of the mass foods, sugar, oils, etc., and the introduction of new offerings was really high on the agenda. I came to the US, and I thought, nobody's asking us to sell more healthy snacks around here. East and West Coast report a different story. So my point about needing to understand what the consumer is really important, because not every consumer is shopping in Whole Foods and Malibu. The majority are nowhere near that. So, but it is so interesting. There's no doubt that the industry in health and wellness is accelerating, and we like to talk about it like it's democratizing, because there is access to more, there's interest, there's education, and there's access more and more to health and wellness in all areas. And I think the last 2 years has just accelerated that, because now I don't have to pay a gym membership. I can maybe pay an online Zoom class, which is an awful lot cheaper. And the same in the snacking area. The thing to remember though in some of these areas is that often the drivers are different for consumers, particularly we know for consumers of middle and lower income and consumers of color. And they're the consumers that have been underserved for the health and wellness industry. Let's no doubt about that. And we take that really, really seriously, because we don't want to be a portfolio of brands that only certain people can access. So there's a lot going on in our portfolio around where do I buy these products? Because often consumers of low middle income will be living in areas that there isn't even a traditional supermarket, or their local bodega doesn't have an office, or it's too expensive, or they're afraid to buy something here with maybe your own taste nice, and I've wasted my money. So we are trying, super humble, but we're trying to get on that journey to make sure that these have their sense of it.
That's great. So let's shift gears a little bit. We're talking about innovation the other day, new technologies, and everything. Our consumer business, our media business. How does some of the things we see in innovation? How does innovation work with innovation?
I mean, the traditional, my experience was for a long time, nutrition innovation, product, packaging, flavors, new formats, do lots of great things, renovation of products, and cool new sustainable packaging. This launch is compostable. It sounds like a high-speed train, but it's really good for the environment, so please bear with us. If you'd like to go to Whole Foods and buy it off the path with the brand, please support it. Just don't your ears. The cost of environmental progress. But traditionally, how we did it, and we do a lot of that in Frito, because there's some new flavors and we have innovation in the snacking world. Like, we don't take it too seriously either. But I also think what's getting interesting, and I think the last 2 years we can find some good out of it to accelerate things like innovation in the platforms that we use, your media platforms, how we communicate to our consumers. I mean, as marketers, we literally cannot keep up with the amount of new options out there. And I do think that links to the commentary you did about the traditional return on investment, etc. And for many of you in the audience who may be thinking, I've got an idea, I'd love to sell to people, I've got a technology, etc. You're going to have to help us, because we can be often very traditional in our, how is this going to give us a return? How is this better than my media investment with Instagram, for example? We're going to have to learn to take some risks in innovation, and we are doing, but it takes time. And I think that is the final point for the innovation culture. I mean, it's the biggest and most exciting thing. We think of it, how are we going to excite our employees? How are we going to work in a more agile, responsive way? I remember 5 years ago, we started using Zoom because we started this practice of responsible everything I don't miss. I could not get people to come on camera. They would refuse point blank to come on camera. They wouldn't even Slack for me. I mean, it's like absolutely no way we're not using it. And now in the last 2 years, the adoption to all these new technologies is so quick. So if there's ever been a time for innovation, it's now. But I think it has to come in all areas. It can't just come in a product, it just come in a platform. It has to come in a culture or something.
Media networks, technology,
because I have the baby friends, as I call them. So, for me, and if there are any of you entrepreneurs out there, you're probably thinking, gosh, you think your awareness is low, mine, but my awareness is tiny on these brands. I'm sure when I listed off some of those brands, you'll be matters. So, our awareness is low, our household penetration is low. So more and more, we are investing in the basics that we're starting community and I think what's nowadays is they all need to make more to keep what you do is try to consume messages. I'm doing a campaign. Put this, you don't even go on a coin box, but anyway. But you know what I mean? We can tie our messaging and obviously the retailers have onto this as well, and they are highly engaged. All teams all around, and they're selling on media. So it's just really interesting, taking smaller brands.
We're actually working with limits. Fill out the point, points on the machine, so many other things. So the button,
the media and purpose, and then what the retailers are interested in doing. As a smaller brands, you're always trying to find multiple things.
So, if the more you want to talk about what the female founders or business runners.
I think there's two things in there. One is the area of diversity, and I couldn't be more passionate about the role each and every one of us that we need to stand up in, and whether I think it's in all areas of diversity. So whether it's in racial diversity, whether it's in minorities, whether it's in LGBTQ. I mean, now more than ever, it is incumbent upon us to be. And I feel like it's so important as well. There are so many ways in your business you can get better. I talked about that earlier, but I mean even more because traditional DE&I is not working as quickly as hard as it needs to be. And to be fair to HR, it's not fair to leave it to HR because the biggest changes in companies will happen through business. So if we can do the stuff as I talked about, where you can marry your initiatives with your business results, that's magic. And I think putting your money where your mouth is hugely important. So every single production we've done on my brand this year has been a production house that has founders of color, founders, members of the LGBTQ community, our directors, our production leads, every single one. And anytime somebody brought us a company that was not part of our diverse list, we would say, go find somebody because they exist. And it doesn't take effort to find them. But if you don't make the effort, if you don't say at that time, no, go find me somebody else. No, go find me somebody who's diverse. No, go find me somebody who's working with space, which is not happen. So it's just a huge passion behind it. It was so lovely. If people say to me, why do you stay in big corporate world? Why don't you go off and work with all the founders you love? And I go, because with the resources we have, I can make more of a difference by using those resources and doing these things versus being the one who is
Maybe you can share something that you're really extraordinarily proud of, maybe one of the biggest successes of Pepsi so far. We already mentioned several things, but probably some of that is
the diversity in the founders truly awesome. I got a listing in Walmart because of this program. I launched my first social media campaign. It is my baby, it is my joy.
from a work perspective, I would say being the underdog is the tough part, but when it comes good, it's amazing. So a tiny one in December this year, we won a massive global award in Pepsi for our little South Stack team on the best strategy. You would think we had won the World Cup, the Rugby Six Nations, Wimbledon, whatever. Put all those sports tournaments together, like it was like all of them filled up into one. And for us, it's just lovely to see that you never forget those moments and you really love to. Yeah, for the team.
If there was a small brand here, product, where would be the most entry into pitching?
That's interesting. Well, we have a ventures team based in LA. So Daniel Brooks heads up our ventures team. So that's always a good initial in because if you're interested in investment, if you're a female founder, you know great female founders, we'll be launching Stations Rise again this summer. So that's another great game. So I think startups and our company can work really well together. And it doesn't always have to be being part of the company. I feel like we can lend almost even more value through whether it's venture support, mentorship, access to resources. You'll find me
Versus short
term. I am not a fan. I have to be honest. I think there is another way for people to go forward their businesses. There's a more empathetic, beautiful way. And maybe we get Liz to do that with us one day.
Great for product placement as well.
Yeah.
Anything else before we wrap up?
Any questions or thoughts that we ran out? Say hi.
So, questions?
You mentioned winning with some of these communities and, starting in that case of water, and people maybe find maybe it doesn't taste good. How are you communicating to relate to these communities? What is your media? What is your way to make sure people believe in it before they buy it?
Great question, because you can't just do what we did before. You can't just throw stuff out there and expect that all these different communities will adapt each other things as the norm that we've been working to. So a lot of it is through multicultural media, a lot of it is through working with Black-owned media networks, a lot of it is developing content for those networks, a lot of it is working in bilingual, a lot of it is looking at ingredients. I mean, simple things like looking at intensity of flavors for certain foods, the specific ingredient that resonates with certain food. So I think we have a long way to go in our education on multicultural awareness. Teaching really happens across ethnicities. We're on that journey. They're committed to it, and we're also working an awful lot behind the scenes with community groups, because it's not just about the traditional how do we sell more products to these communities. It's also about how do we support these communities where they. So we've got this awesome initiative, really called Food for Good, which works in each of those communities by providing school meals to children. But what it also does is it seeks to understand what are the challenges the community is facing, whether it's access to fresh food, how can we, we have resources, we have buying power. So there's a lot of that goes on in the background that we don't talk about. We just do, but it's also a super important source of learning and very humbling source to say this is where it's really at. So before you try and go and sell a certain product in a Walmart, start here as well. And a lot of listening work, a lot of empathy work, much more work with diverse consumers than we've ever done before to walk in their shoes. And that's a hard one, at senior levels. So when we walk into our Pepsi board, it doesn't look like those communities. And it's very important. I'm sure the board say with me saying so, we don't walk in those shoes. And then every time I'll try and bring a consumer video, bring a quote from what we've heard recently every single time, because I'm not the expert. I'm on a learning journey and have to be there with this.
Thank you so much for sharing. I have a similar question. I want to change the behavior in terms of feeding where it's kind of a generation of people that's And what are the environments of some of the needs that we're looking to participate in to be able to reach multiple parents starting from what the vendors the favors particularly
Yesterday, I was on the call with our government affairs group in Washington, and they sit on an amazing plan that's all about how do we encourage Americans to lead healthier lives. And they're helping us look at everything from, where we show up in the community, how we communicate, which meetings we use, what meetings are relevant. So where are Hispanic consumers at this moment in time? Where are African American mothers learning about the lens for their children? What can we support in schools? But how can we be more responsible about the products we put in schools? Because that's on us. There are things we can do. It's one thing that's very important to be supporting community initiatives, and we can help that a lot with our resourcing. But it's we also do work for talk. So in my portfolio, we have a whole range of products that meet the high levels of in school, particularly in the Northeast, the strictest. Because who am I to say, we want to see where you are, we want to sell all the products to you. By the way, I'm just going to put the regular products in school vending machines. So it's a journey. It's a journey. I'll be honest and humble about that, but there is a lot we are trying to do. But we will never succeed if we don't do it with the consumers and the communities and tell them what to do versus them telling us what we should do.
I can arrange to I heard you're sponsoring the female founders night. Can you tell us a little bit about
that? Yes. So we have amazing partners in this area. One of them is the Female Quotient led by Shelly Zallis. If you haven't heard of Shelly Zallis, she is a force of nature. It's amazing. And she does this great thing at the Water House the next 3 days. So we'll be there on Sunday with 2 of our female founders. One of the ways we elevate them, so we're bringing them in along with 2 other female founders talking about the journey. So thank you so much for mentioning that. I really appreciate it.
I love it. All right. Well, thank you very much, David Cameron. This was wonderful. Let's give a big round of applause and thank you. All right, we're going to bring up our next 2 speakers. Another powerhouse duo, Lindsay Morgan, the Chief Marketing Officer at Pizza Hut, and Melissa Capuano, I hope I'm pronouncing that right, the Senior Vice President of National Partnerships at Odyssey. So let's give a big welcome. Welcome. My offer to bring you Bloody Marys on stage still stands, or your drink of choice. All right. Thank you very much. The stage is yours. Hello. Hello.
I'll let you know about this Bloody Marys when you're halfway through here. Okay. Well, great to be here with you. I'm an person, Lindsay. Thanks for joining.
Yeah, thanks for having me. It's exciting to be back together. This is my first South by in many years. So excited to see so many people in one small space.
And well, this is my first South by, so we super excited. Yeah. Again, you're right. It's great to see so many here. And I was hoping to chat with you because I'm a big fan of the brand and people love it. They go. And it's just one of the memories of going to as a kid with my family, sitting in the restaurant, eating pizza, playing hockey. Fast forward to today, it's such a great brand turnover story. So I want to dive into that obviously today, because again, it's a great story. You were a big part of that turnaround. But before we go there, let's talk a little bit about you. We started at Pizza Hut in 2017. Came on as the Director of Brand Communications. And then in just 4 years, running CMO. Not even 40 years old yet.
Pretty close though.
Pretty close. So And as women, we never like to talk about our age, but you were named to Ad Age 40 Under 40 Stars to Watch, so that's how I know that. In October, so congrats. Clearly doing a lot of things right. We've learned a lot from you in our short time together today, but prior to all this, you worked for more tech brands. What led you to go from a tech brand to QSR?
First, thanks for starting off with a softball question about myself. I really appreciate that. But I would say, so I worked at a couple tech brands, a small startup tech brand that was based in San Francisco, and then I also worked at Samsung Mobile for so a really cool time. And the last time I was at South by, we were activating a couple advertising agencies. I would say just a lot of similarities really between QSR and tech. They're both super fast-paced, and just have really strong opinions on their food brand and really strong opinions on their tech brand. Both kind of live in this chaotic time. Either you're really into that or you're really not into that. But I was actually working for a tech startup commuted from Dallas to San Francisco. And a former colleague worked at Pizza Hut, and she was like, hey, you should come interview for a job. I wasn't super looking. I had my first kid at the time. She was 9 months old. And I was doing the commute Dallas to San Francisco every other week. And I joked that my husband cried more than the baby every time I would leave. And so Pizza Hut's also in Dallas. They're part of Young Brands, Taco Bell, KFC, Pizza Hut, Habit Burger. And I went and interviewed there, and I honestly had just no real plans of going, but a good muscle to practice your interviewing skills. And it was for a job that was much smaller than the jobs I've had in the past. But I had a young family, and I was kind of just looking for a change. And honestly, the culture's really great. So everyone I met there, I really liked. Every time I went back in, these are people you can easily get stuck at, here at the airport, have a beer with, and not be too mad about it. And people were just really excited about the brand. They wanted to try new things, that I kept doing the interview process. And I was actually a director at the startup company, and my first job at Pizza Hut was for just an individual contributor, a senior marketing manager, just working on TV production. And so my former mentor said, sometimes it's worth a good line, take a step back to get into the right industry and hope that maybe you have a longer runway there. And I think that's been the case there. But I'm just a really great job of building careers. And then I also make the joke, as a marketer, I think it's kind of like actors, where if you do the same gig too many times, that's kind of your only gig. And being a tech marketer, if I was a tech marketer one more time, I would be a tech girl. I am a tech marketer. And so it was just a really good time to try my hand at a different industry. And the free pizza was
That's a really nice part. So, not only though you take a leap from the tech industry to QSR, but you end up landing at a brand that, let's face it, it was going through some challenging times for a number of years. It was a struggling brand of young umbrella.
That's how I convinced them to take me.
Yeah. Well, you came at the right time. You've done some great things. So by 2020, things started to turn around. And a number of things contributed to that, that you were part of. And all of a sudden, Pizza Hut starts seeing some of the best quarterly earnings they've seen in probably 10 years. And, then 2021, Pizza Hut is named QSR's Transformational Brand of the Year. So incredible. A lot has contributed to that. I'm going to touch on a couple things because then I want to focus on something that I know is near and dear to your heart. So you land on the positioning of Pizza Hut as pizza for pizza lovers. Again, self-proclaimed pizza lover here. Focus on more menu innovation. I don't know if everybody realizes this, but Pizza Hut actually invented pan pizza and invented the stuffed crust. So now focusing more on that, which I love. Of course, connecting digitally to your consumers, which everyone's got to do. Online, mobile, order, easy pickup in the Hut lane. And then 2021 was the launch of the Nostalgia campaign. And that's a campaign that you led, and I know that's your baby. So, in our time together, I want to, focus a little bit on that.
But to frame this up, I'm gonna cue our sizzle video.
Can we give it up to the soundboard because everyone has tried to put in a video in the last 2 years and been on the struggle bus. So I feel you, soundboard guy.
You were on mute. So that's awesome. That's an awesome video and really frames up this campaign. So it's back in 2021. Nostalgia is a big theme. We're all at home during this pandemic. And a lot of brands leaned in here, but it's not right for every brand. How did you know that it would be right for Pizza Hut?
Yeah, so I've been at Pizza Hut for 4.5, almost 5 years. And I will say during that time, we tried a lot of different things where, you know, price or process or heat or speed and trying all these different things. And, you know, you're a different customer, your needs are different all the time. Sometimes I'm really pizza, sometimes I'm really just something for a quick meal to like appease 2 small children. And for us, I think we were kind of running a race for everyone else for a while. And we were a little nervous of the older legacy iconic brands to lean back to some of those things that made Pizza Hut great. behavior where it might make us feel a little dated. And I think that brands are a lot like people where, rather than trying to invent your own narrative, just being authentic to ourselves and saying, what do people love about our brand, right? People talk about our brand, just like we were saying, hey, I remember growing up with the brand and having a pizza or getting the bucket program or hitting up the bucket and kind of talk about those experiences in new relevant ways that matter for today's customer without being scared to just kind of lean into that and go there. So the difference, I think, is finding the nostalgic elements that kind of warm your heart and you talk about naturally, but doing it in a way that feels really fresh and positioned for a younger audience. So if you didn't grow up with the brand, it still kind of works for you too.
Actually, I was just going to ask you that, because what are some of the things you have to keep in mind, knowing that some of these younger audiences who didn't grow up, back in the day with the red and white checked tablecloths and the lamps, how did you make sure that this would resonate with them, that this campaign would resonate with your audience?
Nostalgia's really had a great time. I think people are longing for kind of the comfort and the memories of the 80s and the 90s, and even legacy brands like Budweiser or stuff like that. You see kind of those retro reviews being sold at Target and Urban Outfitters, and so trying to find a way to make that real for today. One of my favorite stories is some of the young kids who work on social will share a playlist with me and how it's all these great bands, and it's like they're just discovering Nirvana. You're like, sir, that is not a new band. So I think there's the right appetite for it right now, but I have a couple of my friends from GCNM who are AOR and make this beautiful sizzle for me, and they really helped us kind of find that right positioning for our brand of saying we're a brand for pizza lovers, and leaning back into that. So pan pizza, meat lovers, stuffed crust, all of these great products that we invented, and really building back that muscle for innovation and keeping people chase out.
Great. Let's talk fashion for a minute, because we saw it a little bit in the sizzle video. Love the red sweat outfit there. But also, back in October, actually, you mentioned the Book It campaign. And to tease the Book It campaign, Pizza Hut released 5,000 retro tees that sold out in 3 hours. Were you surprised by that?
I honestly was a little surprised by that because, who here was a Book It kid when they were growing up? I mean, for me, I'm on Book Talk now, and I think it's because of a love of reading when I was a kid. Will do anything to achieve free personal pan pizza. But I think it gets back to that retro thing that people find cool, but then also people are like, hey, I was a part of that. I remember that. It's one of the most frequently discussed things in the industry that people talk about. But kind of shirt drop, what started and inspired our larger taster drop, where we took some of those fun pieces like the red cups that you might remember going to in a classic dine-in and making them fit for right now. So whether it was a whiskey tumbler or a wine glass, it's taking that same kind of memory and refitting it in a new way. Look at merch drop was our kind of foot in the water to see if people had an appetite.
And you brought that campaign back, right, recently, with where the Book It bundle?
Yeah, we have the Book It bundle out right now.
Yeah.
I think we're going to be doing a couple more things with Book It in this next year because reading is really important for kids. I have 2 small kids of my own, and we partner with our CSR initiative. Our partners are First Book, and we're all about kind of looking at diverse authors and giving them a spotlight. They've broadened my reading library for my 5-year-olds, and my favorite books are from authors that I probably wouldn't have had on the map otherwise.
Excellent. So we're here at the Brand Innovators Summit, the kickoff to South by. It's all about innovation. We saw a little bit of this in the Sizzle video, but tell us about QR codes and the ability to play that Pac-Man game. And like really cool how you guys took something from the past and reinvented that. How'd that come together?
Yeah, I mean, I think I mentioned this too when we were just chatting casually, but you told me 5 years ago that you had a really big idea with the QR code. I think I probably would have laughed. I mean, QR codes, the blow up of COVID. But So packing in box is a really good example, and I'll just talk about that for a quick minute, and then Brandon and innovators. We have no clocks, so please let us know when you're at time. So Pac-Man is one of those things where pizza and gaming go hand in hand, and a lot of people talk about going to the arcade when they're growing up at a Pizza Hut. And Pac-Man is still really cool, and people still play that all the time. And so we're like, what's a way that we can take that experience of playing in our dining room and bring it to your dining room where you're probably experiencing your pizza now? And so we worked with Tool and JCNM to come up with an AR game. So it's printed on our box top. You can use the QR code instead of a quarter slot with your camera, and it would allow you to play Pac-Man previously on your phone. And it had a leaderboard, you could share it out. Unfortunately, I never got past level 1. But it was a really fun twist on a classic gameplay, but doing it in a different kind of way.
I think it's funny when we're chatting, you said somebody said to you, I think my game has a bug because the ghosts keep getting faster. And you're like, no, that actually happens when you get past level 1. So people have never played Pac-Man before. Sticking to innovation for a minute, is there anything that is coming soon or anything you can share without sort of divulging the secret sauce, anything that we should be looking out for?
Yeah, so I think, where you can order online and just do the drive-through, not get out of your car at all. And we're seeing, we're doing that as a brand. Chipotle's doing that as a brand. You're seeing a lot of brands out there leaning into convenience. As a working mom, I'll never get out of my car and go inside Target again now that I have the co-brand option. But those are brands that are also giving you what you want. And so I think, finding the right balance of how can I meet your preferred occasion and customize things that you want, but doing it in a really easy way so there's no longer that trade-off is great. So right now we are promoting spicy pizza. So that's a great example of a food trend that's been really big. Chicken sandwiches, talking about spicy chicken sandwiches, even outside of QSR. A lot of confusion and your Instagram feed right now is full of spicy topics or blends of 2 different cultures, and our customer base is getting younger and more diverse, and so spice is a food trend that we wanted to tap into. And if you're not lucky enough to live in a great city like Austin, you might not have a lot of food options like that for you. And so we wanted to take a food trend like spice and just democratize it and make it available and affordable for everyone.
Actually, I love that ability that Pizza Hut has, and going back to the menu innovation of like following trends in pizza or anything, like you said, spicy chicken sandwiches, and being able to deliver that to the masses. So I think that's really cool. Again, we don't have a clock here, so we don't know how much. Oh, 10 minutes. Wow. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Sure. So before that, one more question for you, and then I'll turn it over to the audience. I work for an audio company, as we were talking about. We're a big leading U.S. audio brand, and we have a huge podcast platform. And I know you're a podcast fan, so what do you listen to?
I listen to so many random things, but one that I really enjoy is advice to younger me, especially for working women out there. It's a lot of women who kind of professionally made it, and they talk about kind of their work experiences and things they've learned along the way. I also am reading way too many, listening to way too many albums at the same time. I'm a huge Brene Brown fan, who's also based in Boston, so she does a great job, I think, of talking about what people can expect from leaders today. It always makes me feel a little bit more seen, because we all kind of just doing our best and faking it to make it. And she talks a lot about vulnerability as a leader, and I think, during COVID, where I moved into the CMO role about a year ago, and everyone was working from home, and it was very helpful, like trying to get to know your customers and your franchise base. It can be really hard, and I think people are just looking for people to be real and authentic, and choose a podcast out, and then also for audio books that are really good listens, good reads.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. What about you? I've actually been listening to Flying in a while. It's yeah, it's a new podcast that we have that we launched recently with Dana Carvey and David Spade, a little behind the scenes on Saturday Night Live. So that's different. Yeah, check it out. Okay, I will open it up to the audience to see if anybody's got any questions for us or for Lindsay. Softballs only, please. Yes.
Hello.
Yeah, I mean, I would say for me, I've had some really great bosses who I think have given me a stage, and I'm going to do that now as a leader where sometimes it's really easy to say, I can just talk this myself rather than giving somebody else an opportunity to talk that. I would also say like careers aren't linear, especially now. And so I mentioned this, but like I went from a bigger job to a smaller job, and I'm not gonna lie, I cried a little bit when I was deciding to make that move. And I'm like, okay, this is just my feeling right now. You know, I want to do other things in my life, and I can't do all these things at the same time. And I look back and like, if I hadn't made that move, I probably wouldn't be in that spot. And so I would say that careers aren't linear, and without the advocacy of a good boss, I think it's really tough. And at Young, they always call me a boss or coach, which I love that because, you know, I think the difference between a coach and a cheerleader, where if I'm a cheerleader, I'm just like cheering on all your accomplishments, and don't get me wrong, it's my favorite part of being a boss. But a coach will tell you like, hey, defend this better. Hey, try that differently. Hey, this was great. Maybe twist this a little bit differently. And so I just love that part of our culture where it's about having coaches who really lean in and take the time to grow you. And that's part of like my PA is how well I do at that. And so I think in most that culture of your boss needs to be in. We're always hiring, so if anyone's looking for a job.
I will say that in previous conversations that you said earlier about what attracted you to Young, everyone said it's an amazing culture. So.
Yes, and I think one other note I would say is for women, the phrase closed mouths don't get fed. And there's a lot of times that I would say, I will think of that even sitting in the leadership team. And I'll be like, oh, well, I'm not really the expert on that, so I'm not going to say anything. And then somebody else will say it. I'm like, you know what? And so, get out there.
How do you keep that campaign authentic so that people who are engaging with Pizza Hut really feel like you are giving to the community?
Yeah, so I was just going to repeat your question because I had a tiny bit of a hard time hearing it, and so probably the rest of you fellows in the back. The question was around the literacy campaign and how do we continue to do it in a way that feels authentic and matches our brand. I would say the cool thing about Book It, we have a whole CSR team that just works on that, and they're not in marketing. And so our Book It program really runs through our schools and the parts that they've been trying to do. And it's tough, like working in nonprofit or CSR, sometimes doesn't deal with the same basis of corporate marketing. But I'm really proud of what they did over COVID, where they said, hey, when you go through teachers, that's how our program works. You read and then you get those but it's through the classroom. And so during COVID, they launched Can't Book It, which allowed parents to have some of those tools where, I mean, I was at home with my kids and I was wanting to do literally anything. So that was one thing where I think having more of an innovation mindset is saying, how can we take what is a service for the community and inspires literacy, but be okay with changing it to meet what the customer might need during that time. And the other thing is like we have a good partner in First Book who helps us kind of find the diverse authors and figuring out things like that. And we have probably like 5 people who work on the book team right now. And you know, it was pretty tough because a lot of teachers were home. Some of those teachers were leaving the workforce at pretty rapid rates, and a lot of times it's like one-to-one. They also worked on digitizing it, so it was easier for them. But it runs pretty separate from the rest of our brand. And honestly, our biggest struggle has been not so much being salesy, but like weaving it back into the brand and not treating it separately.
Questions. She's one concentrated for the whole life, but unfortunately now has celiac disease. So I was wondering where Pizza Hut stands on embracing gluten-free pizzas.
I'm sorry for your wife on that. I can only imagine that like if that happened in your life, it's really hard to change your habits. So we do have a gluten-free press that's out there. Tell your wife. It's not available everywhere. We're a franchise-run organization, so it really depends on that local owner operator, what's the right product mix for them. So, you know, some stores lean into like bigger bundles and box occasion versus other stores might be more value focused. But we do have a gluten-free crust and gluten-free and I think spicy are both kind of leaning into the same insights of how do you meet customers where they're at and giving them things that work for their lifestyle.
Okay, I'll speak up. I'm Brody.
Thank you. How's it going, Brody?
It's going great. Thanks for asking. I'm curious about what you guys are doing with NFTs and building up. I'm curious about NFTs.
NFT.
And how you think about brand building.
Yeah, that's a great question. So I will tell you, at South by a lot of conversation on Web3, NFTs, the metaverse, and I think there's a lot of opportunity for us to reach younger customers where they make new pieces. And so we've had a strong partnership with Twitch over the past 2 or so years, and what we've been talking a lot about is how do we lean into new areas and new ways. So we did a partnership with another digital platform and talked about some NFTs. I think the metaverse, I wouldn't be surprised if we see us there. But I think it goes back to kind of what I was just saying about meeting customers where they are. And I think we see a lot more young people spewing there. Same thing for like TikTok and emerging platforms. I kind of do those in the same mindset of trying these things to get a different customer. Do you have a pizza NFT you want to sell me? Can you eat it?
This is great. Let's give a big round.
Yeah.
Good. Our next speakers are going to grab another chance. We have something Dash from the environment from Subway and Brian Camella from Contact. So we're going to keep our conversation around food and QSR going. So let's bring up our next speakers. Let's give a big round of applause. Come on. I'm going to grab you a chair, guys. Like taking in between lunch and great. Well, thanks for having us. I'm Brian Fellow. I'm a podcast. You're one-time company in the United States. And that's the next generation DS community program. We have in Dallas, joined by our new member, who is the director of office service of Subway.
And Sonica Patel, Drive Marketing at DoorDash. So our topic today is championing the consumer journey, how DoorDash and Subway drive innovation during delivery. So before we get started, though, we kind of talked about this the other day. We're going to break the ice. You know, you played college sports, right? So you're still warming up a little bit first, right? So we'll do a little bit of that before we do this. So remember, Subway, right? Really cool. A lot of celebrities. Who's your favorite? Steph Curry, Selena. Great. Okay. Okay. Tom Brady. That's funny. Subway and DoorDash have a NASCAR activation, right? So who's your favorite drivers though? Joey Logano or Jared Harvick? Of course, they're rivals. Not huge NASCAR. Cool. And you're from UConn. You're from Connecticut. But and this is March Madness. UConn's traditionally had a great powerhouse basketball team, great women's team, but you have a lot of husky team. And why is that? Awesome. And you said you love 80s music?
I do.
I went to high school and college in the 80s, so I know all about 80s music. But it wasn't retro for me, it's what I heard. So, on the 80s music, so who are you a fan of? More of a Van Halen or a flock of seagulls? Okay. What about Michael Jackson or Motley Crue? Madonna or Morrissey? Okay. All right. Cool. That's good. Thanks for playing. Sonic, you're next. Okay. So you worked in the movie marketing business, right? Okay. So what's your favorite movie? Spider-Man 2, right? Okay, cool. So any, like, just between us, anything with Children of Fire, any kind of stories, anything fun?
No, I was a teacher.
Yeah, okay.
In my country, they feature all work at town with icons. So that's my favorite.
Awesome. You had bartending skills too. So old fashioned, not managing. Okay, rye or bourbon? Okay, so I don't know if you guys know, or you guys aren't from the Austin or Texas area, but there are a lot of great distilleries in the Austin area, just right out in Hill Country. I mean, Treaty Oak is a great one. Garrison Brothers is a great one. You want to check it out. So good stuff. One of my daughters, I think about just twin daughters, one's in college, one goes to Texas A&M, one's a couple of years. She's a DoorDasher on the side. So should I be worried about what she's doing with her side hustle? Books or beer? What do you think? Yes. Okay. Good. All right, great. So enough of that. Let's move on to what about you want to meet you? So just in general, which is here, DoorDash drives collaboration with Subway. This is an example of how they help accelerate online delivery as a channel of business for Subway. So that's what we want to get into. So first of all, Sonic, can you tell us what DoorDash Drive is all about and try to mention?
like how you learn that, you know, either way.
I'm sorry, you picking yourself out. You're not supposed to say, I have no idea until you start talking. I know. Exactly. Thank you. You have off-premise in your title, so off-premise organization, right? Can you explain, just like you kind of go here, off-premise versus on-premise in this space, and then also a little bit more about your role as someone? And just a little bit more about your role at Subway, how long you've been there. So it's on the book, I think. Sonic, you said that Subway is best in class, and what is your approach to this community?
His weapons. No. So yeah, we're very aware of all of the different priorities, organizations, media, brand, and to make sure that we're accounting for all of these things as we launch. So our approach is so big because it was just start small and then go ahead. So we started with really small childhood patient target focused on acquisition. So if you think about the life cycle and stages that we have in Subway, our first stage was acquisition. And we really spent a lot to make sure that we were building that strong customer base from the get-go. And we were really anything with our sensibility and narratives, and we was back and trying to do something like that. And then as we built that base, we started to collaborate and inject ourselves more in the culture with partnerships. With NASCAR and Kevin Heinlein, and very recently with Super Bowl campaign. So we started to do these things and to inject ourselves a little bit in the culture. But we started really small and we scaled up. And the hope is that eventually we'll start to do more targeted campaigns and targeted messaging to make sure that we're not only focused on acquisition, but also bringing back some of the messages.
Renee, tell us about the campaigns and the journey that Subway's been in this kind of growing platform.
Small right now. 21,000 cases just in so she's right on that. We wanted to make some which is everybody in the industry, and then that's when they so pick up the website today. How can you get them to your program to live with it? So much and then more and more influence this process.
very good. Is both to other business and
Sonia, can you speak to the polybook? How did you pull this off? For the event?
It's really there's some changes in the group, and what we wanted to do is continue to change that. And so I think the teams on both sides had the right mindset, and we had the ability to keep adapting ourselves to the changes that were happening. So we want to be principle the key factors to successful and another thing to recall is the brilliant and like I said, one of the things that I'm really proud about my team is that they spent a lot of time executing thousands of campaigns, and with those campaigns, we've built experience to exactly how to set up in terms of success. And so those are the techniques.
Great. Renee, with so many franchisees, so Subway, you mentioned 21,000 locations. I think there are thousands of franchisees, right? So did that make it difficult facing these challenges and putting this up?
Yeah, for sure. And it's not like the arguments to our program. So delivering was more different. And that really means like it was for anything else. Clarity and simplicity of our message, as well as our school. Including customers to solution, so allows our franchisees to do so.
1,000 locations. So what about some of those locations being some of them are, gas stations, mobile airports. What about some of those? How do you carry out some of these campaigns?
It's not. So we don't have any opportunities in the airport. And big locations, gas stations, traffic plazas, they do see very high rates of occupancy in the field.
Great. Sonica, just in general, how do you define success when it comes to success? Like you basically help Subway build a new channel of business there. So yeah, how do you define success? What is it?
I say you can start and really measure for success is to help make sure that you're growing within this platform. And so what is volume sales and others. But in terms of success metrics for the campaign, they change as we evolve through the life cycle. So like I said in the beginning, the focus was on acquisition, so new customers get from. And as we went through the journey, the focus was also frequency and making sure that customers get actually repeating their orders. So frequency became very critical for us. And with Subway, we're very happy with the results because Subway is actually doing really well in terms of frequency. So something's doing really well.
For sure. Okay. Renee, what about you? How do you define success and what's winning like in this?
Sure. Yeah. I think all the things that sound in restaurant definitely do play into our measurement for success. But all of those just lead to our is one of the most popular channels thinking about make sure that all of them ready to train. It better be something that's working. We only have a few options right now. So that, and then I think the other ancillary benefit just to the difference, which is that it for the big which is particularly about new ingredients, new bread, and you know, and new products. But also the fact that Subway didn't stop there and isn't stopping. So it's another good point of the refresh of all our board rankings. So that's the other one.
Got it. So switching gears a little bit, maybe taking a step back, where we are, just in we were all normal, we were ordering food from the office, from home or whatever, and then all of a sudden for 2 years, we're working from home, and all, most everybody's going hybrid. So can we kind of talk about kind of both about this, but what are some of the lessons learned about the evolution of retail and digital relative to delivery since the
and so my focus has always been to make sure I've been offering the right process and tool to our market to make sure that they're able to offer consumers this kind of meeting those expectations of accuracy and speed and convenience. And from a marketing standpoint, particularly what we're seeing is that we reward consumers behaviors that exist today and help build campaigns around those behaviors. We see a lot of success. And so I'll give you an example. So campaigns that are, for example, every Friday we're going to get free drink, or every Tuesday we're going to get double rewards, or things that really reward consumers' existing behaviors and help build what comes around it. Those are the kind of things that we've seen a lot of success with. And so, as we think about the new behaviors, I think our focus is always going to find new occasions for our partners and then help build repertoires for consumers around that, and then reward consumers because, believe it or not, consumers want more. They always want more value from you. And so we strive to find ways and provide value to our customers.
Yeah, so for that. Reliance on the prices change, so maybe we should money. And one of the things that we wondered about, what we're frankly worried about, but we saw this tremendous rise during the pandemic, when there was lockdown, when there were things that were happening, and it was just the opposite. It was totally surprising. What we expected was that it would drop off fairly significantly, when we saw cases go down, dining rooms were open. But in fact, we saw the very opposite. We saw that what had occurred was that habit had been created, that there had been individuals who maybe would have otherwise, tried the channel, but they did. They wanted to see the company, and the convenience factor is something that and we've seen our sales really shifting over into delivering these systems really growing. So that has been a really interesting, very nice surprise, but interesting.
Great. Are all the stores back to the service open dining rooms and engagement?
Yeah, I mean, with the exception of maybe some kind of local restrictions, but for them, we're fully looking at.
So next, I guess I'm hoping to give us your perspective on what's next for this partnership to do that. What's 2.0 for this partnership?
I think so there's a lot to do. We love to run keep it. But I think for us, as I think about the next phase of this partnership, I think we spent the last year learning about the concept. I think the next year is going to be more about how do we keep them happy, how do we retain a lot of those consumers that we acquire, and creating a specific offer, creating specific surprising delights for them to be able to make sure that they retain into the company. Right? So that for me is going to be the key, and it's going to make sure we have that company.
Any thoughts on next steps?
Yes. One of the things that's been really special about the company is that we are committed to kind of just build that house continuous improvement. And so we will stay in the opportunity and with the volumes that we're seeing, that is stable. That means we to understand, what our hypothesis first. Did ordering occur in the what's resonating with us? And the wonderful thing is that as we happen to have these metrics, as we're able to analyze the data, we're bringing that to some kind of the team, the engineering team, they're excited and they're willing to develop things. So the evolution is that we just keep going forward. Whenever we do something.
Well, so Sonica, what is your advice to marketers that want to grow their online presence?
You know, I advice I try to keep giving myself, reminding myself is that I'm a big fan of insight-driven marketing, and oftentimes it gets very easy to get attracted to the next shiny thing, the next new trend. And so I think the advice I have for myself and for whoever I'm kind of useful is that, you know, find the right audience inside of their human truth and their country that we're trying to solve for in particular case, and then create campaigns that are designed around that human truth, around that human truth. And you know, that's the lesson back when I was at Google. So this is many, many years ago. But it's a principle that's worked for me over the years, and it's worked in this case for us. So
Love it. You have any thoughts on that, Renee?
Yeah, and I'll kind of more of an innovation standpoint, which is, you know, as you see an opportunity and agree it's insights driven, and kind of wow, is there something? One, yes, you have to think and identify your think about question I would look at Ciara and Chicken is don't get so caught up in the data that you actually start. Because there's a ton of research and surveys and all these things are valuable. I'm not saying don't do that. Don't do it to the night. You can start getting out there and getting real data. Like I said, let's just keep driving those volumes. There's what works, what didn't, the way we got it, what we you're going to have opportunities to improve. You know, assuming that you've got a team that's willing and dedicated to making those, just get going, and it's progress, not perfection. That's been a winning strategy for us in Subway.
Awesome. Okay, so one last question for both of us. You go out to Hill Country, maybe you had an old fashioned or two, you go down to 6th Street or something, then you head back to your hotel, a little sleepy, but hunger sets in. What are you ordering?
Awesome. I was craving for these last night. Tacos.
Tacos. You don't sell tacos, do you, Renee?
We don't see. But there's some innovation. There's some innovation.
I was thinking BMT maybe, so you got that might have been another way.
Yeah, well, yes, I know, but I felt like I had to be honest.
Okay. Renee, what about you?
Not ordering so.
Okay.
Not ordering Subway. I have the benefit of books and employment, which is regularly remaining my company. And so we have some really places. I think it's and so that's around.
Awesome. All right, great. That's all we have. I guess we do have a few minutes for questions, Q&A. Who's the man with the mic? First one with the mic. Can I know those folks? Anybody else? Go ahead, shout it out. No row. Really nice.
Actually, we're going to actually see 3 years on the top of the probably different units to your platform versus what is out there. But actually, when I think a hot take is that you know, it's a big market. It's a very versus to say the delivery the first time is actually not achieving to every somebody can do something themselves. We're at a lot of ones doing something like
Question line to is how reference to the first party channels and delivery versus third party. And so the extras that they are using the difference in that research that we did, actually we went through but every different mistakes and everything else And so the improving is learning, what's most big, what's not. That's speed and accuracy, those are the things. There's a huge difference. Speed is more for one platform versus another, accuracy and vice versa. So really, I'm doing like doing something to they can make memory and make understand. Serial of their book practice and favorite remains interesting. So we want to play in those spaces and consumers great fashion, so get out that company first and then they get hacked to purchase. So what I mean is choice of the first, but the way consumer actually is more about the secret and not design to do anything. It's the objectives of
Yeah, so.
Hi there, I'm Ruth from the store. This partnership just seems so natural, right? It's almost like a no-brainer. Watching you guys on stage, sounds like you guys put together this whole partnership in 30 minutes. We know that that's not true. Could you talk about like what does it take to get a partnership like this? Have some inside baseball, like what were some of the hurdles that you had to overcome to get here?
So yeah, it's been a very long time coming. In 2019 was the start of the discussions, and really it was about what kind of product did we want based on what was the base need and expectation. And I will also say, someone very clear about over Canadian blood resources, and so we were able to work with people things in place to together. But it really was the collaboration and the dedication to building something which is going to be serious and successful, basically. And obviously, with organizations. So it was a long time coming, tons of collaboration, but I think that at same months of development and being able to be fair and
yeah, I think the other key piece is like the willingness to invest on both sides, right? Because I think even today we come up with ideas and we're like, let's do this, right? Like the student comes up with a really we're like, well, we can't execute. That's not how our app is built. And so we're like, okay, well, we need to change, right? And so there's willingness and there's open dialogue to be, okay, let's change some of the let's change some of the legislation to make it actually work. As long as we're investing. So investment commitment to this is important.
One more right here.
Hi, yeah, question for you, Renee. I think of it as such a measurable experience. Like, going to developing products, it was led to some expectations made digitally, and what are the thoughts from an innovation perspective? Into the space.
So, so we call that overall. And so what we understand from us is that they want that experience of replicating on digital programs. And that is true with one exception, which is people who are so what we do build is the ability for that platform to go down to the line to choose their we do have some pre-built recommendations, so they can choose to go with those. They can customize them completely and come back to. We've done a lot of understanding of how guests feel, and we can leave that expectation. Recently, we made some changes that we've gotten the thumbs up. So we do exactly what you're talking about, which is to customer expectation. I mean, providing sustainability. They do not want that very much because it is difficult to build an entire catering fully custom. So we think about it, we want to be good. So just understanding those different things because
All right, I love it. This is great. So let's give a big round of applause for Renee and Brian. it's funny that you say Subway's visual. To me, it's olfactory. I come in and smell that bread, and I'm like, oh, right. But I guess it's a multi-sensory experience. So thank you all so much. We are going to keep the show rolling. Let's again give another big round of applause. We have our next speakers. We have Allison Herzog here from Visa, and her moderator Jennifer from Smart Commerce. So let's bring up Allison and Jennifer, please. And a big round of applause. Allison, Jennifer, you guys here? There you are. Welcome, welcome. And I would ask that you please, I know it gets a little bit loud downstairs, so please project to the best of your ability. The microphones are great, but if you could speak loudly for everybody in the audience and for the cameras, that would be greatly appreciated. The stage is yours. Let's give another welcome to Allison and Jennifer.
Thank you. Especially to get up through, this is quite an event to have this many people here. So I'm Jennifer Silverberg, CEO of Smart Commerce. I'm super excited to be able to speak with Allison today. As I was thinking about it and was standing in the back of the room, it occurred to me that her being from Visa, that there's probably not another brand here that at least 90% of us have stuck to our bodies, right? So, right? Something about it in the pocket of the person, and there was kind of universally interesting. Thank you. We're on this smartphone, that's right. That's the body, right? We keep this here on anywhere. Digital what? Right. So you don't even have a card. Oh my God, I'm so old. I'm still thinking cards. So, first of all, can you give us a good sense of who you are, how you got to where you are, and what you do now?
So I live here in Austin, and I've been at Visa for 2.5 years. Yeah, I'm actually a part of Visa that is on the dating side, which Jennifer and I were talking really not actually that different from data science. And I actually came out to Austin because no technology ever could have made it had there since the business at the time. So now I love it. I love writing digital for companies that never turned in So just kind of everybody gets funny and funny, but I would like to know you personally, how has the consumption patterns that you're shopping changed in the last year and a half? Okay, so up until I realized my closet was the only clothing for what I call band so so that when my neighbor came over and I answered the door because I've been working from home for 2 years, it was less embarrassing. I feel like I'm less bad. I actually haven't been in the office for the last since June, but I'm like the only one there actually because they've been so conservative with COVID. But here we were very joggers, shorts. Yeah, and I love Birkenstock. So I mean, it's all very casual, very Austin.
That's cool. What about the other kind of purchases that we've made? Because I know we had a lot of attempts to behavior, which I'm going to ask about. But for you personally, some DoorDash is just here. I never customer DoorDash. I always spent way too much money on ordering food. I mean, our buying behaviors did change so much. And my family has been very conservative the entire time. Careful nearby or older. So we wanted to just be as secure as possible. So we were charging a great example. We order and we go right away. We put in my coat, they know. And really well, you can feel it go down. Maybe
yeah, I'm like, I'm freaking out right now. I know, but still, I'm gonna actually.
And I have done a lot of DoorDash in the
yeah, everybody's
ordering food to my house.
What's up?
Which,
what's up?
just we're like kind of shooting and mingling.
Okay, nothing we can do.
Yeah, you can start it so you can just.
Thank you. But yeah, that's kind of like maybe a few before. So, but these things are not only working, but also. So anyway, you see maybe your personal issue or something, but what do you guys think? How do you do it when you look at your entirety of everything? I know this is a question, sorry. So much about payments and communities that I never thought about. You know, like just like use that your card and use that what it happens to do, and you just don't think about it. And magically, you know, just like not a credit card company. We're now on network technology. But we're not actually a credit card company. You're basically they're the one doing your credit card. It has to travel between the seller, the person selling something, has to travel from the bank, your business bank, and the customer's bank. It all has to go back and forth. And returns to you like a second or two. It's crazy. You got to drop the money. And later today, when we settle the payment, it's automatically transferred to the person who just sold you something. So the way that I explain in the most easy to understand way of what we actually do with the business is we help businesses like payments. We help prevent fraud. Or another thing I learned about, which is really fraud, where your airline points or something like that. I never would have thought about that. But I was telling Jennifer a big change, which again, like us normal people would never think about, was the buying behaviors that changed instead of companies were doing something fraud. They watch the buying behaviors and they change to say like, oh, take your sign, let it pass through. Oh, we'll make them give additional information like something like that to make sure it's legitimate. So airlines got hit really hard by COVID. Buying behaviors changed a lot, and all of a sudden people were buying a lot of one-way tickets to go home. So a lot of companies have very quickly pivot and reprogram these engines to say, no, that's not fraud. Our new normal is, make that term. It's not what it was before. So instead of pissing people off and having everybody's, transactions get rejected, we have to rethink and help these businesses retrain what fraud looks like and change what we have. Are there any specific, other than the one-way tickets, are there any other things that sounds a lot more than previously? When it comes to the fraud, it's just what I was referencing personally. So all of a sudden, the so we have that in terms of they were having, you're having to actually connect systems that are digital and in store. Those systems in store are not always the same. You had to start thinking about, I do this when I go to the store, a lot of times I actually go on my phone to see, oh wait, do they have this here in the aisle? How do I find the thing? I don't know what it is, but I'm like, I don't want to ask somebody, I don't want to find somebody, I just want to look at, or I want to compare. And so our buying behaviors of using digital and physical change. And another one when so many businesses had local businesses who love supporting and digital. They didn't have a way to accept payments. Suddenly they needed to get increase. conclusion, you don't need to be a website. Very quickly, they wanted to say that. I can't even imagine how much that change on the outside impacted your need to change on the inside really rapidly. And I'm guessing you were all working remote for the first time in a long time. How did the company help manage that? Were there any great things you thought it did that made it possible, or that you did with your team? Employee experience.
Like I mentioned, we used to, one of the best companies I've ever worked for, Alan Kelly, he made sure at every step we were cared for. So we was actually working at an international trip when we were told, all travel, things will all travel, we're not going anywhere. And this was the end of March. I was in Washington at the time with part of my team, and that was my last trip, it was end of February, and we were all grounded in that phased approach. And they changed things so we could access things that previously would have been hard to access. We've been on this kind of run. At first, they were like, everybody wants cameras on. For those of us that have lived this for the last 2 years, cameras on gets old and bumpy. You're in meetings all day, because what's different about being in a room versus being on camera is that in a room, we're not always looking at the person. So even if someone's not with you, you don't know, so you feel like being scared at for like 10 hours, whatever you want to schedule, it's probably the most amount of time. State, if you're an introvert, which I actually am, so like you're really at the end of the day so figured out. So we struggled at first because they were trying to maintain this connection with only the person, and they realized we were getting this out. So they said, you know what, you guys do what you need to do. Go camera on. Like, whatever is right for you that day, you do it. And they've continued to think constantly about what we need. As things have been turbulent in so many different ways. And so it's, hey, we're here, we know what's happening in the world, and we're going to protect you, and we're not going to put your own risk. So they did need I actually have an office chair at my house. Because they went that far, like, hey, if you need an office chair, like, we will put your name on it and you can pick it up. So, like, they went all out.
No, I love that. Yeah, those are some things I think all of us learn from. But let's go back to the shifts. What is shopping? What is Visa? Shopping is going to look like for the love of God, 2023, 2024. What is it going to look like in 2030? That gets on for a I don't know if I can honestly think that far ahead, but it is becoming more seamless. We just did a proprietary research study where we did see what shopping behaviors look like and what consumers want and what sellers think they want, which there is a disconnect. So that's helping go over. And my investing in our place, it's really important to see customers. Something that we just launched, I think it's really interesting, what will be attraction and motivation. If you live in an urban area, you take subway as an example, it can be really annoying to go buy tickets. We just launched in a few places, you literally just like tap the card, walk in, there's no ticket, there's no nothing, you just walk through. It's easy peasy. Weirdly, I love the tap to pay card. Somehow like used to be like, oh, this is, I don't know, but it's interesting, and now tap to pay. When I was in London, like it's all tap to pay, and I love it. It's contactless. Contactless is such a thing now. I remember I can carry my phone, and I personally have Apple Pay, which I also will say, previous working at Visa, I was like, oh gosh, security, I don't know what I think. Like genuinely, I'm like, oh, and I'm working digital, so I know which data is asked. I think it'll be more contactless. I think it's all about how easy it can be make the experience. I don't think we're going to get the chips in our body. We talked a little bit about the metaverse. Yeah, honestly, I don't know what I think about that. Friends who were there, like that one's still like, my brain can't quite wrap that far. But I think payments will be contactless. I think they'll be remove friction. We want things to be easy. We have different expectations than they used to be. So I'm like, for now, I love just walking through a turnstile. I don't have to go to ticket booth and wait in line. That's interesting. What I'm hearing is instead of going from the technology outward, you're going from the consumer outward. And that sounds like it's a really interesting thing for a company to do, because you hear people who go, crypto, which I should ask you about that, or universe, or micropayments, but if it's not something that the consumer wants to embrace, you're gonna try to shut it down. But crypto, is that?
Yeah, actually, there have been enough communities around crypto, so certainly we're always looking at what's happening out there, and we do have to vet what we think is real and what's not real. We were talking earlier about voice of customer. I think sometimes companies get ahead of themselves, and your product managers, your developers are like, you know, what'd be cool.
That should be outlawed in product meetings. Nobody should be able to say, you.
And I don't want to be like put people in boxes, but sometimes the people who like think something with people don't talk to other people. Like some people where they think it work well, but nobody wants it. It's not something you can monetize and make money off of. So like you're like, yeah, that would be cool. Or you can make money with something. But oh, can you help me market it internally? And then maybe if people buy in, we'll sell it. And see what's what you think you would be cool. Because so many people in the world, there's great ideas. It's not like we can always something like that.
We talked about this payment and disappearing inside of the travel. When you're frictionless, you tend to disappear. You tend to not feel as progress. And that's true. How do you market something when the consumer wants to just be there? How do you do that? That sounds like one of the coolest things.
You have to show up with the brands, and some scenarios, the people you work with, they want everybody to know their work. Everybody. They want to sell your solution. There's different ways to market. But I do think brand experience is great for people to have that trust, that affinity, that I know what they do. So like now I know Apple will be stuff. Oh, it's maybe working for Visa. You can feel so excited about your security, but I worked for Dell before. I'm like, oh no, they don't handle things. Yeah, I do think that there are ways to be frictionless and build trust and having brand value. You know, like, I'll give them a bigger compliment. More B2B world, B2B world. All the money comes from the B2B side, so I had to kind of like get in, and then I ended up getting oh my gosh, I did the B. What am I going to do? Can I do it? And then I realized it's literally all and I, you know, it's just in the B2B cycle, it's like 12 to 18 months. You're not competing off the product and solution, you're competing off of what you're talking about. The company wants to put their name next to it, and that would be things like social diversity, equity, inclusion.
So these are like a brand. If you were going to define it to us as potential partners, what are the you mentioned the partners?
Yeah, we have both within my area of business unit for brand refresh. I totally overhauled it and became it. I call it 2 different moms before moms started. Modern refresh. Very competitive. It was great to be here. We also do the refresh. And you have to be thoughtful when you do it. We only really learned when those brand refreshes go out there. Like when Airbnb refreshed a few years ago, we were all like, oh my gosh, we made the logo so terrible. And we forgot, and we made the logo. Like all those things have to be so thoughtful. And again, vetting. Like, our marketers are like, oh my gosh, you just changed the color, no big deal. And yet it's like, you don't need the color. So many pieces. So we have gone through a couple brand refreshes and obviously
We've also sort of slaves behind. Sorry. So you mentioned a few minutes earlier about diversity and inclusion. I know that you're involved in some of those initiatives inside of yourself. You had somebody here earlier from the female founders, and we heard a lot about women and our shifting roles in business. As a woman, she's in charge of all of that. Can you tell me a little bit about what Lisa's commitment is to that and what you personally receive from it? So Lisa is passionate about diversity at inclusion. I'm actually something we did Black Lives Matter really recently. I came from everybody talks about things. Do they put money against it? Do they put dates against it? I don't believe they're like, oh my gosh, this is so important. And it sounds like PR sounds like cool. I don't really believe Lisa actually made commitments and with money. They changed the way we do things. They actually started something called a Black Scholars Program. We kicked it off in September, and what they did was they selected 15 people at Visa to be mentors. And based on the background, you know, I applied because like I would so love to do it. I would so love to use any bit of power that I have to help. And I would also love to better understand, because I only know my experience as a white woman, as a heterosexual white woman. I only know that experience. I can't put anybody else in my brain. And so I actually was fortunately chosen. I was really excited, and we get matched with somebody who's a college student. They have an opportunity to become an intern at Visa and offer a job at the end of the room. So it's those types of things that I know, and I'm grateful for that there are monetary commitments. And then from a leadership standpoint, the way that we, again, you're a big company, we have become in changing the world and the way things are done. And so our focus is on increased diversity, accessibility, and inclusion in the digital economy, regardless of whether you're Indonesian, you're in Indonesia, you've got a blue card, you should be able to access the digital economy. It doesn't matter how much money you have or where you are, you should be able to tap in, because that tapping into commerce is what changes the game where we're at other. So when you think about, because I saw you kind of light up, and I think about what are you particularly proud of? There's stories are always easy to remember, and the words. Can you think of anything that you've done that you just, I wish everybody knew, because I would love it if you know. I'm actually going to give a non-music example. When I interview people, I like to ask, what's your proudest moment in your career? And don't get freaked out by the question. It doesn't have to be a big thing. It's just, what are you proud of? And my example is 2 companies ago, I was pregnant, and I knew from my previous pregnancy that I needed foundations. I needed parking close to my building. Which is where I started. So I told Ciara at 8 weeks pregnant that I needed parking in the building that I owned. They were pregnant for my mom when I was pregnant. I could not get technically approved parking in a building until I was 27 weeks pregnant, and it was being put on medication to modified bed rest. And they just I didn't end. I had to do all these things together in a gray area. And this is why I say our experiences are unique, but not always. And my experience was I couldn't get parking. And that's where some of my journey began in a larger project with this company. Like, they didn't take maternity leave. Yeah, it's all about families. It was all about, you know, so how do we talk about different families? But you can't get a pregnant woman parking. The building is home. There's no cases that currently was not put through. Then it started a piece project where, like, you know, basically brought a lot of we connected together and students they had. Some of them back to our tweets after popping out a kid. Like, you're a hot mess. It is, you were sleep deprived, they're all the things. But they needed to come back because they couldn't eat. They weren't going to pay the bills. They didn't come back. So Robert and Corey together put together a business case. That company now has paid rental. They have parking. They have all sorts of things. That is my proudest career. There were so many women. And so I am religious. And
You know, it was something that I didn't pray about. And somebody came forward and said, I would like to help. And they were exactly the person I needed. They were an editor, a professional editor, and they helped pull this together, put it together. I mean, it was literally miraculous thing that happened. I just, like, literally, without their help in my career, and now I've been enjoying my company. But that didn't used to be in it just gets very funny, and I love that. By the way, wow. So, and then I know that's what I was sort of just wrap up things, but I can have a few questions. You know, this show is up about innovation and innovation. I don't think any companies that are more innovative actually innovate as part of the community. I'm guessing because, you know, a lot of times people come because they want to learn more about potentially partnering with you. If somebody here wanted to be in touch with you Facebook, what is the best way? What advice can you give them about the direction? Well, finding somebody who's people, what should you put together? Yeah, so that was always tough when you were a really big company. Oh, did you help me with this? I have no idea that person, so I would love to help you, but like, it will almost be, I will not. In terms of partners, I think it's great to, first of all, know what you're trying to accomplish, put a business case together. I got my MBA because someone was I was not trying to go back to school. I can't say that my undergrad GPA was super strong. When high school, awesome, got into college, and I found it. But it taught me how to put business case together, which is honestly a lot of fun. So I would suggest that people really think through it, figure out the need, and about the data behind it. That's how I got that big rental piece approved. I put all the data behind it. I put all the like, here's what you can do it. And by the way, there's the false in that area. And it's hard to say no when it's a very logical business case. Say, put your business case together. LinkedIn is actually pretty tool that you use a lot. It's how when I have to recruit companies that I've recruited, I have 100% attention to staff who I'm going to interview with. So I know where connection points are, what interest to them. If you do reach out via LinkedIn, never immediately pitch somebody. I get somebody to do request. If you pitch me right off the bat, like, well, that was a waste of more time because you didn't even take the time to get to know me. So they would just take it together, research who you think the right people are, job titles, marketing, right? You're looking at targeting to find the right place. And pay attention to what the business is trying to do. Do your homework, I think is what you're saying. All right, I was told 2 minutes ago that we have 2 minutes, so I'm guessing we have 1 minute for a question. One audience question, I'm sorry, I talked and made answer questions. Ready? She's gonna say if you don't have any questions. So we talked about position. So where do you see challenges in becoming a content investor? I think that contact lists have been accelerated because of COVID. I don't think that we're ever going to get away from a physical shopping experience. Because, and that's actually the research we just did. What came back? We still, in fact, if anything, Gen Z, they want that experience. I'm like a Gen X millennial. I'm somewhere in there. Depends on what I want to claim that day. I do remember the day of the AOL. My dad posted that. I got paid to break that out. But yeah, like I can tell ages. But I think that in shopping experience is not going away. Like it's just how do we make it easy? But we still need to help shoppers understand how do they demonstrate their product the best? How do they make it as easy as possible? Home Depot will do the job. Like you're there, I look it up and like, oh, you mail something and bin something and awesome. Like I get out of there. I think there's that finding that right balance of contactless and physical to make the shopping experience better.
All right. Well, thank you very much. This was wonderful. I appreciate you both. So now we're now something really special. So again, another round of applause. Wonderful speakers. Thank you so much. I'm going to introduce, I'd like to introduce Lauren Wampa, the co-managing director of Brand Citizens. Right? It's a bit of a mouthful. I hope I got that right. And the pronunciation was okay. Fantastic. So Lauren's going to be your guest MC for the remainder of the afternoon to introduce our next sessions. And for those of you who are standing along the sidelines, we do have some open seats, so please come fill them in. You don't have to stand the whole time. With that, let's give a round of applause for our guest MC.
So excited to be here. I just got off a plane, so I'm a little bit busy, but it'll be fine. As Dave said, my name is Lauren Wampa. I'm the co-managing director of the Social Impact Strategy Consultancy that was spun out by the Annual Society. About that, I'm flag me down at some point in the afternoon. But enough about me. We have some exciting content and panel coming our way. So without further ado, I'm going to welcome up to the stage Chris Rogers, the Deputy Director of Marketing and Products from the Arizona Lottery. Come on down. Hey, hi Chris. How are you? Come on. There's some stairs over here. Okay, this is what I try to do. We've got Lauren Thermos. Lauren, great name, awesome name. Yeah. The Senior Director of Global and US Media, Elf Beauty, and co-founder of Cut the Crap. Love that. And this session will be moderated by Nicole Manchino, the Director of Marketing at Frameplay. Nicole, come on up. Awesome. Let's get this meeting.
Everyone downstairs, please. It's very loud. We are asking everyone to try to keep the noise a little bit lower. I know we want networking and fun and conversation, but it's really difficult to hear our speakers upstairs. So out of respect for our speakers, please keep it down a little bit. Thank you.
Very excited to be here today to talk about a really important thing that is very much aligned with South by Southwest, digital and media innovation. Okay, thank you. That's better. There we go. Digital and media innovation discussion. So I'm here today with Chris and Lauren. I'll have them introduce themselves in just a little bit. My name is Lindsay. I'm the Director of Marketing at Frameplay. Frameplay does intrinsic in-game advertising that is non-disruptive to gamers, so the ads are actually intrinsic in the game. Well, you should check it out. So I wanted to talk about how some of the innovation themes align with that of South by Southwest quickly. So South by Southwest is celebrating the discovery, the undiscovered, and the evolving media landscape, which is so exciting. Obviously, as you guys know, these past 2 years have really opened up the door for innovation on so many levels. So we'll talk a little bit about how COVID has impacted innovation as well as measurement, attention, and also gaming, Web3, and metaverse. So with that, I'd like each of you to introduce yourself. We'll start with you, Lauren. Maybe how's that? I'm Lauren. On the side, I like to public rep my education company public rep.
Rogers, I'm the Deputy Director of Marketing and Products at the Arizona Lottery. We might start talking about enjoy playing music, lighting, all things very soft.
So let's kick it off with innovation at a glance. So Lauren, what does it mean to be innovative in digital and media?
Innovation is obviously a very big word, and often we're always moving forward to like new things and television, activities, trying. Innovation would be that's my philosophy on how we interact, it's really about something we have to create and people have consumer and how we can improve experiences and happiness and how we can communicate with them. So really think about innovation, I would really how really thinking about something that's connecting how we complete what one is trying to great. So
You know, so first I want to chat a little bit about lottery space itself, because I think a couple of things like to talk about this. Amazing. Approximately just last year, $100 million the lottery is the American lottery, with 20 million delivered for 30 provinces. So I think when it comes to digital innovation, I think about contracting to our business as others, we continue to leverage digital innovation as a way to be able to
in our conversation that we had last week, you had said exactly what you just stated, that, you know, sometimes when you look at the lottery, they don't necessarily innovation. I'm actually really excited for you to share some of the innovative projects that you're working on. So, Chris, can you share one of the most innovative campaign or tactics that you've worked on?
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm really excited about one. I draw a lot of inspiration from playing music and listening to music on a regular basis. And we've been working with a company called Blueboard, which are very closely tied to the record industry. In partnership with the lead shout, we're developing new which will allow users the ability to be able to enjoy the playlist of songs and doing that they win tickets that can be entered into daily calls. The app itself will integrate seamlessly with music DSPs like Spotify, for example. And then we'll have daily drawings that will be anywhere from $500 to $2,000, and everybody will have a chance to win with $1,000 jackpot. It's also drawn. So I'm excited about ultimate plays and what it can do. It's not a traditional thing, but you'll see.
So I think this is also something our people lives in the business. And actually, that's really bold, right? I think we really are going to be on and what we really intended to do is not curriculum for us. And we really don't have that interaction. One of the things that I would say is that is what we have is really going to be competition and provide to the time with our commitment to gaming. Then actually looking at that niche within our bundle of audience, journey, understanding that it is probable Gen Z, we have these really amazing, gamers that they don't really also want to do. And while this is the hash brown and hits some of the world, they're really going to be really tricky of people with them. This is the so I think learn not strategy overall, but that's the whole different types of campaign from launching on Twitch channel to having 4 colleagues on daily people is actually now to innovating on TikTok. So we're really thinking about really making this is the promotion we have to use through and looking to have to be on the level of and with that, we'll dive a little bit more into gaming a little bit later, but I think that you brought up an excellent point with the gaming audience, average age 34, nearly 50% women, so it's a super important audience. So where do you draw on this inspiration? Where does this inspiration come from?
I mean, for me, I'm a pop culture junkie, so I love music, I love movies. I mean, I draw a lot of inspiration from ideation from consuming that kind of film. I think as an organization, we're really focused on reaching out towards other people that are not getting we really look to try to innovate outside of our own.
I like to find like where the hype is, and then we're going to try to understand and I think like, for example, the whole Tuesdays, I've actually not myself like in a while, and myself and outlets. Like whole sort of the content why this is being this, and I think cycle itself is trying to find where these little bubbles are, and understanding why they're not in this cycle or really going to be really around being some of the product you're being the right kind of outcomes and giving them some credit. I was like, what happened in my country, really right, and looking at consumers who begin to believe that, how do we then adapt and move forward? So what is the you don't highlighted pop culture, which is extremely important, right? So even looking back at just marketing opportunity over the last 30 years, right? We had the rise of the internet in the 90s. We had the start of social media in the early 2000s, and then the development of mobile apps shortly after. So what new channels are you most excited to learn? Have you picked that up? I honestly think it's NFT. I think if you're not thinking about NFTs, and that's not at like the digital athletes, because at least I think for yourself and how it's access to like the audience, it really feels like the modern day loyalty program. How do you actually adapt and create this kind of base for you that you can change the relationship you have with consumers, you're creating, you transact. Like honestly, if you haven't already started trying to learn about it, I really think it's a very interesting article and one that's going to be useful.
Well, I think for me, it's just anticipating some innovation around communities. And right now, you know, think about that retailers are sitting in square footage and not using. And a lot of people saying, you know, how are people actually going to check out, you know, how what is this going to look like? So, from my standpoint, I feel it's a new channel. I'm excited to see retail evolve and innovate. And I do think the pandemic has sort of accelerated some of the
most definitely it's on Renaissance right now, so it's really fascinating. So in both of your scenarios, what's needed in order to start implementing these new channels? In your case,
fail, you have to do it failing and consider yourself provide tools and expectations that you can meet. How much writing is you and actually go on that journey and so you never
big points. No, I mean, honestly, I think, you know, from our standpoint, it's really been one acceptance into new platforms. We're trying to innovate, we're still classified as lotteries, so really, you know,
we've all talked about the pandemic for the last couple of years. It's been hot topic on everyone's mind. I think that being at South by Southwest, we now have a really unique opportunity to speak about, you know, what we've learned essentially since we're at the tail end now of the pandemic. So I'd love to take the time to discuss how you're rethinking your vegan digital strategies and how many ways changes inspired innovation in the future.
But I think one of the things that we learned from the pandemic is we should be able to sort of insert subsystems layers in this. We recognize that a lot of people in Arizona being particularly in so we're creating ways that we can have people nominate somebody, for example, in social media, he was in that space and like this. And you know, create an opportunity to take the hunting and create mind so the community. So that was great. Building that relationship was great. But we also, you know, in the media side, I think we're really starting to overall smell right now. We're focusing a little bit more on the retail space, advertising in the retail space, so a little bit further down the corner. As an example, you know, investing.
So recent changes in privacy and data resulted in data fragmentation. So some are referring to this as apocalypse. You guys have heard of that, or eventually blackout. Like serious trends there. So how are you both preparing for these changes? Goes back to like analytics and making sure that we're talking to our customers, like when we call out something that how we can sign up, and create infrastructure. So important. Just maintaining
Such a I mean, we have about 500,000 people in our Players Club right now, and we're looking for ways to mine data from there. Also, in exchange for them giving us ideas or giving their opinions, so an example of that would be, we would create a reward community. Answers, what are these talking? We have a great understanding of what it's about through this information. So it's a little bit, it's like a way of we do have understanding who are related to something.
A lot of brands now, especially with more other options that don't rely on cookies, IDFA, gain a lot of the types of tracks right down here. So it's extremely important to start talking about that now and making that part of the strategy because it is coming, it's already started. So, it's extremely high topic at that.
I always say the last one's in black, yes, that will come back. It takes some time to stuff. Oh my gosh,
exactly. I can't emphasize that enough. It's so important. And contextual targeting, going back to just having good quality content that engages your audience, something that you can lean into and really enjoy and pay attention to. Absolutely. So do you think that measurement is mutually exclusive from marketing creativity or intuition, or would it be curious your teams?
I mean, from our standpoint, we're a very technical organization. But there does come a point where you have to say you're in that brainstorming session, you're in that ideation, we're going to take what we find and put that so that we can create space for ourselves to think.
Advertising, interesting thing. So it's what's important too. We all want to make it. There's only two steps that in our flying. And keep going off that, I think that a lot of times brands don't necessarily realize the channels that are out there that offer them measurement in ways that they may not use specific. So for example, impression attribution. Typically people think of impressions, it's not tracked, right? It's not visible. There are solutions out there that actually kind of offer that, which is pretty fascinating. Dive into that with something as well. What is the number one mistake brands make when they're trying to innovate? I'm curious to your guys' take on this one. Chris, let's start with you.
I think, for us, it's sort of like we have to carve the space out. Our record 6 years in the arts. So we're not only all many of the jurisdictions, but plus country also have record years. That's style. So I will say, it is time. It's time to get with the carbon. As a jurisdiction, there's a lot. There's but not all lotteries recognize we have to have that space to be able to do it. Create sort of that safety zone and take a chance. This thing we're in
There's so much happening. And when we want to over the last week, sometimes it just felt like a little bit. We actually decided to work out what we're going to do on the front of the presentation. And how can I figure it out to probably the savings. Well, do you want to the agency because they're not going to talk to what they actually mean behind speaking the street to occupying what innovation was before and how it's like being. It has to be correct. Find people because you realize you know things work. So I also think that a lot of brands think that innovation has to be right? So it has to be the new shiny thing. And I think sometimes there might be hesitation to create something that's new that may not have the same type of measurement that something used to. Or sometimes you can innovate with old and existing channels, not necessarily because they're always evolving, right? So I think it's extremely important to also explore channels that may have been established for a long time that are offering new opportunities to brands. So I'm going to segue that question into what is your take on both of you on video gaming? And do you see video gaming as an emerging channel or a mainstream channel? Or start with you. Well, it's a different doing both business, so definitely out industry. I don't think it's niche. But I would say that this industry in most of it, like not everyone wants to be a game. Like people really wants to be a game. And beautiful brains actually don't like it's really exciting. Maybe really I would like to and it's growing. The more people are on board, you want to make sure that you're offering to it. I think a lot of potential to continue
We're fortunate to work with this in these first incidents. lot of this race for us. It's us basically.
Yeah, this mentioned, so gaming's been established, it's been around for very, very long. 3 billion games worldwide, which is a huge significant audience. And with that, esports, as we mentioned, is really an opportunity to try to audience, and then you can just come beyond that to target the additional, the games to play for, and casual is also a challenge of pushing whatever that is, you are doing it in their time. And being visible in that space is a tremendous opportunity. So now I'm segueing into, I know this is Lauren's favorite topic, she's very excited. So what is the data?
It's like essentially they're doing how to make the world virtual environments like Horizon and you know, not social,
I think if you ask 20 people, you'll get 20 different answers, you know, I think, you know, from where I sit, I would really love to be able to see it do something that's going to solve the problem for consumers. And I think a little bit more about how it could be interesting to see it evolve into getting retail space. And that ability for people to explore brands and shop brands, not necessarily making a transaction, but just to become familiarized with that process. I think, you know, everybody's interesting. And I also like to hear that personal inputs of the Brexit.
Yeah, gaming, we're constantly asked about our take on the metaverse and what that means. So our statement is, you know, what we typically tell people is that gaming and metaverse are actually mutually exclusive, but they will complement each other. So gaming will definitely complement the metaverse and be a component of that, but with that they are still mutually exclusive. It does have its own audience, scale, same environments as well as a tremendous opportunity. So what sort of opportunities will be available for brands in the future?
It will be working, buying, shopping, creating,
Lottery in the metaverse. I'm not really sure when that's going to happen. Probably wait a long time, but you know, to be honest with you, I think it's like, again, it's just about that immersion that we're going to have to really be able to experience these. That's all right.
A lot of recommendations between adapting to emergency phases, of course, with COVID, impending privacy changes, how do you sell innovation to the state? Lauren.
And I think it's really, really, and it was around bring about plan and just situations some of them
Mission, it's an overseas lottery, and it's definitely a public volunteer base. And I think where we've seen success for cleaning the moment is in really into the process. So not just bringing the evidence and leader is bringing it all as well. And I think, from the audience standpoint, we were able to sort of provide the business case to them and show them where we can make impact. There's,
What is one advice to a marketer who's just starting their career journey to allow them to be more minded?
And from everything in the industry, to just saying that to create something people can on is that you have a particular strain like your fashion. You hang out with other people in fashion. You really have like honoring and like art and example. Have that same time of things. I don't know what the connection I think
say the same thing, but one thing I'd like to share about one of my first jobs in advertising, really becoming friends with the person at the front desk. And I know that probably doesn't have a lot of relevancy right now because we've all just been through a major pandemic, but there's no front desk right now. But I will say, good ideas can come from anywhere, right? That's what I mean. I'm not just, falling off front desk necessarily, but it's just that, whether it's someone who's media or someone who's cleaning up data, I think creativity and innovation ideas can be from so just,
I always say, especially in starting your career, the often that you have at the start is such a influential role on your ability to set to think of innovation. So I think when you start your career, choose the boss. You don't have to choose you to help you to okay, so just to recap our conversation, what are this audience thinks about our conversation?
What behaviors are exhibited, and I think that she can just like do an amazing job. I'm going to be able to do it. It's an announcement.
I like that pragmatic further response. It's just how to be useful in a space where you're developing not just to innovate, but to solve. And also, how does that tie back to the mission of your organization?
I do want to add this great idea. Just do a couple fun questions for you guys. That was a good team. So, on our prep call, we were talking about let's get this fun. I'm in gaming, video games. You're in gaming, lottery and music standpoint. And then you also, co-founded Cut the Crap. So, how can we not make this fun? So, I'd love to know, and you can ask you. So, Chris, we'll start with you. What's an ad that you saw that made you buy something that you do?
Well, I definitely don't need more reference. So, but definitely my only is obviously their subscription-based service. You can free vinyl, free and I just love what they do. We're trying to think
Okay, and then what is your favorite commercial?
Something like that. I don't know. It's
Great, and then for some, was any better your what is your favorite? Sorry,
go with my son's favorite video game, which is Benny and the Ink Machine, and we're sort of obsessed right now going down this rabbit hole with the boy handbook and everything. It's just really interesting stylistic. We in Arizona are under a lot of regulation. Now, an example is our cleaning complex, which was reviewed last year, but it did not include a modernization of our homes. It's you get to be really friends with them. Really gets a part of everything in what we call product development, SREs, and things of that nature, so that we make sure that what we're doing is positive. And then the other thing too is that you get creative about where what the parameters are.
Rapid fire. See you back here. We're gonna keep the agenda moving right along. And find just seats. Keep your seats. And we're gonna introduce our next fireside chat. We have Sullivan, the CPG and not just changing this to purple, advertising the customer experience. And we have George there with advisor. So welcome. Please
Awesome. For everybody here that I have contacted with, I so super excited to be here with the innovators and agents of the data side. So
Thank you. So the first question.
Not well, but I can try. Yeah,
let's see it. Okay.
We're gonna find out if we run out of questions. So yeah, so to kick it off, you know, I know a lot of people talking about at this conference is yes, it's like interesting to talk to you since we've got such a very from agency experience, staff company, now you're starting your own TripAdvisor. I thought it would be really interesting to see your kind of methodology of how you go about building a marketing team. Okay. How does marketing together? What are the things is that different people and personalities that work there. You're not the good idea of figuring out is how to get so depends on what teams and there's some pressures right now. So that was my learning. Applying Dreamer to everything. But I just switched jobs and during the time that I was doing the process, effectively question over and over again, which was, are you a brand or performance? And I was like the world's black and white. And I started writing like you're pulling on marketing, you can look at all those things, you're hiring all those. You start to think then about and so my job, putting every job I go to say, let's not try to make one thing. Let's try to think about that even comes down to brands, like we're supposed to be human beings, but if we're really human beings, and our person is never met, it doesn't really work. I've been on marketing team this year and you know that person.
We always get to know different parts of the business, different parts of the thing, and everyone's got all over the place now. Yeah, that makes total sense to me. To kind of think about I saw you LinkedIn yesterday was the first time you were traveling in 2 years, so welcome back to it. And starting a new role, I mean, hearing how you're talking about how important it is to have for people, get to know them, and start to build that story. How difficult has it been, creating teams, transferring into a new role and new company and learning that whole structure without actually meeting people and doing a lot of stuff? It's really, really easy. My last job was global and we had a team split out into jobs. Secondly, for the 5 years, I didn't have leads. So there is training in this movie, but no matter how well you're looking for it, you're always going to have failures. And so when I first I spent a lot of time analyzing decided on roll it out. Realized that we all started to do which was open so trying one of the tactics I did was I realized inspired educating my team around the world. I need to recognize what I preached, and I was preaching less and more, and I was preaching useful because of me. So I did LinkedIn called the Housekeeping Remark. A long time ago, smart already, depending on first already not. But it's supposed to talk about the future of content and brains and marketing. What I did on the show was a way to reach my audience who were I remember learning the world. I would do internal blogs and internal town halls. I would get 100 screens, black screen call. When that would be over 700 people on my team that would be 700 each. And so I treated it like a thing. I had this audience and you need the hearts and minds, and I need to inspire them to go to be the best they can. And the content campaign was my way to have a talk about the future and inspire people. That's great, but not do it in interview style. Try to be useful, try to be entertaining, try to be better than average. I mean, along that line, how important is it to have fun? To have fun, to do those types of things. I remember, so I was in a meeting with executives 3 years ago, 3.5 years ago. I had to get over this at the time. So this particular group said, KPI is not, fun is not a KPI. And I learned, and there was just this cricket around the rest of the executive. And I remember, yeah, it is. Yeah. Because I love, there's a video on YouTube that I watched that inspired me because almost everything you do. When you're a leader and get hired, it's how you achieve something. Otherwise, I'm not going to pay a lot of money going forward. So people are going to do the thing that they're achieving, but they're not going to do it. And I remember watching this video on YouTube. People going up an escalator or people going up the stairs in the subway. No one took the stairs, but then when you put keyboard on the stairs, so when you walk up the stairs with music, everyone started taking the stairs. They burn calories and chat behavior. So I always think about that behavior will change. Which you have to do the things you want. So people call yes if you don't embody that. But then you need to fun for people to go away. So maybe I try do it, and I think it's really important. You need to put together a very specific movies. How do you identify or why you're there? So you know, just have fun. I'm totally agree. But I mean, figuring out things that make people be so. I mean, the people that want working can feel like it's not just their all the time. You know, done. Along the line of the people that you hire and they're instructing you, I know that you're a huge champion of diversity and inclusion. Where does that passion come from, and also how much of that play in when you're trying to build a team or trying to build a team? This is a topic I cared about, and I want to use years ago where I thought of and when I was in sixth grade, I was I just time looking at this maybe not very good audiences. I didn't really remember the audience and into it and even extensions. By myself for over a year. And I wasn't, but the feeling of that resonated. It's something I always, well, I'm fortunate I didn't think I had that experience, but people, but I didn't reflect upon that experience later in life. You know, I changed my school, no these things. And then I went to the idea and I realized to inform this storytelling brain. Stories are born of the people of diverse perspectives. Although not wanting to, I think that mindset is so I made it, brought my team, everyone involved in stuff. I think that is just now there's no going back. But it's sometimes you're responsible to these positions, and sometimes you're just so this is kind of like something I actually want to block out, like now, especially yeah, you talk about storytelling. How much do you think that natural diversity of your team brings the broader ability to tell those stories? How much is that? Well, I mean, when I look at that agency, there's a strong belief that you are a creative person, you're a media person. Often there was some I have to say, you know, when you're in that type of environment, you start to believe. And I remember my last job, when I first started coming in and assess the talent. I think that there's a lot of people here who are not creative storytellers, and I don't think one of my best employees of that company for like he's a private pen major and he had no creative storytelling experience at all. It was one of those it was surrounded by in that environment play to work. Her eventual sandbox is perfect. So she so I do not subscribe to the belief that this is true. when no one was looking. I wouldn't hire him. No, we can't play the piano. I mean, come on. But yeah, so that's basically. I mean, there's no magic formula except for I try to. Because one thing you say, try to always question my initial beliefs or feelings, because everyone is biased in the table and is biased, but to kind of shift the topic a little bit, over to some marketing theory. I know that I heard a podcast that you talked about agile transformation and marketing. And I was interested to hear how you adopted that and how you put that into practice, on a daily basis with your team. That's a good question. So, agile, what is non-agile is speed of meeting. I think we can go fast without a strategy, then you have to be lucky for this. You have to be lucky for this. Although it's nice to have some. But so that's not the other thing is which for marketing, marketers adopt agile. Sometimes they reading part to deliver MVPs, and then MVPs are the minimum viable thing that an audience will accept. So imagine going to a restaurant and they give you the least acceptable dish every single time, right? So brand marketers have to choose the brand and there's a certain threshold of what greatness must be. And so understanding a marketer we have to understand who knows the brand, what we stand for, and what is that quality checklist that we should not do. And so number one, before you adopt agile, know who you are, and know who your life is what is the standard that you're going to ensure everything gets out the door that will then enable you to have speed and testability around it. Going backwards, agile is not just stand up to meetings. If you implement a process first, I'm pretty sure you think. What agile is first is based upon a set of values. Without trust, respect, openness, and courage, that cultural change won't work. So, by implementing agile at one point in the past, it's really easy to have an agile consultant come in, tell you how to operate in agile, set up your process workshops, roll it out, and take it away. And then we really do well with that. We wonder why everything's not very happy. The other way to do it is to ensure that your team feels safe enough to take risks. Right? That's what it is. And that you're actually funding your strategy. If you don't fund the B version, then you only have A of the test. Right? If you don't have people, if you don't have your key partners willing to sacrifice some performance while the A or B, knowing that the long term will fail. All sorts of organizational mind things that are out. I'd say that the biggest benefit I put my team through improv training. We taught it in class a couple times and try to get there's a lot of people on stage, a lot of people. You're improv all the time. You get last 5 so I think that first of that shared experiences of improv, shared beliefs together, and then that supporting each other and the brain for go forward is everything to build that cultural process. That's it. It's having a cultural change, then implementing the process, but only implementing that and ensuring that they're buy-in on the budgeting to break stuff in an agile manner. Tear down the old stage-based process of agencies to produce things slower and build a partner or multiple partners to kind of create and collaborate with them. And then we give people to that's a really important to kind of follow up question that is besides income. How do you foster that idea of safety, give the team the freedom to feel like their voice is heard when they can make some of these decisions in so it's a good question. But I think one way to do it is to celebrate the successes when the agile approach resulted in something wonderful. So I used to be at Data Talks, we launched the film, and we used agile and testing learning to create the title of the film. We Facebook platforms multiple film posters. We're using different versions and agile to create the trailer. And it's a live was very successful. The bring up New York Times, so it's really works. The team was respected and honored because they had to fail 100 times on the testing process to get to the win. And I think too much in corporate America, we spend so much time in the retrospective talking about how we can do something better, but not enough time celebrating wins. So I try to make room for the celebration, and I try to make it famous in that respect. And you know, they have fun. It's a birthday circle, right? But that's kind of my concern. I know we're getting short on time, so one other question that I know my team is with all the data that's out there, so that being a hot topic these days, activated to gather the data and use it in marketing. How do you push the teams to use that data for personalization, the storytelling, and the customer experience? Well, I'm happier here because I work data, as do I. And you build the heart to enable people to use data, which is great. It's just so awesome. I don't believe data is going to replace data, machine learning, and the first stage is how do you create up the marketer to do more of the higher value things. And because you need to get to all the personalization, but personalization takes more work in the marketing. So one of the things that we can use data and automation and AI to streamline. So not going to take something to make more money. But I think one of the reasons why data skills digital discussion about AI getting to help try decisions. So one of the things we did in my team was figure out people making stuff all around the world. Sometimes they make the same thing twice, but they don't know what they do it. Sometimes they reinvent them. You ever work in an agency and you feel like you get the same thing from your work, right? So how do you use AI data and decision making to your point? Well, I figured out that what stuff innovating on you build the human police to get some of these, and have people get these. Any terms of about points. They're really saying, I'm part of this audience. They're recommending to you, oh, this audience has these insights. These audience have this challenge. This audience loves this content. This audience, so it helps you, first of all, give you the ability to share the data and not see the audience. Turn the data into the audience, which is not decision makers to know. Then you have the discussion. Okay, for me, I love the data. I want to make sure that you should be staring at it. I want it to be a guide for their marketers to make them mistake. And also not making go to the same stuff, especially when so I think okay. Oh, we got time for one more. Oh, we have 5 more minutes. All right. The one thing that I wanted to ask you, honestly, in 45 days, you get separate conversations. You're not going to get into it all too much there, but when you go to a new company and a new brand, What keeps you excited? What are you looking most forward to doing in supervising just this week? Well, when I was searching for a company, and so that's critical to me. What I like to do, I like to do different stuff, right? So, and I'm only middle child, so I like challenges. Right? Also, the team gives me the flexibility to take risks. So, no like crazy story. When in my last job, I went around to all these different and take risks. It failed. Well, the executive team come up with a great exercise. Do something bring to show people that you can do it. So, I like playing the piano in front of a full market. Exactly. So I spent all night before practicing under street. I got the Boston for it, get on stage. I'm gonna go first. So you know there's seconds with first. I didn't realize it. I'm sure I'm gonna do it. But I performed the opening song. If you can win a piano, I was just gonna say, be careful what you wish for here. But so you were saying you were performing magic stuff. And I did that to show how it could be, but also like have fun. And I think I'm looking forward to you know a company like Accelerator. Also, perfect way to end. So thank you very much for your time today. Thank you so much for what think about it. I know we were going to kick off. I want to see him sing. Any questions from the audience? I find still when those pieces of content is sexy, it's over here. And think about it, there's these built without any other visual identity really like Princess, and then you reviews and posts. Right? So the review and so the review is powerful. I don't use what exactly is there is influencers and is excites me is that there's going to be a great show this Sunday about bread. It's going to be a lot of really there's not a lot of that type of content that's inspiring. Original people. And so, what inspires me is to watch someone like experience life. It's not about the best solutions, it's about the experience. And we've definitely been a moment in real life continue. So I'm just excited about focusing on that. The feeling and connection and experience, not only the booking part of it. I believe that's when we connect to students. And that's what I'm here. So let's connect. Let's connect.
There's some seats too, you guys want to sit down. I know you guys are environment is comfortable, but this next panel is fireside chat. It's near and dear to my heart as a purpose strategist. So we're going to hear from West Kirk, the founder of Pause, and moderated by Amy Williams, the founder of West is an entrepreneur. To share our mission and talk about why.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I appreciate it. Sad personally, but I also want to break the ice by saying, if you're not an alcoholic and you drink one for me. It's okay. Nobody feel judged out there. Anyway, I like to say, just make it a little easier to talk about. But I'm the father of 2 boys, a set of self-proclaimed serial to follow. I'm excited to be with this one.
I am helping brands connect social brands. How do you define this to business as a vehicle for change? And what product based on how much information
So in the interest of time, I'll try to do the cliff notes there, but my vision is really that's all just an experiences and memories. 7 years ago I was homeless and I'm making a website that I didn't want to do and just wanted to show and specifically stop. And so the company was a big time mission for people saying that's and do that in form of a product. I have high margins and high velocity. Protection of the product is going to be part of the solution. Big solutions from my so I don't shy away from the fact that I sell caffeinated beverages. They're addictive, but I was fine. But yeah, the whole vision is always for it to be sustainable. Nonprofits are funded by philanthropists that at times change the vision because to a certain extent you we value the independence of funded by the consumer and that being and so we're doing that. Let's protect that almost
you have the buttons that you can just shop and
Yeah, it's funny because we're always trying to identify people come from cause and don't know what. You know, it's my main time. Making products and I did trailer. I hear something scattered. I'm sorry, what was the exact question?
It's just like how do you enable consumers to get involved? Like what's their
Sure. So, you know, 18 to 45 of the US would be a robust is the leading hospital. About 5 years ago, time that was 275. Then was moved to traditional care. It's like this. Headlines today. There's inflation. There's Ukraine war. There's the equity. This thing means it's a war within war. And it's not too dramatic. People are dropping like flies. Well, I'm going to say, guys, it's not done because I do believe it. And that's what we need to help and inspire people. You know, create some addiction and recovery. The truth is, what we do it's proud
when you describe mobile computing, not using one brand house, it's great. Feels like you're feels like maybe the this is so integral to it. It's not it's not very scripted. It's integral to what you do. It's integral to why consumers are going to wow.
It's a natural evolution of what I do. So I started in really cool. And so the authenticity of just saying, like, this started with an issue before we were out. So an issue, say, I'm sitting in the spot and then it's the name of the pop. But and your hand just really goes involved and make it off. And roll out the same even in social enterprise. But to me, we're actually having students to actually be able to see the other where out there or know something like that. It's the relevance of that in to me as a selfish human being. You know, it's like doesn't affect me. If you're planting trees in front of the trees, it's happening. I think we really keep doing it. But you can walk outside and you're already So I think the nature of it, you know, you can work, spend, you can do all kinds of things, but if it isn't what you hear, it's not going to translate to you.
Embedded interaction words. Thank you so much. Well, and I just want to call out that it's all about and we're trying to keep it going. Plus 50% of the downstairs. To levels going on. Please look at going to the over. So thank you so much. So living which is incredible. But that's people who want that's how do you go from words to action? How do you make those steps of real impact? Is it partnering with charities? Is it building ambition to the product?
Yeah, I'd say 2 things. So one, because I'm going to go back to well, so one story I just wanted to say about the translation of the impact. So we did so many big scholarships designed to be really practical and the solution and the support. So off the streets and on the jail, on the incarcerated, just rehab innovation, massive people in safety innovation. This cause safe and real for me. I've been doing this for 7 years. I wrapped in the rooms and I used to be doing things. And I get sober to get divorced. You know, everything that I just keeps going to programs and walked into those, was checking me. Don't be attacking the violence. I don't want this. I'm caring. Nobody else does shit. The lady says, do you want a receipt? And I said, I don't want to do receipts. I don't know why I'll hurry it up. Sorry, I get it going. But so she says, do you want to print it or email? Email's fine, and then I regretted asking for a receipt. Like, come on, let's go. And so she goes, okay, oh, actually, it's in your West app. And she goes, what's going on? And she started applying. And I started applying. I didn't give a shit about the mask. Just a good name. But I did. I had it on. I went around behind the register. And we didn't sell people, both crying and lows. I think my life is over. Don't give a shit about what I'm doing anymore. And she's wearing a sweatshirt that says grateful. And I'm wearing my clean shirt. And I just go, all right, this is exactly what I keep going to do. Because it also is part of the station division, selling downstream economic society. Jobs, start with career relationships. So that was one of those things that it was resisting for me that does stop. So I don't know if I answered the question, but I might start crying right now.
Honestly, it's just granting me someone like you who has a personal experience that has driven you to do something meaningful and affect over 3,000 lives. And I'm inspired by this talk. I think it's great. It's a privilege to learn from.
I'm sorry, John White. Could you tell us a little bit about the products and where we market? Sure. I know I'm not even doing product promotion. That's understanding the purpose. But if you're asking, I'll tell you. We're about 10,000 retailers across the country. Amazon, Whole Foods. We started in by design, and we're starting to make conventional. Up and down the West Coast, where the focus is, from Mexico to Canada, and take this kind of foothold there and then start to push it up. But you can get them on some more innovations coming out too. So our brain can be activated by folks who don't want to drink caffeine, because if the cause is what resonates with you, you don't drink caffeine. How do you activate this? Now they're nonprofits, we're not foundations. We're working on a lot of other products. we're working on this actually macro more, which some people might know, we just invested in farmers creative director. And things are about to get better. There's a couple of things that we're doing. Not so I'm super I'll get that again. But if there's anybody in code that can see a mistake here, and you want to hope that the United States and the UK on the back and find your possibility. If we all could just say, without even saying this one, if Coco texts me or talk to me or somebody, I'll please give you all my input to make this thing happen. That's what I'm not doing. I don't really shit about the measure. I just don't know next person, I don't know, but not myself. And so it's just, I see it, that's what they can do. And I see why when they can have a show, can raise these people to the side. So I'm on me and stuff.
Yeah.
Where are you?
If you do have, questions, then please come over and talk to us. If there's anything that you heard today that sparked an idea or inspired something, we'll just be there. So we can continue.
Last thing, WES at Clean Cause. If someone in here is struggling, you want help, hit me up. I will help you. I'll help you find something. If you have a friend or family member, that's my email. So.
Schools going to stay such a good point.
Thank you, Barry.
So you it's super important. I do. It's just a bit of other to look at. So let's take another round. So now we are on your way. So we're we have another check. We have here from Matt. Conversation will be moderated by Jeff Altman. Right.
At the end of the day, honored for Rich to be here. Been in 26 years as a retailer. So greetings from Detroit as well. I think the weather's about the same today as in Detroit, which is kind of crazy, but hopefully that'll change. Matt. Matt Rapicki. I'm the Chief Financial Officer of Brands and House. The title is talk to fashion because it's like a profiles about and everything does. Which is awesome. So you'll definitely like to start off doing this pretty iconic brands that we've worked on. You know, Barbie, on a 17 daughter. I have to navigate like a path of about 500 Barbies every night. It's really dangerous. But so kind of ways we've dressed dolls, men, women, kids. You know, at the end of the day, the background again, how you weave through it all is amazing. So that just kind of like through your heartbeat a little bit too. Again, you know where you're at, you know, with different brands. You tell them how many customers both brands were us, and Josephine Banks went there in the last 2 weeks. Both stores, great stuff. But help me understand too, from the really hard side though, with kind of where we're at now as a culture, and how your brands are kind of fitting into where we're at. And how they're just- It's no longer just about digital to know for the last 2 years about presentations. Honestly, bridge those gaps. Too, what are you guys doing? What did you that's forward on the plan to really get you in a position where you have been successful over the last 2 years. So I think that one quick thing that last week I was speaking detail and as well in Orlando. One of the things too is again, it's required retailers, right? And therefore, the rising starts. Challenge too is exactly what you know, at the end of the day, it's like $1 from a program leads to revenue, right? So how do you kind of help educate and bridge the gap between awareness in the top of the funnel, bottom, or even really from considerations? What's some kind of sweet spots and promotions from us to get a quick welcome? Well played. So I think there's a couple of things. One, Was there's more weddings last year than this year. Here. Winning Parks and Minds, actually, very pleased to start the relationship. All the people really famous there. The fashion products. Especially Since going into the store for it took probably 10 seconds. Honestly, you can call it now it happens. This personal shopping experience the next 40 minutes. I bought way too much stuff, but that's okay. We can talk later. With incrementality, you know, not to think funnel or you're how do you guys look at incrementality? At the end of the day, we work with every major Fortune 500 brand as well. And the big question we see in those trades, right, is incrementality, right? If $1 billion to spend, if it's the next 100 million or $1 to spend, where and why? So I'm just kind of curious of how you guys are approaching that. Yeah.
Down there? So you have to order? Huh? Okay. Oh. Like 10 hours. You gotta order. Actually, I ordered the ball. I think that would be search and copying and signaling more measurable digital channels. One of the topics last week at the search roundtable in detail as well was brand search, right? Is it really incremental? Or is it people finding other things, especially about the phone? At the end of the day, and it's we have the to underwriting how it was. So let's just kind of shift as well. We can do testing plans and just kind of application. Is it more monthly, quarterly, annual, kind of opportunistic opportunities for all of them? How's the mind shift inside of your organization? You know exactly. So if you're looking at each series of second half of this year, you are looking
A lot of people are just kind of getting back as well, or being back in the office, you can figure out their plans on wardrobe, shifts, and that. When you thought about you know, supply chain, so you have more than two.
You want to touch base with him on that?
So a lot of folks still have two big vendors from digital, right? Facebook, Google, ish.
What do you want me to do?
It doesn't seem to diversify.
You can plug in.
Yeah, I gotta download cards and stuff, but I have like 20 minutes for it. Yeah.
Look, I'm a phone person from you.
What? Yeah, right. So people gonna leave my camera here and go downstairs in my space, download cards and stuff.
Yes.
Yeah,
I use one of those for a teacher milk, but
I'm gonna. But it was spots.
Well, let's talk cooking list for a minute. My 9-year-old as well, she'll walk by my office sometimes. And I'll say cookie list, and she gets upset. And says, okay, please, which one going next? And then when we were talking, I mentioned Barbie. And so she was kind of freaking out. I think I need to like something to shrink down. Since Barbie's going away and cookies going away. So we have an interesting problem. Barbie is not going anywhere. Thank you. Thank you for very much. So talk to me too about what you guys are kind of place or considering place today. 325 users database with first brand deal on all those people in the US. But a lot of brands don't have that, right? And so the goal line keeps on getting pushed back, at least for Chrome, it already happened, right? Facebook is obviously looking at challenging for people, but specifically with Chrome, we're taking in what have you guys done and kind of what's on the table? I don't know if I'm going to this year, you can reach out, but I will say, whatever you So one question for you too. So what would that 10 years ago? 10 years. I would say Is that ignorance? Because back in the office, so throwing it out in the space for the last 36 years, I'm telling you, too. But a lot of people will have those conversations over here, passing regular meeting, and coffee. How do people, how would you suggest people are still, maintain those, have those conversations, really in a real and remote environment? Yeah. You know what? Actually, it sounds and giving out from the East Coast. I think I would just say I'm optimistic about
Questions from the audience?
You guys might hear it going. Great. Fireside chat. A lot and a lot of great insights suggestion. A question from Matt just around the attributions and allocating budget across the mediums for digital channels. There was an article that came out just recently around email and traffic being up year over year, so $2.9 billion, going from 58 to 67 billion, 35% of that coming from the US in 2022. So what signals or safeguards do you have in place to kind of identify, combat, and eliminate something like this? The other thing I question you, I would say pushed and population coaching. Again,
It's also when you think about how you become more a part of your family's life. One of the things that is that you can find out that you don't find people to
Zara is the trash, so who's that? People's ability to like capture the audience, you know, how people are screaming at the top of their lungs. Our next fireside chat. All right, our next fireside chat is wedding. That person is coming all the way from OKQ. Actually, the platform that my sister met that person on. Melissa Housekeeping, the marketing officer at OKQ. So welcome. Super excited to be welcome. Come up here because I'm going to get a year of free OkCupid premium. OkCupid premium. Anybody who wants it, that's our $40 a month version. FYI. All the dating tips you need. Also, there are a lot of good-looking people in this room. Downstairs, people, if you're single, you want to come up here. I am seeing lots of good-looking people, and they're OkCupid, and like drinks are flowing. I'm ready to start. I'm not that funny, but. It's great to see you. Douglas has such a beautiful voice. You want him to like read your podcast or do that calm, you know, Calm has the versions that you like go to sleep. You have such a beautiful voice.
You are far too kind, and I'll take a look. You know, there's always an alternate career for me out there.
I think so. And somebody here, I met someone from Motion. They do a lot of cool video stuff. I mean, they do voiceover. Then, you know,
that's very, very fun. Well, this is a lot of fun, and I'm really happy to be here with you. And we're here to talk about purpose-driven marketing and how that applies, of course, to the work that you do at OkCupid. And while everyone knows, I think, or most people know OkCupid, I'm hoping you can tell us a little bit about, you know, what makes OkCupid, a little bit about the history, and what makes OkCupid different from, you know, the sea of
other dating apps out there in the marketplace?
Yeah. It's been on a dating app at some point in their life. Yeah, like most people, right? Okay, Cupid, you may have been on. We're OG, we've been around 20 years. Okay, Cupid was started by Harvard grads who were math majors and doing technology. Just starting to help us in a lot of areas of our life. And when I joined OkCupid almost 5 years ago, they had never had a marketing team. They had never had a campaign. They had not worked with influencers. They had like 11 people on their Instagram. But there was so much magic. And one of the things that I love about OkCupid is the founders taking a stand in social issues. Their algorithm works. Then and now, they have a really cool brag point, which is the most famous place to feature weddings is the New York Times wedding section. And there's a rule in the New York Times wedding section, you have to list how the couple got married. I'm sure we all read it every Sunday. And also they really made that section a lot more inclusive. It used to be the granddaughter, the Rockefellers, and they used to be very that, and it's not anymore. It's tons of LGBT people on it. And the most featured dating app, first of all, the most common way couples are meeting is dating apps. A lot of women feel a lot of that. And the most featured dating app, i.e. an app that's bringing most people together in fiction, is OkCupid by a factor of 4. So there's a lot of questions about OkCupid, and when I came in, I joined in 2017, so it was a run-up to an election. You could feel what was in the air. So Trump was in office, but you could feel the political angst of frankly, 20, 30 times in particular, and we just needed to that in a big way, and they let me do that. So today, OkCupid is the only app in the world that will match you on social and political issues that you care about. We also want to know, are you looking for a partner long term? Do you want kids or not? Do you like to travel? Are you religious? Is that important to you or not? And the important to you that that you're ridiculous or agnostic. So we ask the basic stuff that other people do, education, but really lean into the issues that drive us every day, and that has given OkCupid this really awesome comeback. And it makes my job so fucking interesting and fun. Within 5 days of SXSW here, we had a pro-choice badge and filter. Within a week of the George Floyd protest becoming a movement, and for the movement that I Black Lives Matter badge, like $1 million capacity donation to nonprofit, and we had 20 questions on racial and social equity. So if you were showing up for marches, and many of our daters were, and we were so awesome. Instead of the awful bathroom selfie photo or guys position photo, like fish, job, people were posting photos at the protest, and and we're not version, so we you can put their filters any way you want to. Imagine if you saw something and it said where it said that they drank right until the football that we had. But if I'm deeply passionate about the environment and someone and I found out they didn't climate change was real, I would waste the time. I had a good time. I got whatever you did. And most of them get it, right? So, and most of them are even climate change. Look at that in the world. Instead of you want to turn on a big potential. So, the thing is, it works. Like people are meeting on conditions, and when you connect on an issue, that is a really awesome common ground. And just looking for Saturday night, you may hear a little bit, but by the way, shift in 20 they don't even want to see someone that doesn't meet the bar. Maybe go, maybe you're really conservative, or really conservative, but so you are like, I'm not interested, it's not why, like, I want to change the partner, I'm very masculine. And so that's very personal time. So you're way in now, I don't want to see in this. You say your dad and your staff, okay, you was for next year, so Tinder binge or independent companies, but you're thinking with them, okay, let's see your Tinder, to connect. So, we all operate in different
Also, understanding the same, mindsets, values, priorities, financial statements, that's really a higher level. I know that you have, behavioral skills, ecological attitude, at the same from a understand to lifelong relationships.
Yeah, I love it. So one of the things that is great about it is when you're matched with someone, you show you a match with them. Like, when you're on, by the way, I'm on 27 apps around the world right now. So I know, but I know people. Someone got on it and they had a low match score. She's like, something about taking this profile without showing his name, and it would not work those conversations, and she's able to talk about that. So the algorithm is driven by what you want to try, and that's social anthropologists, behavioral scientists, psychologists, marriage counselors, all of the things is using that to make right now we're going to no, I want to talk about that when Michael Jackson or Kirk had an question. Can you separate the art from the artist? We're not taking a stand on that issue. How do you feel about that? And the questions are really great. So this dating and the dating app is one of your biggest objectives. Is how do I get them to say something? Like when you show up at the bar and you want to talk to them or her or them, and people, the other thing that is really awesome that dating apps, everybody feels vulnerable. 0.01% of people are like, and they're like no one's actually like that. So you have to create an environment where people feel saying hi. And when you have something on your profile, they're more likely to say hi. You can have something on your profile pictures that says substance, they're more likely. And so that's by the work closely with academics, we also invested in experience non-binary translators, sexual leaders. We care deeply about our word by other apps. What happened in COVID, there was an sexual. I didn't know many of these before. Oh, and not okay, yes, we are aware of both. There's 84% of single identified infections in 1 year during COVID, July 2020 to July 2021. And data for sexual, say bisexual, if you're technical men, it is not allowed being attracted to individuals online. So, and by the way, you know, the data piece that I got, like, 6 out of 10 Gen Z single who are not identifying. So, here, identity, sexuality, you leading to do with it. And we're investing in that. By the way, there's so many great creative people. We're so hungry to have ideas on how do I bring this to life. The dating app is such a big deal. Most people are on 2. Split credit cards. I thought I might be right last thing. I 5 apps on my phone, but I use mostly 1. But you know, when you tell people the story we're doing, they're in.
Therapy. You know, one of the ways for his magic box, if you will, to work with natural, players right? And one of them is to themselves and express themselves. And number 2, to help them figure out how at least we get on paper or on the screen, if you will, what they're looking for. And can you tell us a little bit about how you guys do that? Love to talk about. I know you guys have done some cutting edge, I would say, really campaigns, particularly from your Western office. So maybe you can walk us through that a little bit.
Yeah, totally. You know, I think one of the we're one of the only dating apps born and bred and raised and still today in New York City. And I think we have an incredibly wonderful diverse team, and you can see that. I think that we experience one of the most important things is that we affirm whatever you're into. If you need travel, no problem. Feel good about that. If you are trans, you should feel great about who you are. If you love rare French philosophy, podcasts, read by Douglas, awesome. And so being affirming is really important to us, and we started incorporating that more in our marketing. We had a campaign a couple years ago that's why we did called DTF. We brought it to life in Boston. Yeah, I saw that. And the inside was you hate dating. Dating sucks. It's awful and stuff. And it's really also funny, by the way, to work in a space like it's like tax. Everyone hates it. And dating doesn't get a lot of that blame. Some of that's fair. Some of it is we hated dating for a long time. I don't, you know, generation or civilization of entrepreneurship. But you know, we wanted to bring that to life in the dating and the campaign and DTF was about recreating the dating straight guys, other straight guys often to know like issues that are coming. And it's kind of related to selection and all the nonsense. So when I think down DTF should be down to do whatever we want to do, and we do how much shot that is this unbelievable art, and it's just got in the news for the duct tape at the end. And he said interesting wanted to work with an artist, and also, you know, the truth is, if any of you are at brands, you're working with brands that are really on a comeback, you cannot take baby steps. And you're not going to get there through performance marketing. You're not going to get there through little things. You have to like plant your flag and be unapologetic and say, yeah, this campaign is for women. It's for the guys too, but it's also for our queer daters. And if the hero image of that is 2 women embracing each other and the inspiration of the romance novel, and the hundreds of DMs and emails that we got from fearless women saying, I don't see two women in an action plan of my life. And I'm sitting here at the stoplight in Austin or in San Francisco, and I see a 200 by 200 foot billboard on the side of a building, and I'm crying with my wife. And I get goosebumps thinking about that now. That was 20. So we did a campaign in the fall. Remember we thought it was gonna be the summer of love. Just kidding. We didn't care when your people are also like ready to date. And I got the beginning campaign is for every single person. And one of the things we're hearing from our daters is it feels taboo when I'm not binary. It feels taboo that I'm pansexual. It feels taboo that I'm queer. It feels taboo that I'm non-monogamous. It feels taboo that I want romance and love. And so he put all those things in giant pot in a new campaign, and people are not happy about it. Trevor Carlson comes after OkCupid every couple months. Every 2 months, the last one he did, he sent a camera into the subway to shoot it, and then and he got 2 segments, and then he was still talking about it. So I feel like you're ruffling feathers for doing the right thing. But you know, we feel like we have an obligation and our responsibility also to say you deserve to find your person or your Saturday night or whatever it is. And by the way, we also are not married to folks because not everyone wants that. And we have a lot of serious leaders that are looking for that. It's you know, it's a great place to find them. Also, by the way, we keep people out because it takes a while to set up our profile, and you know, if you're just looking for the hot or not ego boost, there's no one to talk about. You are gonna not. You're way less likely to stop on the whole process. So, so yeah, and being affirming is important, and it did help drive these campaigns. And DTF was really amazing because we were on. You know, they always call ad age. They always do the like 10 ads a year. And that year was Colin Kaepernick's Nike campaign. Beautiful and amazing. And OkCupid. We were the 2 votes on almost every list. And I can guarantee you our budget was like the craft services of that Nike ad. So I'm really proud of that work. And OkCupid's also a great place because they let us do those, you know, they let us do interesting things. There's a video that went viral on Twitter of people ripping down those ads and saying we're trying to just think like, oh, you don't need to worry. Americans are cool with it. You're gay, it's fine, we're good. On an active subway, people are ripping down the ads and taking that saying, you're trying to corrupt our children. This is propaganda, and it went viral. And so like, well, fuck it. Not only we turned the campaign on for every tweet that bot, we will donate $1 to GLAAD, who's been a long partner of OkCupid. So you're gonna take it reminds us that the work is still important, and especially if you're in business.
Yeah,
that's your new podcast.
Business of Love.
I love it. I really will seriously consider it. That's
We'll be your sponsor.
Thank you very much. It's fantastic. So tell me, how did you said to do so much and so little. I have a bit about having an incredible mission, incredible product, and it's only use of emphasis of the word, effective. What did you feel much it's still living? Tell us a little bit about it.
I don't know how. Biden promised me still you could never talk about what. You know, part of it is the work is interesting, right? Like I know we've all been in brands. You're like, oh, the budget's nice. So boring. You've got great talent, and they do not want to work on the erectile dysfunction ad. It is just a little too painful. And so part of it was this work is meaningful. This work is going to make a statement. And by the way, Brad, this one got me on board with the powerful CMOs in the world. Yeah, but that's like going to Walmart, and I felt like, oh, here's what I'm thinking. I'm really good at showing love to my partners too. So I said, come with me on this journey. By the way, also people that have abilities. I don't think I did, but I will make you famous. Work is interesting. Creatives like it. We're good partners. I believe in your. When you have creative partners, agency partners, or freelancers, you have to give them all, tell them all the stories. That's where the good stuff comes from. Why did we do that? We also did it really quickly, and they're like, "You're not going to believe this. We think we can get refilled to like shoot the campaign." And we actually got back together with him for this new ad because we're nice humans to work with too. We say that. I don't know. I think I started my career job and I was a celebrity publicist, and if you know what that is, you're like you guard the invites, you know all the things. And I worked with huge artists and the whole thing, and actors, and so I understood the gatekeeping process. I understood and some of those players, and you know, I kind of leveraged those relationships. But I don't know. I probably got lost a little. Oh, I wrote my head down. Like, we have a PR rating start there. Are there any PR people in the room? Did it come out? Okay, you don't talk about it. You're never, ever fully out of that, right? And so everything we do, I think about the implication. What's the press story? So when DTF was rejected in a lot of cities, I was immediately involved with the Washington Post that covers DC blocks and immediately on with the Post and Ad Age and Bloomberg Ukraine to say, here's what I'm saying about this time. So there was a petition started with one of our campaigns by Cynthia Go. They're really homophobic. They believe in conversion therapy. They're awful. And they were like, "You're promoting lesbian sex." And I'm like, "You actually are totally promoting lesbian sex. Yes, thank you very much." And so, but we got like local news media on that. So I think, and it worked. It worked. It was the biggest. I had to build my team internally. They weren't like, "Here's $100 million." My goodness. They're like, "You want a Trump filter?" Okay, not a, we're not part of but you know, we proved ourselves. We've been to how many years? 50 years. So that also helped me then build my
It feels like you had a good fortunate because since 2013, when you have various abilities, 6 genders,
23 gender options, 24 orientations. You can choose up to 5. You can change those every minute of every day. I was very unusual. Anything that's the binary engineering, binary architecture. If you want to change your gender, you have to either delete the app or they'll let you do it once. So, you know, that's really expensive for everybody, but it's also the reality of how people are wanting to date and show up. So,
tell us, you know, what is next for you guys?
World domination. The business of love, done this podcast. You know, we want to grow. We started, we're the number 1 app in Israel, we're like on fire in Germany. Okay, keep us around 20 years. We've never actually marketed in some of these things around the world. So we started doing that, and it's doing great. It turns out people do want to know if the Earth is flat. They do. They would like to know that. They don't want to waste their time. And we're meeting with, by the way, Martel does great work. We're meeting with other people who can help us tell these stories. We're doing great work and thinking about how we, you know, how can we solve our traction to get that story out. It's like a except you go through the bar every day, and people show up at the bar and it's empty. They can really quickly. So it's a tough thing.
Chicken and egg, right?
Yeah, but we have things coming up, you know, midterms coming up, again, people here, they're showing us, we'll have something, activation there. We have some pretty exciting.
I want to just mindful of that. That is the time for a couple of questions.
Question about your profile.
Okay, this is fascinating. I'm asking for a friend. I used to be PR, now I do marketing. But I'm saying. Thank you. I'm asking for a friend, though there's no shame if this is anybody else's question or you finish goes on. With that long preamble. And if you don't mind, I'm doing a selfie video because I have to send it to you. Okay, so here's the deal. Now, they were saying I have nothing but love and respect and trans men. But I prefer not to date. And on the two dating apps he uses, he doesn't have a way of influencing. And I heard you sort of been talking about filters or something. It's like a business thing, right? I mean, you think about that because I imagine I attract some users, you might turn off some users. So how do you think about the out?
Yeah, no, it's a really good question. It is very complicated because, and so we did first we should get our big fit. We have questions on both sides because we as our bisexual daters, they have an option to not be seen by straight daters. So there's so many nuances, so many layers to that, and so tell me the time of the look it up. By the way, United supports Smiles for Migrants, which is so amazing. It's one of my causes that I love so much. You can donate miles, and actually, like, you will know the family who are reuniting with mothers with children. Imagine the work they're doing right now in Ukraine. So we don't know Smiles for Migrants. Don't United such a great partner. So. Smile. He does. Nothing was from you.
What's up? So the business alone. Seriously, the effectiveness of messaging is a big thing for marketers, but with your specific sensitivities, especially a lot of I'm really interested in what you're doing, how kind of the audience,
Totally. It's a really good question. There were, you know, when you're a dating app, your biggest audience always will be straight daters. And you will always have 20-something daters. There's always more 20-somethings than any other age group, just because people couple up or whatever. And so, you know, but here's the thing about it. One, I think the right thing to do is to tell people that are we're frankly not even there's not even experience for them to have. So we will take that revenue hit because we believe the right thing to do. And if we want to be a purpose-driven brand, imagine what that is our motto, what is our warrior cry, then you have to be really comfortable saying it's not going to be for everyone. It's going to piss people off. I get threats and trolling because we take a stand on LGBTQ rights. I mean, never in my life did I think I would, have a job where I'm getting, trolling and threats. But we just have to get comfortable with that. The other thing I'll say though is there's a very compelling business case for people that want to know. I was in a really cool bar in Bushwick in New York, and I know Times and they play Oscar music, like stop talking. But I was really cool, and they were 20-something straight women, and their first question, they didn't know where I worked. They said, what's the first thing you want to know about the dating app if you're going to use it or not? And I thought they'd say, oh, the guy's alive. And their first question to me was, what's the experience like for non-binary daters? Because allyship is important. So, that's only going to keep growing. And we have the conversations, by the way, from Texas for this non-sex, anti-trans, we were like, are we going to come to Texas or not? We're donating every dollar we're spending here. We are donating to the organizations on the ground doing that. We're also big HRC glad, ACLU supporters. Like, we have ACLU with them, so fuck that, seriously. But you have to actually say this is only going to matter more and more in 2020. And they're going to remember that. They're going to remember that more than what they're going to remember on an app that they had a giant celebrity endorse it. They won't remember that. They will remember my friend who's non-binary, who was suicidal in high school, who felt like there was nothing that represented them, that they couldn't be who they were, that there is a place when they're looking for someone that matters. And by the way, that opportunity is even greater in other places of the world. Okay, Cupid's global. And so in the US, we still have work to do. Texas, Florida, although fuck that. But especially in the Middle East, in Asia, where we're alive and thriving, we have, more opportunities to support LGBTQ communities. That might be it's done. If you want, we can do for a year. I may know. Or put it that. Awesome. And I know we had a couple of questions left, so we questions. So this is my first time emceeing an event like this, so I don't get fired by going over time. So we're going to keep it moving on to our next conversation. And I also realized that I made a joke at my last time up on stage when I talked shit about Dara and realized I was Dara was here, so I apologize for that. My Dara plays was great. I love it. It's great. Speaking of fashion, stage next. She's the SVP of brand marketing at Redmond Runway.
Thanks for being here today. It's super light. Instead of it's just talk. When I thought about what our session would be, I think decided we're talking about innovation, disruption. And so I thought that would go for distinction. The more they did the market, taking on disruption, taking on innovation. That's branded bigger stuff. I want to start by just trying to let the audience get to know you as a person. So it's just first, what's your very first job?
My very first job was actually on the agency side. I worked for a great advertising back in the day.
Great.
And it was very transformative. Brand. It was really amazing of Michelle, who's been but it was one of those like relates where make sure we have individual
And I worked with amazing video. Madonna Matthews. In my job today, I'm stop.
So love my kids. My wife loves it too. Okay. Okay, so first job was amazing, but then the industry, but college, went to college.
I went to, so I'm from Wisconsin, Wisconsin. You can probably tell from some of it. Switched it off. I was here for something. Very big. I did work for those. And experience, but then with New York, I actually went to I can kind of like a frustrating but I will tell you, I moved from years. You're going to learn to be a coordinator, get your creative sort of maybe kind of like sell in this it was an incredible experience.
Next question you can already answer is like, well, not why Mark
I'll answer that. I was just like changing the world in a way. Throughout my career, I always wanted to either implement present day, like regularly right.
talk about our people, exactly. Yeah, the right actions. Always wanted to have a purpose. There's something that you don't that take moments of
for this, we were not would be and you know during the evolution of it was the first day of
You want my camera? Back here. I'll have it fixed here and see what happens. Tomorrow. All the time. I have a camera there.
Dallas here.
I'm actually curious.
It's not the inside triangle. So I think it's talking about the involvement, talking about
That's me.
part of it is all about Accelerator.
Address. You know, you heard it here. That's a real thing. I did it.
And so, we talked to our customers, a lot of them, will
That is everything. Transition yourself from this notion of shame.
Where you find it?
Available. Innovation includes a conference. And so yeah, that's a fascinating ones. And see this change sense.
And they can actually control it to improve their brand. For example, these so what we did was we shared over all the reviews for your product. And she They're giving us everything from, to mention what it's most. It's incredible. And it's like one of the biggest. And now, for sure. I mean, it's a little hot. Yeah, I mean, I think the biggest thing, what's really interesting about my business is it takes a hell of a long time, many touch points to convince her to invest in social media. So we're really good at optimizing our funnel as we bring people into the funnel easily. The hard part is really driving awareness and retention. So that's kind of what we got into today. We're renting more of a lifestyle brand as an active honor that it, that's changed. I think, 5 years ago, someone was renting and probably worth a minute. Now, when you're freely shipping, what we like to say is when you get compliments that leads to confidence and then maybe believe or subscription.
I love that. First question. Oh my God, I got so many buildings in this. I want to double it. You need those on something like 2022 is now.
Yeah, I think Matt said this during his presentation, but I'll reinforce it because it's important one is so this was born on especially and for the last 4 years we've introduced subscription. Going back in time and going back to the only weddings that are happening here, the most exciting around the time I was there, maybe shape opportunities. And so we are really capitalizing on that. But the pivot, and this is where the bridge actually professional educator and subscription, she's wanting to address more, she has more things. They want to convince her that she should invest in subscription. So people outside of just many driving wedding, another huge trend that we're seeing right now. Again, I think for TripAdvisor, we should talk partnership for it. But travel is going to be another thing. I think that's a huge opportunity for this.
Have you heard the revenge show?
I'm aware.
The fact of putting it on in a hole for so long. South or Southwest. What are you excited about? So,
Yeah, I'm gonna say something that you are, I think, very exciting for me and very on trend during this by instructor members. And I think about how to brand. We're thinking about how you can do subscription. You should be renting more than else. I'm also thinking about, how we can allow our brand partners to experiment and allow people to rent looks that no one else can mix and show them. So there's like a lot of like really interesting things. Now,
No, I know. My big thing is like, let me take it with me. Let's see what you have. There's a lot of Blueboard and stuff. Take it with you. So what you have to do. So, what green is awesome. Just follow. We are. But there's some interesting people here. So I'm gonna take it to the map.
oh, yeah.
Radio to really know you all by going to your phone, look at your recent calls. Who's the last person you dialed out to? How long was that?
We're talking to my head of marketing strategy about some pivots to our strategy in Q1.
Productive.
Yep. It was a short call.
Quick notes, very quick notes.
I remember.
Okay, good. That was not bad.
No.
Second question. Can't relate. Oh, last butter. That was in South Park.
I have a 9-year-old son, his name is Wilder. And he had like an art show at school, so I did his art. Yeah, he actually he did a paper mache statue of Joan of Arc.
That's awesome. That's really awesome.
As you do when you're 9 years old.
Very good. Music. Music.
I'm a huge music fan. What do you want to know about?
It's the song that's very
there is a woman, she's her name is Prima Radu, that I've been listening to recently. She's British, I think she's of South Asian descent and British and
yeah, you were right here. I
wish.
Last one. Favorite song?
I mean, Instagram. For sure. I'm all about this.
That'd be pretty hard. Sports and basketball.
You know, I'm not a memory of IT story. The last post I had was our IPO, which was incredible. We were the first IPO in history to go public with a female CEO, CFO, and COO. 3 out of those 203 women are women. Excited about diversity is super important for our business. It's an incredible. So yeah, that was the post, which was like.
No, that's thank you so much for the team. You never talked to me. Conversation.
I think it's where you can have kind of endless rotating closet experience of like the most premium exclusive one-off. You can kind of be no, you know, some people have, you know, their persona and profession in real life, if it's safe. I want people to kind of go into that.
Yeah, thanks so much. Any other questions?
So much. I was a great actually content. Still pizza, chips, well, pizza. Yeah, thank you so much.